Check 1 2, audio check, 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 check. Check, joke of the day, check, 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 check. Good day, everybody. Check audio check. Good check. Good day, good day, everybody. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking, here in the digital media universe. So glad to be hosting another day 2 of the Blockchain Futurist Conference, ETH Toronto and ETH Women here in Toronto, Ontario. Welcome to DYOR Live, Toronto edition, here on the DYOR Media Network. We've got a lot of events today. Here, the focus today is on ETH Women and AI, and we have a panel discussion going on right now about AI and Web3 and about the good things to come and the perils that await us with the unknown with AI. Now, there's lots to talk about today, but there's going to be a whole host of things. Pedro's with me today. He's off doing a couple of business development and meeting people things right now. He'll be on shortly to give you an update on the craziness that we call Bitcoin and the crypto markets. But first, today at the event, we're going to have charting digital assets, something Pedro is obviously well-versed in. That's going to be a great panel. We're going to have a gaming panel about Web3 and AI and how it's affecting gaming. We're going to have a stablecoin panel. Colia Carrington of the Canadian Blockchain Consortium is going to lead and moderate this panel with the CEO of both Kraken Canada and Stablecorp, a company that is in the business of creating stablecoins. We're also going to have Chris, I'm going to get his last name wrong, but I'm going to give it a try, Oberetter of AI Enhancing Human Capabilities. It's a fireside chat with him. Also, JD Seraphine from Rainmaker is going to talk about the AI-powered future. We're also going to have a panel discussion or a fireside chat about Axie Infinity in AI, and also a DPIN panel and how AI will be influencing the decentralization of infrastructure and protocol hosting, and also another good panel discussion on ChatGTP. Can it replace your job? And because this is a technology and futurist event, they're going to be talking about how ChatGTP and other AI affect the developers, and will AI replace developers of code? Should be interesting. Should be a great day today, and we'd like to see comments from the audience today. Let's see if anyone's tuning in yet. Dar Baby is here. Good morning, Dar Baby. Thanks for joining us here in Toronto. I know you're not in Toronto, but we are here, and we're here on behalf of you to bring you the good information, bring you good stuff. Dar Baby, how's it going? How's it going there, big guy? Got a lot to talk about today. Lots to talk about, but I don't have a lot to talk about until Pedro comes back. Anyway, we've had a great show already. Last night we hung out with the guys from Max Capital. They run the blockchain Max Chain. Many of you have heard of Max Chain in the DYOR media world because we covered them and talked to them, actually trying to get them on our show, and now we do know that. We also hung out from the great people at Blockchain North Media. My friend Flo runs Blockchain North here in Canada. They are Canada's first crypto or blockchain media. Yes, they may have started before DYOR, but they're Canada-centric and we're not. We're global-centric. and we've got a lot of good things coming, hopefully in partnership with them in the future. My comment screen is not up. For those of you watching on X, please drop some comments. DarBaby says, "Why is the market crab walking?" I'll give you my opinion of it. Then Pedro will be on in a little bit to give you his opinion of it. The market is crab walking between a range of in the high 50s and in the high 60s, and it's a period of consolidation. And it's the market makers pretty much just playing with us. I've heard Pedro talk about this. I've heard other chart analysts and even fundamentalists. And we've had someone on our show before that was in the market making business and works for an exchange. And they pretty much have said, hey, the market makers are trying to build their bags. The institutions are trying to build their bags and buy at a lower place before really sending it. And it's really up to those two groups because that's where the big money's coming from. If you think about it, you've heard us talk on this show a lot. Oh, and a comment from Hair. All right, Hair of Trump. Let's go, guys. Hair of Trump guys need to get it going, that's for sure. But good guys over there, Tim and Jason, I know. Anyway, but if you recall us talking about the markets here, it's a lot easier for people to 2x, 3x, or 10x their money if they start at a $15,000 price rather than a $60,000 price. If you start at $15,000, you can 10x your money going to $150,000. If you start at $60,000 to 10x your money, you have to go to $600,000. That's a large market cap change in Bitcoin and the overall crypto market in general. We really feel that the institutional players and the big market makers want to push the market down more. Is it possible for them to do that? Who knows? If a lot of ETF money comes in and creates a massive floor, that's not going to happen. Well, it'll be harder for it to happen. But one of the things you remember, in order for the market to go up, there's got to be sellers. And there's so many people holding Bitcoin. There's so many people holding Bitcoin that people need to sell. And when there's not sellers, the buyers really have no market. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the show where I get to welcome my co-host, Pedro Garcia, the crypto chart analyst. Pedro, welcome back to the show on day 2 of Blockchain Futurist Convention, ETH Toronto and ETH Women here in Toronto, Ontario.
Yes, and it is a great show. I have been networking and connecting with so many people. It's actually been a lot of fun. I think one of the things, first of all, I want to thank you to our sponsor out there.
BYDFi.
BYDFi, for what you guys are doing. Thank you so much for allowing us to come out here and doing everything that you're doing. We do appreciate quite a bit. And then also to all of our viewers out there, guys, hey, it is good to see you guys. Who do we have on the mic here? Who do we have there? We got DARBaby.
DARBaby says it's kind of out of focus. I'm going to go take care of the focus right now.
And then we got Hair. I see you guys out there. It's good to see you. I'm going to pop in here real quick and see who I can find here. Where's the, is it under the, yeah, there it is. So we have, DARBaby. We got Steve. What's up, Steve? It is good to see you guys. Awesome to see you all. Also, good morning. Every one of you guys, we appreciate you. Let's go, Hair. All right, guys. DARBaby. Is it good? Is it focused better? We think so, but let us know. Better. All right, excellent. Is it clear or is it just better? Better. Is it better? I was hanging out with the guy last night who's from England. And it was so funny. I was like, can you say bottle of water? He's like, bottle of water? And I was like, oh. He was like, clear. All right, excellent. So it's
Thank
perfect.
you, DARBaby.
Okay,
really appreciate it.
So let's go ahead and go over the charts here real quick. I got to put on my glasses because my contacts decided to be dumb.
We're not going to be sharing the screen today, Pedro. It's going to have to talk about it.
Yeah, but just like we talked about yesterday, right? We had that 20-period moving average. We have the supply. So if many of you guys take screenshots of my charts, you'll see that we have the supply sitting right now at price point of
We're not sharing the screen.
No,
right
I know.
now.
I know.
Okay.
Price point sitting at 62,260 to 61,548 548. Now, that right there is definitely the area in which we're fighting against as supply area. But in addition to that, we're also seeing the 20-period moving average as well as the 50-period moving average really hold price down. And so I was actually shouted out by Zach Humphreys, which I thank a lot. And I talked about how right now we're kind of going up to go down, right? So that's one thing that we really do need to be paying attention to. Now, right now, when we literally hit the 20-period and the 50-period moving average, and at that same area, we also have the 200-period moving average all on the daily chart. So these act as a really strong resistance for Bitcoin. Now, the most important thing to be paying attention to is that 8-period moving average. That 8-period moving average, which is right now sitting at the 59,682 area for Bitcoin. That area is acting as support, but it's getting weaker because we keep piercing it. We keep pushing. So if today, I do expect to see us literally probably break through that 8-period moving average and see us coming back down to that 57,400-ish area. Now, if you have a screenshot of the chart, you'll see that screenshot, we have a demand zone sitting right there that we've been playing off, but that demand zone has been eaten through already. So I don't see us really stopping at that 57, but that will be the target in which if we keep continuing down, there we're going to be hitting. Okay, so somewhere in between the lows of Monday to the lows of potential, and if this thing gets wheels on it, we could see it get down to the 55,000 again. So be ready. If we happen not to be going down, expect to see a rally through the supply zone and looking to hit the 189 moving average on the daily chart. That would be the next target on moving up. But I do expect us, honestly, I do have a bias of the short. Just like I talked about yesterday when we went live, I said, listen, expect us to go short. I'm expecting them to push the market up to go down. And so that's currently what we're seeing right now. So that's it in a nutshell, guys. If you guys have any questions, you know you guys can always reach us in the Telegram. Tag me in it. You know me. At times I reach you, sometimes, but I always check it at the end of the night. So I just want to give you a heads up so you guys know. Also, on the back end, if you guys have any comments, you know what I'm saying, you guys want us to go look at any type of chart in addition, you know you can ask us and we'll go check it out. So that's it in a nutshell. Do we have any comments out there? Oh, clear. All right. So it's good to see you, DYOR, baby. Also, one thing I want to say is, again, thank you to the Blockchain Futurist Conference. If you guys want us to go out, if you go through the lineup on the main page, and see if you guys want us to go and research and bring anybody on, and I'll go through and I'll reach out to them. We're making great connections and great people, just very friendly, and they're more apt to want to just come out. You actually might be seeing us on Crypto or Bitcoin Magazine potentially as a little thing. So that's going to be fun too as well. I get to be a nut and yeah. So
well, it's easier when I come up for.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But Pedro, thanks for the market recap, and of course, thanks to BYDFi for sponsoring today's broadcast. We really appreciate all the people from BYDFi, including Michael,
Absolutely.
Chief Marketing Officer, Stella, Business Development Executive, and of course, Nathan, the Business Development Executive here in Canada. And we'll be talking more about BYDFi later in the day, including free giveaways. So if you want to sign up and get some free money, in the link, we have a sign up for that, and we'll be having some free bonus money gift giveaways during the day as well. But Pedro, you and I had a good time last night.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, let me transition this properly. We had a good time last night. What happens at these trade show things is you go out and you meet people, you try to network further, you have discussions, you might have a beer or two and get the conversation rolling. And we hung out last night with a group from Max Capital last night. Max Capital it runs what's called the Max Chain. And their product that they sell is the financing of logistics in the trucking industry in the United States. And it's an actual real-world use case for a blockchain and for providing financing for people on a blockchain.
Absolutely.
And it was very interesting to talk with them about it. You talked a lot with them very heatedly about trading. Every trader has their own style.
Well, they did decide to come along with my thought process. I'm just saying, because whatever. All right.
And we also hung out with my friends from Blockchain North, a Canadian media company that is working together with MaxChain to get the word out about those type of things. So we had a good time last night. It was fun. We had some of the best brisket and pulled pork, and oh my word, it was delicious. It was it was the perfect end of the day.
Absolutely.
And it wasn't expensive. It was just right down the street.
Yes.
It was a restaurant in which you just walk to a counter, order, pay for it, and they give you a number, you bring it out, and then you just force feed yourself for an hour.
And you didn't even think, I didn't honestly think it would be that good. I was like, all right, whatever. At first time I took the beef, I was like, what is this, yo? Like, I was like, I went into aggro mode, like, arr, like caveman meat, eat, arr.
DYOR has a question about JBee. Have you been following JBee at all?
Yes.
It says it's all over the place.
Yes.
Or is it just following BTC?
And also, we're going to be bringing up a protocol here real soon, here shortly. I'm really interested in, because you guys know I always use a lot of the MLM. Come on. Why is this? Yeah, there we are. JBee. And there we are here. All right, so JBee, yeah. So honestly, so we talked about really, we have a demand zone sitting at that level of, this is really important, DYOR. I wish I could show you the chart here, but we talked about it right now, kind of playing in between. Now I think it's going to go down because we still haven't cut through that 8-period moving average that is sitting above us. We've been playing and hitting off of that 200-period average. And like I talked about this, there's a 200-period moving average in that zone sitting at, give me a second. Sitting at the 2153 area to the 015 or 01815 area, right? It's that 2 cent to 1 cent area. And that's where that 200-period moving average is sitting. So, and when I'm looking at that, one of the things that I want to be paying attention to is, are we able, like I said, are we able to get above that 200-period moving average? And if we're not, then it's kind of pointless, right? Because it's trying, but it's not finding. So I'm not saying it's super strong, that 8, but you got to at least be able to stay above it on the daily chart. So right now, I think what we're playing with is, I think it wants to come down and touch the 50-period moving average where we're on the weekly chart. That 50-period moving average is going to have a lot of orders, just like we saw on BTC, right? I talked about how we were coming down to the 50-period moving average on the weekly chart on BTC. I mean, you all know that I've mentioned on Marvin Falls, everybody was saying, oh, it's falling. I said, go look at the 50-period moving average on the weekly, because we should see a bounce off of that. And sure enough, that's what we saw the rally come off of on BTC. So it was one of those things that we definitely need to be paying attention. And so I bring that up because right now we're playing in between the market here on JBee, that 50-period moving average on the weekly chart. So we're going to probably come down. Now, if you look at the 8 and the 20 on that weekly chart, we're about to cross over. All right, so that's going to bring in, again, a lot more sellers that would typically bring it down. So, DYOR, if you're looking to be going through and be purchasing it, I think we could be catching, you get a good buy-in on the 50. But personally, I'm really looking more at that 1059 area to the 00857 area. That's really what I'm looking at, right? If I'm going to be really picking up stuff there. All right, guys, I think that's about it. So, and I can keep going on this stuff. So, also, actually, let's go ahead. Let me phrase this here real quick. I forgot. We almost forgot to go to through the monthly chart here. Forgive me for that. On the monthly chart there, I would sit there and say, look, we are playing off of the 8-period moving average. Now, when we see the breaker, if we close this month below that 8-period moving average, we then should see it continue down into that lower level. So giving a timing period, that's what I'm looking at. All right, guys, that's it in about a nutshell. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Let's go
Hey.
Good, Pedro. Good to be back on the stage after that 5-minute break. I worked so hard this morning already.
He has. I'm the guy going around talking to people. He's up here handing the tag.
Anyway, we've got another good crowd here today at the
absolutely.
show. Very, very interesting. Once again, a
hey
diverse,
guys, say hi.
Diverse demographic of people here at the show. That's for sure. Yesterday we talked a little bit about politics on my lunchtime bit segment with Zach Humphreys and Oscar Ramos and Crypto Mark. We brought up the concept of U.S. politics in the crypto sphere and how the change from President Biden to Vice President Harris as the nominee for the Democrats has pretty much successfully boosted the Democrats' chances and also eliminated part of the talk about the anti-crypto Democratic Party. Now, Vice President Harris has not come out one way or another about it, but she is well known not to be in the Elizabeth Warren camp, and so we're all expecting that she would have, I'll just call it out and say, a divisive effect on the crypto world by being able to pull some of her traditional demographics back to her voting because it's just not Joe Biden. So I'm expecting you to see polls come out showing the crypto swing vote went from a big influence to a much smaller influence.
Well, I think it also depends on. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of African American women on many social medias. It's absolutely just saying, just because we share the same demographic doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to vote for you. I don't like your policies, and many of them have actually been very clear on, you know what, they've been drastically affected by the immigration policy that she has allowed to happen, or as I say,
successfully done her job.
Yes. So it's just one of those things that we're now seeing, right? And so if they keep pushing that idea and keep putting it on social media, that's going to gain traction. And listen, I just say, I feel like black women here in America have more pull than white women, white men. I mean, they have a lot of strength to rally. I mean, I almost feel like they're the ones who influence the rapper sons. You know what I'm saying? Like they're, mama, we all remember Tupac's from our mom. Anyways, forgive me about that. But it's going to be really interesting to see what happens,
Well, I agree with you for sure. And one of the observations that I have is that being here in Canada, you think, well, we're in Canada, we're really not part of it. I have to tell you, every Canadian pays attention to U.S. politics.
That everybody asks.
Right, and that's all they want to know about. What's up with this Vice President Harris? What's up with this? What's up with that? And coming from the United States, almost nobody talks about Canadian politics. It's very... it's the equivalent for you viewers. It's the equivalent of paying attention.
Trudeau.
It's the equivalent of paying attention. If you don't live in California, it's equivalent of paying attention to politics in California. About the California and Canada, same population, same kind of GDP, that type of stuff, same type of similar natural resources, and a lot of people in the U.S. are like, there's some guy named Newsom that's screwing up the state, and some lady from Harris that turned San Francisco into a hellhole as a prosecutor. But that's all it is. So, but here the Canadians are very interested in politics in the U.S. because the Canadian government and the U.S. government work together closely on many issues. We even have a treaty called Beyond the Border, which we concentrate and do things together. Many people don't really know that the U.S. passports, Canadian passports, U.S. driver's license, and Canadian driver's licenses are all printed in the same factory. Your Nexus and Global Entry cards are all the same program. We do those jointly. So policies that the U.S. implements ultimately affect Canada. And a little bit the other way, too, because the Canadians do come up with great policies, such as ETFs. They were the first with ETFs. And that filters back to the U.S. And so the politics of the presidential election boiling up, the parties here are trying to learn from the chicanery and buffoonery in the U.S. and bring that to Canada for their election in 2025. And nobody really wants it, but it's happening anyway.
Well, sometimes it's just if you see a well-planned plan play out well and you see it actually working, how can you not want to implement it? I mean, it's kind of
No.
You know what I'm saying? Monkey see, monkey do. Let's go, right?
Yep. All right. For those of you watching today, let's see if we can look at the stats. We've had 14 viewers so far today. Thank you, DYOR Baby, for watching. We're live on X too. If you want to watch on X, and also if you want to give some comments on X, we would really appreciate it.
Hit that like, that share button always helps quite a bit. Well, who do we have there now? We have Hair. Of course. Hair is legit. They are ruthless as a organization. There you guys go. That's impressive. Very impressive. Hey, hit that share button, Mr. Hair. We would appreciate that.
Well, today is AI Day here at the event, Pedro. If you can see our notes here, they're all related to AI. It's a big AI panel day. The capabilities, there's two different discussions about the capabilities of AI merging with the human. Kind of the Neuralink and Elon Musk scenario.
And it is happening. We've already have two.
Right. And today we're talking about, there's a panel up right now called Humanity's AI-Powered Future, in which it's talking about how AI is going to enhance hopefully enhance
like cyborg type of
our ability to do better things, to be
quicker,
smarter, faster, that type of stuff. I don't know. I think the human brain adapts awfully fast. I mean, we evolve quickly. It's my personal belief that science hasn't figured out evolution yet. I think the body tells itself what it needs, and it figures out how to develop it faster than just random mutant DNA switching and like, oh, I have a liver. Okay, great. I think the body says, hey, I need a liver, and it figures out how to make it. And so as the human body kind of merges with, neural links and this type of stuff, it's going to, I bet you the body says, I need a battery in me, and develops a battery. All of a sudden the brain can do it.
Well, I thought that's what we call the mitochondria.
Well, that's a good point. It's a good point, but it's going to need perhaps 48 volts instead of microvolts.
You know what would be dope is if we started seeing little things started happening, we started evolving into certain little connections, right? I mean, you're right. What if our blood cells started carrying a lot of electrical charges that literally started as almost like kinetic energy, right? I mean, that'd be interesting. And then all of a sudden we start seeing it power the neural link. I mean, it'd be interesting to see. We'll find out.
Well, then it will definitely be an episode of Star Trek and the Borg coming to it all. But it will be an interesting day. There's going to be good stuff. We're going to have a couple of people here being interviewed today about AI. One was a lady that was on a panel just a few minutes ago, Herlihy. We're not pronouncing the names correctly. It sounds like Shanghai, but it's just a little different. Shanghai.
Guy.
Shingai. That's it.
Yes, excuse me. Shingai.
Tell us about Shingai and her company.
All right, so I'm walking through the thing, there's a myriad of projects and a myriad of companies out there vying for your eyes. So as I'm walking by, I'm looking they have a screen, and because I'm a trader, you guys know me, right? I saw the screen. I said, man, what is this? And I saw I had all the agents working on a lot of the, it had like Gemini AI, it had Grok, it had all the top ones, OpenAI, right, for ChatGPT. So I'm looking at and she goes, hello, Pedro. And I was like, well, hello there. A great smile, very warm. So I said, oh, what is this? And she was talking to a gentleman. And I turned on and I looked at her and I said, so is this AI? What is this? And she goes, have you created your own AI? She goes, no. What we've done is we have brought agents and AI working together, and then we've put it on the blockchain to literally have an accountability for it. And so we can sit there and engage. It is more left right now. It is more right. It is more central. And this ability to actually sit there and say, on these topics, this is what is actually being pushed. And we can sit there and look at it. And I said to myself, that is absolutely genius. I mean, looking at that from an actual standpoint of being able to put it on the blockchain. So as soon as she said that, we started talking. I said, all right, let's ask you some questions. And she, sure enough, showed me everything. I said, this is absolutely brilliant. She goes, well, I thank you. And I said, definitely. So I just want to say like this. I'm looking forward to bringing her on to talk about her project, what she's doing, and how she's actually developing it even more. I think this is going to turn into something that's going to be pretty big. They're kind of discussing, are they going to have their own coin on it, or is this going to be something that's going to be free by just contributors, and you can go through and make money? It's all kind of getting worked out within her, but she's already developed it. She's getting it going and even just building it out even more. So the community's growing. It's very much in its early stage. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this actually progresses to the next level. So just give me 1 second. Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, I had the cough button there. But anyway, I was just checking my email because the Shingai people, the PR person, said they'll be down later to schedule some times for us to talk about thing. Frankly, Pedro, what I'm really interested in this today is hearing the stablecoin panel here.
Yes.
Stablecoins, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't noticed, are quite important now in the world.
Yes.
They went from nice to have little things to help your exchange work better, or sending money between an exchange, to all of a sudden powering countries, bond issues, and that type of stuff. And so
we're going to be talking about the bond issues too later with that.
You're right, we will be. And the stablecoin panel, hosted by our friend Colia Carrington of the
Shout out to Colia, she's amazing. Whoop, whoop.
Our Canadian Blockchain Consortium. She's going to be talking with the leaders of Kraken and StableCorp about stablecoins, their development, regulation, and how they're really starting to affect the world.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
Really interesting. I think one of the things that I really look forward to is really seeing how it's interacting with the bond market. Many of you guys know I follow that. And to see the increase as crypto keeps pushing forward, Tether, Circle, having to back up their stablecoin with bonds. So that's something I'm really going to be looking forward to. And also to see Colia as she's interacting with them and almost grilling. Because she's a griller. You don't understand. This woman grills people. When she came on, we both went head to head regarding certain things. And part of it, you guys know I coax people to get a little fiery. So it's actually going to be really interesting to see her and what she's going to bring to the table. And then also, when it comes to Kraken stablecoin is one of those things I think starting to become more influence. They are catching more. The whole entire lawsuit.
Kraken has a stablecoin?
Well, I think that what they're going to because
they're on the Kraken panel with StableCorp,
yes,
the company that puts out stablecoins. Now that's an interesting catch. I like that.
Yes.
That's good.
I think it's going to be something we're probably going to see because why wouldn't they? They're already starting to connect with people. They're already starting to do things. So, and I could be wrong, but I think that's going to cause a good interaction between USDC, USDT, right, where they can actually then transition into their growing ecosystem. And as that keeps growing, they very much. And I honestly think that the lawsuit that they went through literally was even a great thing for them because it put them into the limelight. And it's the old saying, there's no such thing as bad press.
Right, exactly. Right? All press is good.
Yes.
Never let a crisis go to waste. The famous Winston Churchill line.
Yes.
No, I agree with that. Well, one of the things that we talked about yesterday with the CEO of Coinbase Canada was that they're fully registered here in Canada, compliant in regulations, and relying on USDC because USDC is a completely legal and not in the sights of the SEC in the United States and frankly in Canada. And so I think we're going to see, with Coinbase money and heft behind
Absolutely.
it, I think we're going to see an increase in USDC being used because if Tether has $100 billion minted Tether, USDC I think only now has between $15 and $20 billion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is a lot less in a world of USD whatever. And from my personal experience, there's no real difference between T and C when you're moving money from exchange place to exchange other place.
You're honestly looking for the best deal, right?
Right. It's just when you swap it from one place to another, like the USDC, you can almost swap for free on their bridge. But if you go through other places like Robinhood, they charge you like $20 or something crazy. Come on, Robinhood. You got to stop doing that. I mistakenly did that recently, and I was like, why'd I do that?
Yeah.
But anyway, so I think the rise of stablecoins, in which we've seen it grow like crazy, is still in its infancy. In fact, yesterday you had a great discussion with the guys from Max Capital about whether USDT is going to keep buying longer-term bonds, short-term bonds, and the differences in strategies for them about that. And why is that?
Well, simply, okay, as of right now, we're seeing short-term bonds have a very high yield in comparative to 30-year bonds right now. I mean, the reality is you can get a 5.3, last time I looked at it was 5.3%, in a safety standpoint, because your money's in it. You're not locked away for 30 years, and you can pretty much go for a whole entire, I mean, depending on how long they keep it, and they've kept that rate on the 1 month bond for almost a year and a half now. I mean, it's been pretty impressive, almost, you know. So the reality is I can stay in short-term bonds, okay, and then at the same time get a higher yield off of that. And so we're talking about how the transition is going to be as now the 30 years is starting to rise or fall based off the political landscape. It's going to be really interesting to see where they decide to now allocate their cash for safety. So it's going to be one of those things that I think we're going to, but I think personally, as crypto keeps growing, they're going to have to keep buying bonds. And so I think with right now the yen carry trade, what's actually happening with the US dollar and some of the stuff that's happening there, okay, I think what we are going to see, and this is, again, this is my prediction, I could be wrong here, but if I was a major corporation, I would play off, really kind of start layering in as we're coming in. And again, this comes with, is the U.S. going to go through? And again, we're going to jump into the actual auction. Shoot, I'm doing it again. Dang it. I just think it's going to be really interesting as we move forward. What's going to happen with people buying bonds? Because right now, who's going to buy those bonds? I think it's going to be crypto. I really do, because as we keep growing in popularity, it's going to need to be ability to stabilize.
Well, where else? Where else is someone like Tether, or just say someone new, say Kraken is going to do a stable coin, or PayPal wants to take their small stable coin into the big DeFi world and needs $50 billion, $100 billion in reserves. They're going to take in money from people, mint their stable coins. They got to do something with that cash. They got to invest it somewhere. They can't invest it in Vegas casinos. They got to invest it in somewhere that they can guarantee to their holders. We don't want to end up in the crosshairs of the SEC. We don't want to end up in the crosshairs of the MAS in Singapore or the EU. And so it has to be safe. And there's not, frankly, how many governments around the world issue bonds that are very safe?
Yes.
3? 4? 17?
The only thing I could think about is I'd go to Germany if I was going to, but they're still messing up.
Yep.
Potentially Singapore. You know, I'm not going to go China, but the fact is that they're out there. Japan, well, I would do it, but you're going to get zero interest rate.
And it's a currency devaluation risk. The Chinese could choose to devalue their currency, would help them out a lot, would screw the rest of the world up.
Yeah, we could do a meme coin and just buy a meme coin play, and we can buy Russian bonds.
Russian.
Hey. Sorry, I was bad.
But anyway, there's nowhere else for them to put their money. So U.S. Treasuries is the safest place they can, and right now they're getting a great return.
Absolutely.
A short-term, long-term, it's guaranteed. You know, if they have $100 billion in Treasuries, that's $5 billion a year in cash.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Here, $5 billion.
Yeah, and it's 5.3% short-term, and about 3-4%. I haven't checked it. This actually probably should check here real quick. But it's really interesting to see what's actually happening with the bonds area. So yeah, as you said, it's going to be really interesting to see where stable coins are going to be able to get a return. Plus, and this is the other part I always find interesting, every time you buy a stable coin, you have to pay a fee. So that fee goes also into their cofferdam, which then allows them to be able to double dip on both levels, right? So it's one of those things, I think, as we continue to keep moving forward, it's one of those, I think we're going to be the demand for that as crypto keeps moving forward. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Also on the back end, when it comes down to the stablecoin mindset, it's not like you're holding, you know, it's a run to safety. It's one of those things that if I am going through and I am saying, okay, if the crypto market's kind of crazy right now, I'm going to USDC, right? Or USDT. I'm going to wait and see where the stabilization happens. And so as we see that, they're going to be, they're going to need to sit there and be able to figure out a way so that they don't get a pull off where it goes from $1 ETH, right, to 110, right? So they're gonna have to figure something out on that, because as the need for the more demand have increased, they need to figure out a way to be able to play that out. So it's gonna be really interesting how that happens.
Absolutely, and it would be when I see that the stablecoin market is at $100 billion. I'm sorry, $1 trillion. It's at probably total $200 billion now between everybody.
Oh wow!
When it's at $1 trillion or $2 trillion, and the crypto market cap's at 4 or 5 trillion, there'll be a really interesting time, because if they're buying that many U.S. government bonds, suddenly a small group of crypto people are going to have a large influence on the United States government, and they may not like that.
You know, that is a very good.
They may like it because they're as a buyer for their bonds, but unless unless Tether's also, because face it, right now most buyers of the U.S. bonds perform like the larger banks participate in what's called the repo market.
Yep.
The repo market is basically when the U.S. government can go to the banks and say, we need the money back. We need money, and you guys got to give it to us. And so they exchange. It's rather complicated.
And it's also just the overnight exchange between large corporations,
right.
And it's just an overnight exchange. All right, hey, look, I need $100 billion to make payroll.
Right.
All right, cool, I'm going to charge you 1%
The U.S.
off
government
of that.
does it just like JP Morgan does
it.
it. And they're going to want Tether to do that. And for Tether to do that, they're going to need to be a completely transparent organization. They're going to all their personnel are going to need to be known amongst the banking community. And they're going to resist that.
Absolutely.
But once they get to that point that's big enough, you know, the U.S. has a big military. And, you know, bad things happen. I'm not saying that we'd use our force to take over part of the world or anything like that.
Or we've ever done that before.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't learn anything from the British at all. No.
Never.
But anyway.
A good plan executed.
But anyway, our point is that eventually, as Tether gets larger, they're going to have to come to play properly with the United States government,
Absolutely.
with the Fed, with Wall Street.
Yep.
And
Treasury, it's all going to have to play, right?
And once that happens, my bet is that ultimately someone in Wall Street ends up taking over Tether.
It's interesting. That's a very...
Which would be easy. You know, BlackRock could buy Tether, just buy everyone out, could write everyone in a check in Tether, all 50 employees of them, $1 billion check.
Yeah.
Take it and say, that's it. We own it.
I don't think they would even. I think if I was Tether, I'd be like 10 billion a piece.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, do you want that in cash or in a check? Right? Like that's
right.
BlackRock, right?
All right, Pedro. Let's take a moment out to talk talk to our viewers here. Once again, hair's lighting it up. We haven't looked at their chart in a while. Unfortunately, they got mega botted on their launch. And the bots drained the liquidity out of the project pretty quickly. And as they say, the people that held over from the earlier launch, they sold out, wanted to get their money out. But the bots are what drove the selling. And I think they learned a hard lesson from that. And the chart doesn't look good. But they're trying. The guys are trying. They're going to try and bring it back. We've seen a lot of meme coins that died after their launch. And then with the right marketing, well down the road, months down the road, all of a sudden it popped and mooned like crazy. Pepe's a great example of that. Did nothing when it started. Brett stuck around, did nothing. All of Brett's little spin-offs like Kendu and God, I can't remember the other ones. All like did nothing for a while and then went crazy.
Actually, we have a. It says Hair says we are going strong. Don't worry, we will pick it up or pick it back up. I promise. There you go.
I'm going to make the text a little bigger here for Pedro.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Tom's older than me, but I've been working on my eyes. So. Yes.
Anyway, thank you for the team from here. I'm not going anywhere. Work harder and harder. Keep it up. We look forward to good things happening. Of course, Darby, we heard from Space Cat. Space Cat is joining us here at the show again today. Maybe we'll get him on camera for you guys to see him.
Absolutely. Great guy.
But he's from Toronto, and traffic is really bad, so he was out of it, or he's going to be late today. Absolutely. But once again, we got a good show. Pedro and I are going to close out this segment of the show right now and turn you over to the feed we've got the AI supply chain going on right now. I think this is Chris Oberdeter.
That's it. So go to game.sapien.io. Please look for some of the guys in the blue shirts. I'm really proud to announce our new hire,
Stone.
Rowan Stone.
Nope, that's their new teammate.
Got a new teammate.
All right, I'm not going to try and guess who's up on the stage right now, but we're going to turn you guys over to the feed right now. Pedro and I, or just Pedro, will be back in a little bit, and we'll be here for lunch at 12:30 Eastern Eastern Daylight Time (ET). Yes. We're going to do the lunchtime kind of panel discussion, probably with our other friends, Zach Humphreys and crew, or just Pedro and I. We're going to do the lunchtime fill-in for the Blockchain Futurist Convention live stream itself.
And also Ryu, which is another token that is doing some big things right now, especially in Japan. They're strong in Japan, over 100,000 religious followers there, and they're making a big statement here over at the conference here. So we're going to be bringing on their chairman and hopefully also the president to come and talk about what they're doing, what they're actually trying to accomplish. And as well as, my biggest thing is, right, as everybody knows, I always talk about the tech is important, but what is it going to do for my viewers' lives, and how is it going to take them, right? My goal for you guys when I show you guys how to trade, right, or how to go into, obviously it's not financial advice, but I want to see your guys' life change. I want to see you guys make money, right? Because so that you prosper and your children prosper. And so this is one of the things I'm going to do and talk about this, guys. How is your project going to change people's lives and make their lives better for not just them, but also their children? So I look forward to that. And they're going to be right. I believe we're going to bring them on around 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So hopefully that works out right. Eastern Daylight Time. This man is on me for this. Okay, so that's it about a nutshell, guys. If you have any questions, always jump in the Telegram, ask us a question. We'll check it out. Tom will let us know, and then we'll discuss it, all right? So check out Ryu, and then kind of go from there. Also, we have a lot more other guys, too, so we'll see what's happening. All right, guys, thank you so much for coming in today.
data has, like oil determines market conditions. And so when you start to use...
Hey everyone, for those of you who are listening, Pedro and I are out doing a little business development here and looking for good speakers while the various AI panels are going on here at the Blockchain Futurist Convention here in Toronto, Ontario. So stick with us, keep it on in the background. We'll be back on shortly.
Analysis platform, as well as actually executing training and inference on our platform, no matter where that data sits, and to produce an outcome.
Sure, I can see that. As we're training, say, LLMs to code, I could even see someone going in GCP and spinning up, 10 instances of a software developer that's an AI, right? So that's fascinating.
Yeah, so I can add one angle about data privacy. So let's say most of the centralized AI model can do them as black boxes. And actually,
hey there, here. I'm working on the sound. I brought the wrong microphones for distance sound, and so I'm trying to grab the another feed for this. Bear with us.
And so on. So on one side, you want to keep data privacy. On the other side, you still want to use this data, right, to
Hey, how you doing?
do something. So actually, there are lots of problems. And these problems can be kind of like addressed by the integration of blockchain and AI technology. So, for example, like Herlihy, right? So we are doing lots of code auditing and so on. So actually, we heavily use AI models help us, let's say, to analyze the code, generate findings, all this kind of stuff. But not only us, but also our clients have concern that we should not, let's say, upload or feed the user's code to these AI models, right? So like ChatGPT 4.0 and so on. So what we do now is, well, we train our own model, we do fine tuning on this kind of stuff, but it's pretty costly. And certainly, well, as a unicorn, we can afford it, but not for many other startups. I would say the integration of blockchain and AI may kind of like address this problem, and not only can preserve data privacy, but also can kind of like show how data are used without leaking, right, privacy and so on. So I would say that this is also something I want to add to that.
Thank you so much. I mean, you're kind of validating the whole existence for inference, right? Essentially, I see we have proprietary models as well as open source models. But before I kind of jump to that, because you picked up on it before my next question. But from our experiences, we did launch a subnet 2 on BitTensor in April. And going back to the crypto economic incentive model, we found it worked really well. By launching that, what we did was we ended up spinning up probably the world's largest distributed decentralized zkML proving cluster. Because what we're doing in cryptography is actually quite computationally expensive. And when you initially launched to circuitize some of those AI models, we found that the proving times would be about 20 seconds. And without any of our intervention, just the whole entire BitTensor community, or at least the miners that are operating infrastructure there, were able to optimize the entire MLOps stack, reach out to our dependencies, figure out how to optimize that. They have the proving times down for 4 seconds now, where even the creators of some of these packages are reaching out to our subnet going, hey, what are you guys doing? They have their own compute cluster, and they charge a service for it, and they're like, how are you guys getting these quick proving times? So we're seeing it in action. It definitely is working on our end. So going back to kind of one of your points is the proprietary models versus open source models. I think one of the biggest barriers to decentralized AI adoption is that you don't have this ability to have some sort of confidentiality to these AI models. I'm not saying we go back to building walled gardens again, but there are definitely founders, startups, enterprise customers that essentially won't enter this decentralized AI space unless they can actually protect their IP. Because we're spending a lot of money, thousands of hours, millions of dollars to kind of train these models to provide some sort of value. You need some sort of privacy or confidentiality to protect that. And on the other side of things, we're very supportive of open source. In fact, all of our code, everything we're doing is all open source. But there's situations and use cases where open source doesn't work. For instance, like security. If you had an open source security model, that's a non-starter, right? Like the weights and biases are available, so any adversary, malicious actors, they're instantly going to be able to figure out how to counter that. So open source isn't necessarily always the right answer. And I'm also kind of observing that the word open source is getting polluted. Just from a software perspective, we have free and open source. Now it's like commercial open source. And when you introduce AI, there's a whole new sector, right? Like Meta's releasing open source models, but it's open source for you to use and run on your own infrastructure, but it's actually not open weights. So the data set, how it's collected, how it's trained is proprietary. So my question is, with your respective industries, where do you see confidentiality or privacy being important?
I can start with that one. So proprietary models in two cases. Number one, when you are using it with business data, because your data is your own IP, and two, in foundational models, because if you're going to put a ton of compute power into building a foundational model, you want to keep that proprietary. So those are the two use cases.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think it's kind of always useful, right? Like, if we're talking about blockchains or crypto as these means of creating like more expressive market environments, markets are already the distillation of many people's proprietary or asymmetric information in sort of a shared public format. And so I think we can maintain a world where most of the models are closed source, most of the data is private or proprietary, because the ultimate benefit is revealed via the market interactions that we're enabling via these decentralized coordination mechanisms anyway. So I think it's useful across the board, basically everywhere.
Yeah, so as Ron mentioned, so because we are a cybersecurity company, we always want to think about these things with some cybersecurity sauce in it, for open source AI, let's say. So it's kind of definitely very useful, but in terms of security, cybersecurity, actually it's a little bit more risky. That's that the hackers and so on, they can get a better sense, have a much better knowledge about the model, and may be able to perform some attack. So that is why in some, let's say, industry, some category like healthcare, autonomous driving, and so on. So it's maybe kind of it's hard for them to, let's apply open source AI and so on for this kind of cyber security concerns and so on. Yeah.
Great, and Nick, I agree. We're experiencing that. I hate to kind of go back to the bit center experience, but it's in production. Like people are actually using it. And one of the biggest, criticisms of that network is, initially when it started off, it was a bit of an Ouroboros. People were there just basically, collecting rewards. But tapping into other networks and external ecosystems, I think, is absolutely critical to kind of support the growth of that network. So my next question really is constraints. Essentially, in AI, Sam Altman has come out and said compute is going to be the next form of currency. I'm not sure I entirely agree with that. But at the same time, I am seeing that this hardware or these AI chips or compute is constrained. We have one major manufacturer being NVIDIA releasing these GPUs, and even Stanford, their NLP lab, they basically said they're falling behind. They only have 64 H100s, and comparatively, if you kind of look at billion-dollar data centers and like say Elon Musk, his Dojo supercomputer, they're talking about 300,000 H100s. So I think compute is one of them. I've seen active use cases with apps that are generating AI art, images, and novel approaches to taking decentralization to offload some of the compute. So I see compute being a little bit of a constraint. I'd love to kind of hear from what other constraints do you guys see?
So obviously there's a few big players that have buying power for compute, and Google does actually manufacture custom chips as well as chips like NVIDIA chips. So we are a source of compute, but what I've seen as a constraint is adoption of AI, and the technology is out there, but how fast can users actually adopt, experiment, and iterate on a business or service, and be able to take those learnings and re-implement that into the business model. So it's been slow, and I think yesterday Ron and I were talking about Uber, the adoption of Uber, and how long that took people to adopt, even though people are transporting themselves from point A to point B constantly, and Uber was in a ton of debt for a long time. So adoption is definitely number one for me.
I think, as you were kind of alluding to, there's constraints across the entire supply chain. There's constraints with data provisioning, there's constraints with data structuring or labeling. Obviously, there are these really pronounced compute constraints. And I think one interesting dimension that hasn't been entirely explored yet is AI today is essentially two raw resources put together en masse in data and compute. And I agree with your point earlier that the future is going to be one of many models, not just these few dominant models. And so I think a new dimension that opens up to help alleviate some of those constraints with data and compute is we can now have many specialized models that maybe require less data or compute individually, contributing to this more accelerated rate of progression or improvement in AI. So I agree there's constraints around the existing supply chain of raw resources, but there are new dimensions of resources that have still been underexplored.
I want to talk about another constraint about the packaged AI model, especially the LLM model, that is the lack of capability of reasoning. So it's kind of like you can use ChatGPT for to generate layer as an essay and so on. It seems like actually the lack of underlying logic. So since a person might say, well, ChatGPT is kind of like a change. Keep talking about it, exactly what he's talking about. And it's not a big deal, it's not a big problem when you use this model to generate, let's say, essay emails. But nowadays people are using this model to generate code. And it actually is free. There are lots of hidden risk in the sense, well, since the lack of capability of reasoning, may generate an embed box to the code, and it's also much harder, let's say, for the developer or for the code reviewer to find this because it's not written by themselves. And according to an NSF report, that right now actually a pretty significant amount of code is currently generated using AI tools, and the hidden bias is being increased a lot. And this is something they are drawing attention.
One thing that I don't see constrained is developing interest. I've been through a few tech cycles that are getting crypto. I haven't seen this level of interest, even when we have labs in play. And it's incredible. I think there's so much stuff that's coming in. I think we're at that stage of kind of that idea now. I think we're just going to be seeing So speaking of constraints, time, we're all up against that one. So we're going to wrap things up. But what excites you in your industry, or what keeps you up at night? Here's your chance to kind of show what you're doing.
So I get the pleasure and opportunity to work with a lot of startups across, based out of Toronto and across Canada, and use AI to develop their business. And so I get to see what AI is doing in multiple industries. But in Web3 and AI today, Google Cloud offers up to 350K in credits to get started on our platform, so that if you're venture backed, so look into that, and you can reach out to me or my team, and I can get you in touch with the right people as you start to build and create your own company or use our services.
Yeah, I think what's exciting for me is we're at such a critical point in time in I think history where we can go down one of two paths. One where AI is perpetuated as a private good and it's owned by a few large monoliths, or where AI turns the way of the internet and is seen and proliferated more as a public utility that is contributed to by many decentralized parties. And so continuing to contribute to that in the way we are and the way the broader space is our focus, will remain to be our focus, and hopefully will lead to a much better state of society down the road by reimagining a kind of competitive instance of AI in a decentralized form and a private centralized form.
Well, one share kind of like a small story. We finished our $2 billion valuation round in late 2022. And several months later, there's ChatGPT 3.5. And there's an article, famous article online that's sort of smart contract code to this ChatGPT model. And they can generate a massive flights on bots in it. And when our investor, actually many of our investors like Binance, Sequoia, something like this, send me kind of like message like, well, will this model kill your business? You just finished the one week, and we tried. So fortunately, I would say still can't simply replace our auditing products and so on with this models. Like yesterday, I tried ChatGPT 4.0. I threw 4 lines swap storage code to it. It comes with 6 findings, but none of them make sense. That's still not problem. But I would say it's dramatically changed how we are doing auditing business, how we are providing cybersecurity services to our clients. It's like we utilize it to help us generate the code explanation, help us understand, help us generate test cases, fuzzing test cases, help us, let's say, help us write audit reports. So it's definitely enhance the productivity, and we are also looking forward to see how better it become.
Great, thank you so much. It was a banger of a lineup for Analyst tonight. Everybody give a round of applause to them.
Thank you, all our panelists. Can you please join me in welcoming up our next speaker, Reflex from Micro GPT. Once again, could you please help me in welcoming up our next panel speaker, Reflex from Micro GPT.
Hello, hi. Oh, this is nice. A little bit nervous. It's my first talk in front of like how many people here? But yeah, hi everyone, thank you for coming. And today we'll be talking about a few things. Why ChatGPT can't replace developers. It might, but for now it can't. But this presentation is made by, if you can't guess, ChatGPT himself. Yeah, also I'll actually be talking about how you can leverage AI nowadays as a developer. And then we'll talk about how MicroGPT does all of that. I don't know why it went to this time, but it is what it is. So the first way you can leverage AI as a developer is the productivity. A lot of us developers are actually very slow because we're juniors, and the senior ones are also slower. So one of the ways to boost productivity is to use AI. For example, if you want to run a script and you don't want to spend too much time coding, you go to ChatGPT, say, write me a script that does this, and this, and this, and this, and it will write it. That's one of the ways. It does speed up development, and especially for junior developers. And also, it's very reliable. Most of the time, there's no syntax issues, so you don't have to spend the next 20 hours banging your head on the table trying to find where the semicolon is. Nowadays, there are tools for that, but ChatGPT does help with that. And also, AI is much better than humans at communication. You can build a lot of chatbots nowadays to have supporting tools or whatever. Now, if you've heard of how, there's a lot of them out there that have customer support using AI. Because humans have to sleep, AI doesn't. It can go down, but that's a different topic. I saw 8 minutes. I just paused for a little bit because I have a lot of time. There's like 2 slides left. Alright. The other issue with AI is the fact that anyways, the other issue with AI is the fact that you can't put an entire software with it. Like, you can't paste an entire GitHub repository in ChatGPT and tell it, yo, what's wrong? That's a big limitation when it comes to ChatGPT. And MicroGPT doesn't solve that, but it's a limitation with AI right now, and that's why it does not replace developers at the moment. Thank you, sir. So introducing MicroGPT. Read whatever's on the side, I don't know where it is. Probably. Just check my notes. Yeah, MicroGPT again. I don't know what this is. So, how MicroGPT helps the developer synchronization, productivity, and everything like that is with micro alerts. So the problem a lot of the time is you have no technical funders in startups.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at the show at the Blockchain Futurist Conference, ETH Toronto and ETH Women here in Toronto, Ontario. We take this time to thank the organizers of the Blockchain Futurist Conference, Tracy and Laura, for having DYOR here in this prime position here, being able to broadcast the show and get this information to our viewers and really just have a good time, learn a lot about the industry, and especially today, August 14th, 2024, AI Day here, in which we have great panels and fireside chats all about AI and the future of it. And it switched last year. Zach Humphreys and I went around talking to people, and we each kind of found different AI groups that were mostly things like PAL and the ChatGPT before it really became popular. That kind of the generative AI. This year, the focus has already switched past that into AI interacting with the human body. I think Elon Musk really lit the fuse under the industry by really cranking up the innovation and research at Neuralink. And thus, many other competitors have popped up. Or I shouldn't say just competitors. I should say the supply chain. We had an interesting panel on the AI supply chain and how companies are developing in all sorts of parts of the vertical, from just the putting together the data for the large language models, all the way up into parsing it, and in the infrastructure for dealing with the computing needs of AI. I found it really interesting. I had this conversation with someone yesterday about Bitcoin and the economy around it. And what people don't really understand is that the economy around Bitcoin isn't just the trading of Bitcoin or exchanges, or who's custodying what. It's actually reached down into the trade level now, where welders, fabricators, people that own press brakes, laser cutters, tool and die companies, all these companies are participating in blockchain and in Bitcoin because of the mining industry. The mining industry needs infrastructure. I'm not talking about gold mining, silver, platinum, palladium, heating oil, and that type of stuff. I'm talking about Bitcoin mining and the warehouse, the physical infrastructure that's needed. and that isn't just supporting Bitcoin. That's supporting AI. It's supporting Amazon Web Services. So all these new technologies, blockchain and AI, are actually down to the level where they're employing the tradesmen. And if you heard yesterday, the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction, Minister Dale Nally, was here on the show talking about the Alberta Advantage and how they have plentiful electricity, a plentiful supply of skilled employees, low taxes, and a low-cost environment for companies to work in Alberta. And there's a lot of companies in the mining industry, the Bitcoin mining industry there, that are not having anything to do with Bitcoin at all, but it's that supply chain that builds the base from just the metal containers that Bitcoin mining machines come in, or the containers that house all of the Bitcoin mining machines in a data warehouse, are at the fabrication level. It's really interesting how it's affecting that at that lowest level. And that's what they're focusing on about AI today. The AI discussion really is talking about how AI is powering a whole new vertical industry about in jobs, the education needed, and it piggybacks on the Bitcoin mining, on the AWS high-performance computing centers, and all those types of other uses of computational cycles and power. Very interesting stuff. I wish I was able to have 5 reporters here talking to everybody, but later we're going to have. I'm good to go. Okay, I'm going to go over to the Blockchain Futurist Convention. Good day, everybody. Welcome to the Blockchain Futurist Convention, ETH Toronto and ETH Women here in Toronto, Ontario. My name's Tom, otherwise known as Striking here. I'm substituting into the Blockchain Futurist live stream while we're on break here at the show. A really interesting show today. I was just talking to the viewers on the DYOR live train about AI. It's a really interesting day. All right, we're off the stream there already. Thought there was going to be a longer delay in it. But thank you guys very much for paying attention. Back to what I was talking on the DYOR live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for everyone for watching today. All right, I got 2 people talking to me here. I'll be with you in just a moment. Hey!
Great to be back at Futurist. This is my 3rd installment. We had a very exciting panel, probably the most fun panel, talking about digital assets as an investment. So last time I was on stage at Futurist 1 year ago, Bitcoin was priced at $25,000 a coin. Today we're at $60,000. So the first question that I wanted to ask the team after you introduce yourselves is, what has changed over the past year? What's been the biggest narrative change you've seen in the asset class to get us from 25,000 to 60,000?
Yeah, of course. Pleasure to be here with all of you guys today, my fellow panelists. So just quickly, my name is Herlihy. I'm the COO of ETH Corporation. ETH Media Corp houses over 8 companies. The main bread and butter would be Luna PR, which is our award-winning PR marketing agency focused on Web3 and emerging tech. We've been around since 2017, worked with over 600 projects, some of them really top in the space. Maybe you want to have an opinion before I pass it to you?
Let's introduce it.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you for having me. Also, Tracy and Laura for putting on a great event at Futurist. It's been probably 5 years since I've been back at a Futurist event, so I'm happy to be back in Canada. I grew up in Vancouver. So my name is Mansoor. I'm a partner at Blockchain Futurist Fund, early stage venture capital fund based out of Singapore. So we invest pre-seed, seed. And we work with exciting founders across a number of narratives within the space: CK, DeFi, infrastructure, Bitcoin, a number of others who deep in. So, happy to connect with exciting founders and happy to be here on stage and be at Futurist.
Thanks, Mr. Hey everybody, my name is Jordan Anderson. I'm the head of sales and trading at Newton Crypto. Some of you might have heard our CEO and founder, Dustin Walper, speak yesterday. He gave a keynote. Newton Crypto is a Canadian-born crypto trading application available on iOS and web. We We've been around since 2018, sort of over 700,000 users, traded billions and billions of dollars for Canadians, and really, we're really focused on product. But I have the pleasure of building up our OTC desk. We're ramping up pretty quickly. I've been in crypto for since 2014. I was one of the co-founders of BYDFi, which was acquired by WonderFi, and yeah, just so happy to be here. What a fantastic event! I've been coming every year since 2019, and Tracy, Mayor, Laura, they just don't disappoint. I'm just happy to be on this panel and be able to shed some insights today on what we're seeing in the market. So yeah, thanks guys.
So I'll continue that sentiment. Firstly, my name is Mike Barak, and I lead business development globally at DB Chain. We're a market maker and liquidity provider, and actually help power a lot of the companies in the room today. I also want to say thank you to Tracy and Meyer. I've been coming here since about 2018, 2019. Third time on stage, and as Jordan mentioned, never failed to disappoint. This is a great conference, and hopefully you guys enjoy it.
Excellent. So let's get back to the questions then. Over the past year, we've seen Bitcoin more than double. And I wanted to ask the panel, what's been the biggest change in terms of themes that they've seen over the past year? Now we can start with you and go down the line.
Awesome. Okay. So from my end, I think I'm going to be tying a lot of things back into the media side. If we do just surface level, it's obviously not ETFs and RWAs, and I'll let the boys probably get into more on the technical side. But from a media perspective, it's been probably over the last 18 months or so, and what we've seen is, of course, there's crypto publications, crypto side from Cointelegraph, and then there's also the traditional media outlets. As you know, the crypto landscape has matured, and there's been more adoption, more regulatory framework put in place. We've seen more, traditional media outlets come everywhere more key to, report on these elements, and I think that's why we're seeing buyers and interest and, and younger individuals as well. So I think from the media side, now that traditional media outlets are coming in, we've seen a more positive shift over the last 12 months, and I guess you guys can tell us more.
Yeah, thank you. No, so you touched on something interesting. I think a big part of it is the excitement around ETFs with Bitcoin ETFs launching, now ETH ETFs. I still think there's a lack of retail in the market. It's although within that time period we've seen Bitcoin go up, but Bitcoin had been at 60K prior as well, and in some respects you could almost say it's been stagnant for a while, and we're looking to see Bitcoin continue to go up, but even within that rise, we haven't seen the same thing with other coins and spreading out to the altcoins and whatnot. And I think in large part that's the retail mania when it happened in the NFT craze or whatever. That isn't that, right? And so I think Bitcoin, although it might continue to appreciate ETH with the ETFs as more institutions start buying those up for those portfolios, I think retail coming in will really drive the adoption of the rest of the coins and push up the overall market.
Yeah, those are some great points to serve, and we can just zoom out for a minute and we look at what's occurred on the last 3 years. We had a huge influx of capital coming from the post-pandemic era. We had massive shakeouts with some of the largest institutions in this space. We all know them, I don't need to name them, and that was throughout 2022. So we've had a lot of capital sucked out, a lot of confidence sucked out of the system. And so when it comes to specifically to Bitcoin,
and these type of mics.
You look at a depressed market, you look at an undervalued throughout that time period. So really what I think happened this year is
I'm a rock star!
Alright,
I'll just cut into the stream.
Introduce you based off of all of its unique and admirable characteristics, the decentralization, the ability to own it and transfer it across parties around the world. And so, of course, now we had institutions that came in, and we're going to hear this a lot, and everybody's been hearing it a lot with ETFs. And the institutions
Check 1, 2.
are here, and for years we talked about the institutions are coming, the institutions are coming.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back live here at the Blockchain Futurist Conference, ETH Toronto and ETH Women here in Toronto, Ontario. And today I have the honor of having a frequent guest on the DYOR Live show, the Canadian Blockchain Consortium's own Colia Carrington. Welcome to the show, Colia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's as you've seen from my interviews the past couple of days, there's a lot going on in this industry, especially in the province of Alberta. And I think most of that is attributed to this wonderful person sitting next to me and the leadership she has provided in educating the government and with the capabilities of the industry in Alberta. Kolia, we're in Ontario right now. What brings you to Ontario from Alberta to pitch the mining industry and the digital currency industry that Alberta can help with?
Honestly, this is an incredible conference. I've been coming here every year that it's been on since about 2018. There's not a lot of conferences I attend all over the world, but like I have 2 stable conferences that I'll go to, and like this is definitely one of them. So
Turn your mic on.
Whoops. So coming out to this one every single year, it's a big draw, and I was able to speak with the minister that manages the file that I work on in Alberta and tell him like we really need to start spreading the Alberta advantage, talk about what the government is doing here, start encouraging, this, I'd say the collaboration between regulation, government, and industry is very critical to be able to move the industry forward, and being able to showcase that here with the government, I think is a powerful message for Ontario, and saying, hey, let's start this engagement. Let's bring this collaboration. Let's not let Alberta be the only leader in this space.
Well, it was really interesting yesterday. We did have the Honourable Dale Nally, the Minister of Service Canada and Red Tape Reduction for the province of Alberta, here on the show, and he talked about the Alberta advantage. In fact, the low tax environment, the highly skilled worker environment, and I think he said the 200 years of natural gas supply that the province has ready to use in our industry. And what I really found interesting is that one of the other guests here, a company called Digital Shovel, is building containers for the Bitcoin mining, the high-performance computing industry, and AI computing centers. And those containers are built with high-skilled trade jobs, fabrication jobs, welders, assemblers, fabricators, people that operate press brakes. Yeah, and that is employment. That's all sorts of employment, down to all those good jobs that government officials are always pining for. Have you seen that starting to come to Alberta?
Excitingly, yes. So we hosted a trade mission in Alberta with support of the government. We had 23 elected officials and regulators support a delegation of 70 executives that came from all around the world. And what was really exciting was by the end of that trade mission, the discussions between just a few companies were about 1.5 gigawatts of power, from green sites to, on and off grid, but majority of it being off grid. So that's power production coming into Alberta to enhance grid stability. That's jobs that are going to get created by really skilled trades. And the fact that we can't get our energy resources like on a boat, we can't get our energy resources on a pipeline, we can sell our energy through fiber optics, and we can create mortgage-paying jobs by doing that. So what the consortium is really focused on now is how do we bring more talent back into this country? How do we bring more jobs, more businesses into Canada to show that Canada does have a competitive advantage? And we're starting off, in Alberta with that. And it's not just competitive to miners, it also is competitive to the digital asset exchanges. Like the ASC is an incredible organization. They're very collaborative.
Right.
They want to meet with the exchanges. We have a low tax dollar, right? We're close to the mountains. We have a lower cost of living than places like Ontario
right.
and BC. Plug in, come work in Alberta. But we are still a national organization, so we want to be able to see a competitive advantage for
right.
Canada as a whole for this industry. And conferences like this were great because we were just in Bitcoin Nashville, and we have about 8 American companies that came up for this event at our invitation to introduce them into the Canadian market, right? So we're trying to bring as many businesses as we can, grow their book of business, see how this market can actually, support their organizations, and so it's been really successful for them so far.
Well, that's amazing. That's amazing. The fact that the American companies want to come to Canada to be successful is a big change. It's a big change, as we saw as the federal government put the screws to the oil and gas industry. Those companies went to the U.S. And not just Alberta, but Manitoba and BC lost energy jobs because of that. They can't, like you said, they can't get the oil to to Texas, to the shipping ports. They can't get it to the west coast of Canada to be shipped. But now pivoting, you can get your energy out via Bitcoin, via digital dollars.
Well, that's, the power of innovation through technologies like blockchain. It supports the finance industry, the energy industry, the supply chain, the ag industry. Like, it's incredible how this technology can be so transformative. But yeah, so at one point companies were leaving just because they couldn't get their product to market. But now companies are finding a way to take stranded assets and mature assets and be able to revitalize them, create jobs, and get product to market.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The leader of the effort to revitalize Canada's economy standing next to me. I might have used a little hyperbole on that, but there is definitely leadership needed in this industry, and thank you for taking the leadership and taking the time to speak with us at DYOR Live about that. Kolia, thank you for joining the show.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly with other news and commentary here at DYOR Live.
So, we're talking about the institutional side and kind of juxtaposing that to the retail side. What do you think is the biggest, if you're going to sell, investing in digital assets today, what's the biggest investment piece? How would you drive that point home? Is it, as Monsieur mentioned, the macroeconomic side? Is it the utility? What's the biggest investment pieces for getting into this asset class right now with Bitcoin at 60,000 and ETH at 2,500? Anyone to start?
I could start with that. And maybe it's going to be a little bit different answer than you would expect it. For me, just given that the main business for us is venture capital, and so we're not necessarily investing as an institution in Bitcoin or Ethereum, but we're looking at investing privately into very early stage startups. And so, of course, from that side, we have a number of risks that are founder and company specific, but of course, they still need to align with the overall macro, right? And we need to be able to make these investments within a time frame where we can get into some sort of bull run and have some liquidity. And so, of course, if we foresee a bear market kind of looming, that's probably going to slow down quite drastically the pace of investments that we would be making. And so there's a number of these kind of macro, but also kind of very company and nuanced factors that I think that all kind of play hand in hand with each other.
I'd like to say, and I know there's going to be people in this audience who disagree with me, maybe even on this panel, crypto is still a risk-on asset, right? And to Mansour's point, we have to be in a proper macro environment for us to see uptake in any place, right? So if equities are selling off, if the data that we're getting globally is unemployment is higher, CPI is lower, right? That's going to put pressure on the equities market. Crypto is still a risk-on asset. We'd like to say that Bitcoin's uncorrelated to markets, but it's definitely highly correlated to markets, and that's why we saw a huge sell-off last week. Now, the markets rebounded this week, but to Mansour's point, we have to be in the right macro environment for that to happen. Now, with interest rates being cut across the board in so many jurisdictions possible, right? And we're probably going to see 25 to 50 basis point cut in the US, etc. That's going to create cheaper money. Cheaper money allows people to borrow at a lower rate, and then the money gets pumped back into crypto equities, etc.
And just to add to that, I think a lot of the macro data that's coming out right now is that for stocks and Bitcoin, we're sort of in a 3-month flat to somewhat divergent holding pattern. So not a lot of forecasted growth for the next 3 months, but again, is holding their breath for the Fed interest rates that money markets are pricing in. 100 basis point decrease for the remainder of this year and another 125 basis points next year. So we could be setting ourselves up for some interesting changes for the next 2 years. But what I'm also watching is, of course, the U.S. presidential election. So if we have a Kamala win, I think a lot of the current economic policies are going to maintain sort of what we're seeing now. But if we do have a Trump win, there could be some big changes and shifts in the economic cycle and the business cycle, just given some of the policy changes that they want to make around immigration, mass deportation, and also higher tariffs on foreign actors in China.
And firing Gary Gensler.
Yeah, I think my fellow panelists all made fair points. Kind of tapping into the economic side, I think social impact makes a difference. If we're looking at the consumers, Twitter still makes somewhat of a difference. Elon's tweets still make a bit of a difference. So, as the market matures and we see institutions coming in with ETFs, etc., I still think there's still going to always be this as far as just really
Well, I'd be interested from your perspective because you guys are probably see projects coming first, right? Like they come to you, they say, hey, we're building this project, and we built this product, and we want you guys to go and market it to the world. Over the last 12 months, have you seen an uptick in that, or how's that looking?
Yeah, definitely. Well, we kind of work hand in hand.
Yeah, so full disclosure, we work very closely with Luna. A lot of our companies work with them on the PR side. We share a lot of deals with each other. But yeah, absolutely. I would say over the last 12 months, we've been extremely active investing. I think in some months, even touching 10 or 11 deals per month, which is an insane pace. And there's this period where it seemed like crypto markets were, prices were going up, but valuations at that early stage were still relatively reasonable. And I think right now, where we are in the early stage kind of startup market, valuations are generally a little bit higher, while there's a little bit more cloudy sentiment, coming in for later stage. And so I think we've slowed down a little bit more cautious. Of course, we're waiting some of these big kind of political announcements, the Fed and the interest rates, and I think some of these things will kind of, the expectation largely, as you mentioned, with interest rates coming down, I think that'll push some, institutions back into crypto, push up prices, hopefully a catalyst for retail to come in and can have a nice solid kind of price appreciation across the board. And I think generally we've seen a lot of projects coming in at reasonable valuations, and I think lately it's a little bit inflated in some of the prices.
Yeah, and then just to quickly tap on that, I think when we've seen a lot of come through, timing is everything. Everyone's like, okay, I want to launch and I want to launch next week. And it's like, wait a minute. And people just have a bit of urgency because we don't know how long this cycle's going to last. Everyone predicts something different. But for us, it's really important that fundamentals are there, from internally, and then also if these businesses are set up the right way. And we're just there to make sure we guide them and make sure they're making the right moves. But yeah, everyone has a bit of an urgency right now, which is pros and cons.
Well, that actually segues perfectly into the next question. The panel is called Investing in the Future, and it's all about use cases. And I want to start with Mansoor on this one. We know that Bitcoin is money. We know Ethereum and Solana are creating the foundations for Web3. We know stable coins are creating payment rails, financial rails for institutions as well as consumers. What are some of the other use cases, Mansoor, that you're seeing on the VC side that actually have real-world utility? Because we want to identify projects that have real-world utility, because in theory, those should be the ones that actually gain the adoption and appreciate the value. So what are some of the use cases that you're seeing that are the most promising today?
This is interesting. People like me will come on stage and be like, oh my God, there's so many use cases. Supply chain, identity, and really the only thing that has traction in crypto is meme coins and trading, right? And we say in theory, the ones with real use cases have the most kind of potential. But the way that the market is right now, where it's a lot of DJs, Web3 native people, they want a lot of DeFi infrastructure, where they're not necessarily things that will bring in mass adoption. And a lot of the things that are targeting more retail, they're kind of hiding, the words blockchain, hiding the fact that it's crypto. For example, we have one portfolio company called Fantastic, and they've now put over 500,000 pets on chain, and they're providing digital identification to pets so that they can, take them to the vets and whatever other services they need. And all of their users don't know that they have a crypto wallet and have an NFT for their ID. They just see in their wallet, in their app, that they have an identification for their pet. They don't know the technology behind it. So I think that's one that there's a real use case. But I've also seen other stuff, like another company or portfolio called Credit, where they're creating credit risk rating models across Africa to help people that are underbanked or unbanked entirely get better access to finance. And and banking services and loans, and they've been working with the larger banks in those regions to digitize their loan books and create a better kind of financial system. And again, that's why there's a real use case, a real business. But again, it's very different than what a lot of people might see as like a thing that's exciting and that'll pop off, because it doesn't have that same DJ feel.
Yeah, and over at the desk at Newton, we're getting a lot of clients asking for some different points that are available. I think a big theme, we haven't mentioned it yet on this panel this year, is the intersection of AI and blockchain. So I've been approached by a number of different funds that have been raising to invest in this sector. In addition to that intersection, we're also having a lot that's talking when it comes to gaming, digital ownership, similar use cases to NFTs and high-function ownership. We have games coming in a lot of these cool first-person shooters where you have different items, or even RPG games, different items that collectibles and digital ownership. I think that's going to be a continuing trend in use case moving forward as well.
I think they covered most of what I wanted to say. I'll just say supply chain transparency is a good use case depending on what you're using it for. Healthcare, we've seen a lot of use cases of that, but I can't go off the sewer.
So we don't have very much time, but it wouldn't be an investment panel without asking you what your thoughts are on the market over the next 12 months. Are you bullish or are you bearish? We saw Bitcoin hit an all-time high before the halving for the first time. What are your thoughts on where we're going over the next 12 months?
Not investment advice. Again, underlining, this is not investment advice. There's a lot of, I'm not going to get a number, but there's a lot of catalysts as to why the price of Bitcoin should go up, including cheap money, interest rate cuts, more adoption, mass adoption. I won't get a number, but if I said them earlier, will anybody be shocked in the room?
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of talks right now about recession, especially the technical recession, which is the two negative quarters of negative GDP growth. Of course, this is all U.S. data. I think that if this indicator is really a lagging indicator, I think a lot of the things that are happening in the economy will show up in the data, or in the jobs, and inflation. It's really stuff that's happening 6 or 12 months ago. So I think there's an expression we always say, let's skate to where the puck's going. This is a Canadian conference, so if you want to skate to where the puck's going, I think that we've talked a lot about different things in the macro picture today. You have the unwind of the Japan carry trade. We have sort of a bit of a pullback right now, but again, look towards the Fed interest rates announcements, some of the prediction markets around that, and sort of leading indicators for where risk-on assets will be going moving forward.
Thank you. I think from my side, when you start looking at like some of these macro factors that we talked about and kind of where we are currently, I strongly believe that we'll have a strong uptick in price appreciation in the industry and kind of a bull run before we get into bear territory. And looking back kind of through the cycles, like this is the time when you find the things that are going to be big in that cycle, right? And the guys that are building the key infrastructure, the key products that are really going to hit it big. And like some of those, companies, hopefully the ones I mentioned a moment ago, even 30 minutes ago on stage, you saw Trevor from Sapien speaking about data labeling, and like that's again another one of those core infrastructures that we need to solve, linking AI and data, solving this problem. And again, it could be another thing that really takes off and hits it big in the next bull run. And so keep an eye out. These are the kind of coins I would say, like for example, to take a look at and consider, potentially adding to your portfolio if you're trying to get into those markets. I'm very excited about how kind of the stars are aligning coming up for the second half of 2024.
Just quickly, I think we're still in the early stages of mainstream adoption, so if we're being bullish.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
our panelists. We want to thank Antera for bringing crypto curling to this year's Blockchain Futurist Conference. Don't miss out on that experience for this truth-making sport. By the way, when you stop by, you can actually try to win some prizes, and who wouldn't want to play? Next up is Ari Jules, the author of the Oracle. Following his presentation, his book signing will be in the main floor of the expo hall. We would now like to welcome our keynote speaker, Ari Jules.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here today. I'm going to talk about my crypto thriller novel, The Oracle. Now, the book is science fiction, but it's also a scientifically grounded exploration of the near future. And I'm going to talk about one of its key messages, a warning about the combination of blockchains and AI. Now, to be clear, the combination of these two technologies is powerful and promising. And I'm particularly eager to see AI enhance the capabilities of smart contracts. Today, smart contracts are agreements between or among parties that need to be specified rigidly in code. With the use of AI, and in particular LLMs, there's the possibility of an interface through natural language with human beings and with human institutions. One can imagine, for instance, once we manage to grapple with problems like adversarial examples and hallucinations and so on and so forth, that smart contracts will be able to do things like interpret existing legal codes, which of course are codified as natural language. So as I said, the combination of these two technologies is a powerful one. But there's also a potential dark side. And this is something that colleagues and I discussed in a paper we published way back in 2015 or 2016. In this paper, we warned in particular about the possibility of natural language processing, of AI, enhancing smart contracts capabilities so as to give rise to something we called in the paper criminal smart contracts. And what I refer to today as rogue smart contracts. In a nutshell, a rogue smart contract is a contract whose purpose is to facilitate the perpetration of the crime, to solicit the offense. Let me give you an example to illustrate the problem. And this is a relatively benign example. Nobody gets hurt here. I'll give you an example of an AI-powered rogue smart contract. Many or most of you have heard of the Koh-i-Noor diamond. This is a famous jewel, part of the collection of crown jewels in the British royal family. It sits in the Tower of London. And it has a storied and contentious history. For instance, India believes that it is stolen and has demanded its repatriation. And there are many people who believe that the diamond is cursed. So you can imagine that somebody might want the diamond to disappear. Not to own the diamond, after all, it's cursed, but just to see it vanish from the Tower of London. Well, such a person could in principle stand up a rogue smart contract that offers a monetary bounty, say $100,000 in cryptocurrency, to whoever manages to steal the diamond, to make it vanish. But to realize this contract, you have to find answers to two critical questions. First, how does the contract know if the diamond is stolen? And second, even if the contract somehow determines that the diamond was stolen, how does it determine who is responsible for the theft in the real world? How does it know who should receive the bounty? To answer these two questions, I need to introduce you to a concept from the criminal underworld known as a calling card. In a nutshell, a calling card is an exotic detail that's left at the scene of a crime. And its purpose is in fact to identify usually using a pseudonym, identify a criminal to the world. So for example, if you've ever seen the charming and funny Pink Panther movies, they feature a jewel thief by the name of the Phantom, played by David Niven. See there? The Phantom's calling card is a glove monogrammed with the letter P, which stands, of course, for Phantom. So, in the movies, if a jewel disappears and this glove appears in its place, appears in its stead, you know that the Phantom is responsible for the crime. Armed with this concept, we can now understand how a rogue contract for diamond theft or potentially for other crimes would work. Here's the idea. The would-be criminal, in this case the jewel thief, writes out a description of his calling. Let's suppose this is the very first time that the Phantom has used the monogram before. So the jewel thief writes out a brief description, monogram, glove, in text, and sends it to the smart contract. But he sends it in concealed form. Think of it as encrypted, cryptographically committed. Later, the crime is committed. The jewel disappears, the diamond disappears. And as I said, the Koh-i-Noor diamond is this world-famous diamond. So if it disappeared from the Tower of London, this crime, the theft, would be splashed across the headlines of all the major papers. Once this happens, the thief reveals the calling card he had previously sent to the contract. Think of it as decrypting the calling card. And this contract now checks, was the calling card correct according to accounts of the crime?
Hey everybody, in just a few minutes we're going to be going live with Zach Humphreys and Oscar Ramos and Crypto Mark with a lunchtime Blockchain Futurist Conference panel discussion about AI, about the show, about everything going.
What the calling card would be. Now I said that this was an AI-powered rogue smart contract. So where does AI come into play here? The answer is here. In order to determine that the description of the calling card matched accounts in the news, of course, mentioned the presence of this monogram with the glove, you need to appeal to an AI to something like an LLM, a ChatGPT type of thing. Additionally, because it's not feasible to execute LLMs to do inference on most blockchains, this LLM would run most naturally in an Oracle system. And you would need an Oracle system also to fetch the news that's used to confirm the workings of it. This is the idea of how the rogue smart contract. This is where the role of AI plays. Now, as I said, the example I just gave you is a benign one. Nobody got hurt. In the novel, my novel, The Oracle, there's a much more sinister contract. In the book, there's a rogue contract offering a bounty for the assassination of the hero of the book. As you know, smart contracts are in principle unstoppable. So the hero of the novel has this impossible task before him. He has to figure out somehow to defuse the rogue contract with a bounty on his head. That's the crux of the story, and that, of course, is what makes it. A few things I want to note.
Yeah.
First, rogue smart contracts of the type that I just described and the type described in the book are technically feasible today, thanks to the advent of LLMs, effective LLMs.
Right.
They're technically feasible, but happily not possible.
Definitely moving, absolutely. 1,000%.
You can't just go and stand up and assess.
Market cap's going to be a quadrillion dollars. Yes. Right, exactly.
Yet.
To get a good one?
The important message of the novel is its cautionary tale about the combination of blockchains.
We got Zach Coin, we got Tom Coin.
Now, I'm not too worried, in fact, about assassination smart contracts or contracts that
Never sell it.
But I am worried about something.
And soon you'll be so stinking rich. We won't even want to talk to each other anymore. We'll be like, hey, get the fuck out of here.
Why buy a blue chip?
you can buy
Maybe
turtleneck
most of us worry about rogue AI.
Check it out. I'll give you
By which I mean an AI agent that somehow escapes its confines and rampages Godzilla.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're just listening to a little fun from Zach Humphreys striking, talking smack while Pedro is taking some
Could
pictures.
happen, for instance, through an autonomous weapons system. AI agent gains control of, say, a fighter jet. This would be a nightmare scenario. Or manages to seize control of cyber-physical infrastructure, power plants, or autonomous vehicles, or something else. It could wreak havoc that way. But there's a vector of escape that goes unappreciated for the most part, and is also dangerous, and quite realistic. And that is the financial system. As my example shows, if an AI agent can control money, it can have an impact in the tangible.
Yep.
So we shouldn't just be worrying about
we're running out of
Godzilla,
time,
we should
too.
be worrying about Godzilla with a wallet.
I sent a tweet out.
So what do we do about the possibility of rogue AI agents accessing money, and in particular crypto assets? In the example I showed you, an oracle served as an intermediary between an AI tool and a smart contract. It was facilitating smart contracts' use of an example. I showed you an LLM. But that also means that the oracle is in some sense playing the role of a gatekeeper. And so there's the possibility of turning the scenario on its head and asking instead, not what havoc can oracles reach through the combination AI and contracts, but rather how can oracles help enforce AI safety?
Ben Crypto?
And this is something I've been giving a lot of thought to recently, as have a number of my colleagues.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
The Oracle is a story about many things. It's an introduction to blockchain technology for people without technical backgrounds. It includes some little tutorials. At the same time, it talks about some cutting-edge concepts in blockchain technology that aren't discussed elsewhere and may well materialize in the next few years. It's a story about blockchain oracles, but also about ancient oracles. The Oracle of Delphi and its patron god Apollo play a key role in the plot of the story. It's a cautionary tale about the combination of blockchains and AI. But most importantly, it's the story about a hero fighting for his life against two implacable powers. What appears to be a cosmic power, possibly from ancient Greece, possibly in the form of the god Apollo, and a technological power, namely an AI-powered rogue smart contract. Bad for him, but good for you if you like thriller novels and spicy. I'm pleased to say that there will be a signing in just a few minutes in the middle of the show floor with complimentary books available. I hope you'll join me there. I'll be very happy to sign a book for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ari. He will now be hosting his book signing in the Expo Hall. We're going to be taking a quick lunch break from the main stage. Please go and visit our Expo booths upstairs and downstairs.
Gentlemen,
a reminder,
looks like we're going to be early.
All food trucks and coffee trucks are now open outside in the parking lot. All food trucks are enabled with cryptocurrency payments brought to you by YukaPay. While you are grabbing some food, go out and check the massive mining installation outside in the laneway, brought to you by Digital Shovel. We'll see you back at the Wonderfy main stage at about 1:20 in the afternoon. Thanks a lot and enjoy your lunch.
All right, Tom, so I'll see you around. All right, that's awesome. We need a mint. We were down, we were on you, you were like, oh, let's go. Like, brought a noise.
Boom! I did. The camera really take a piss and he'll be back. They don't count us down to go. Yeah. To go left. Wait, where's our... Come on.
Yeah, set it up right here.
Hold on.
Set it up right here. Yeah, sure. Set it up right here, set it up. Right here. live together. What did Raymond tell us? Back there. Hi, boys. Go. Starting up the live stream. Can I put this back there or no? Is that here? No, you can put it anywhere you want. Live at the medium? I don't know. Maybe, okay. Go to spaces. And we'll start next video. Well, I mean, the only way. Oh, I didn't know that. You got a different light for you today. It works. Make sure it's on. Get that right.
Testing.
Let's go. Good day, everybody. Welcome to DYOR Live here at the Blockchain Futurist Convention, East Toronto, East London, here in Toronto, Ontario. My name's Tom, otherwise known as Striking, here in the digital media universe, and we're glad to be hosting the Blockchain Futurist live stream lunchtime show here, and I'm with my fellow YouTube creators, Oscar Ramos, Zach Humphreys, and Crypto Mark. Thank you, everybody. And they're all broadcasting live on their respective channels. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're going to talk about today's show a lot. The focus on today's show has been heavy in AI and that type of stuff. Oscar, what have you found at the show today that interests you?
Well, so far, thank you so much. What's going on, everybody? I'm very happy to be here, and I mean, so far the energy. Right now, the energy has been phenomenal. I think what people were expecting yesterday from Shiba Inu, the announcements, that was really, really nice. I'm still seeing a lot of people really excited to see it collaborate.
Different, protocols and layers and, different teams, and that really excites me a lot. This is gonna be a Shiba Inu culture event, and so far right now, what people and what everybody is kind of looking is how to onboard more users to the crypto space, and that's really what it's getting to be, making those relationships. And yesterday, actually, going to the vote, that was really inspired, to continue the network. So just calm one down to the next one, and I'll see you here. I appreciate that.
Zach, how's the show going for you? What new and cool things have you seen today?
It's awesome, man. Last night we had the chance to get on the yacht party, and we met up with Michael Turpin, who is an absolute legend.
Wow.
He's been around for a really, really long time. I think that's what you really get out of these conferences. You never know who you're going to see. You never know who you're going to stumble across. And I was just soaking up some knowledge with Mr. Turpin. He's been around for a really long time. And, it's interesting. He's got a new book coming out called Super Cycle. Right. He thinks with ETFs and things that are happening that maybe we could be breaking out of 4-year cycles sooner than we think. Obviously, time will tell. But, no, it's exciting, man. And you mentioned AI at the top of there. Super excited about AI. NVIDIA gave us our first big AI pop, but I think there's going to be some real substance with, companies like Injective, companies like Render. And then you have ASI, which is the Artificial Super Alliance Intelligence that's forming now. It's going to be interesting to watch some of the decentralized AI projects really compete against some of the centralized companies out there. AI is kind of an emerging technology with blockchain, so I think they're going to kind of move in tandem. There's going to be a ton of opportunities, I think, as investors, too.
Well, I've been really interested in watching Pedro, but I've been really interested in watching the effect of the Bitcoin economy that AI is also driving with the mining centers, coming all the way down to the fabrication industry. There are people here that literally employ welders and assemblers and tool and die guys to make Bitcoin mining equipment, and that's a totally different aspect of the Bitcoin economy, down to the trade levels. And that's jobs. That's, as every politician loves to say, that's the mortgage paying jobs. That's the pay for the kids' school type stuff. And that's a big thing. And it's showcased all here. How about you, Mark? What's going on for you at the show here?
Yeah, I agree. And especially because we're in Toronto and you see that Bitcoin presence, the integration of crypto in your everyday infrastructurally and, those enterprise solutions. And I think that's kind of where, you get a glimpse of this. Being from where we're at in the United States, it's there, but it's all digital. You come here, it's a little bit more mainstream. This is a great event. We've covered events before, but this is a more holistic. I think it's not a maxi event. Everybody here, it's an ETH event, but there's a lot of altcoins held by everybody here. So it's a more, I think, well-rounded event from top to bottom. So.
Yeah, what I noticed that in years past, at every show, there's always some sort of thing that's like a meme coin.
Yeah.
And while memes have exploded this year on at the trading level, still at these shows, it's more development of new protocols, new ways to integrate crypto into the mainstream economy. And that is really, while we all love meme coins, and we love degenning in them a lot, the future of the economy and the real market growth in it is the things that you see showcased here, especially if they can bring AI fully and crypto together in a manageable manner. Like every session today, it has something to do with AI and linking to your brain, AI and linking to the Web3 economy, and the supply chain that develops in it. All of those develop companies that are all great for investing. And from every level, like I mentioned, the fabrication company that's here, all the way to consultants and the large language model people, new companies. And a lot of them have tokens, which are going to need to be bought by people like us and talked about on the air. So it's good to see all these new projects coming in. And as we like to say, Oscar, you like to talk about price predictions on things. Have you found any projects here that you think like that is something that I want to pay attention to because it has potential?
Thank you so much. Honestly, I'm still looking around because there's a lot of opportunities, like you mentioned, perhaps. But one of the things that I'm looking on, and I was talking on my channel earlier today, Oscar Bonus on YouTube, is the effect that the macro indicators are going to have in everything, especially Bitcoin. Earlier today, breaking news, everybody, we just got the CPI consumer price index report, which we see now the decline in inflation numbers. It may not mean that you go to the grocery store and you're paying less money. I get it. A lot of people are still making those cases. But now instead of 3% headline CPI in the United States, now it's 4.9% decline for the first time. And also more inflation instead of 3.1%. I have one more. I turned it off by actually September before the FOMC. Now, if you're watching me right now and saying, well, Oscar, how would that help my price prediction strategy? Well, it's not because a lot of the times in the consolidation period, right now we are in, as the news has been evolving, typically you are experiencing 5 months recession of nothingness. We have 2 major crashes. Germany selling 2.9 billion worth of Bitcoin, and also recession fears where Japanese, Taiwan, and the United States lost trillions of dollars because of recession fears, including geopolitical unrest. That boils down to U.S. didn't cut federal funds rate. Many countries in the world did. In about a month or so from now, we got another CPI data, PPI data, unemployment data. It's going to be decent. I'm expecting Shiba Inu and many different meme coins that we're talking here and different projects, not necessarily meme coins, to do extremely well. The reason why? Because macro is going to start popping off as soon as we get a 25 to 50 basis point, and I couldn't be more excited because yes, predictions-wise, yeah, we can all say go to the moon, but it all starts with Bitcoin, it all starts with macro. We're at the ETH conference, come on. It's going to be phenomenal. Super cycle is coming, and we're bullish.
Here's what I would say too, guys, about meme coins. Like, we've had a lot of new meme coins like really set the stage for us right now. What we haven't had is like the OG meme coins really make a big surge, right? We haven't seen SHIB make that parabolic run. We haven't seen Doge make that big run. Now we have Pepe and WIF and Bonk. When retail does come back into crypto, they're going to come back into meme coins. So I've been personally stacking some of the new meme coin plays and some of the AI, speculation. If I'm winning on some trades over there, I'm putting profits back into blue chips that haven't moved yet. Putting it back into Dogecoin, SHIB, Pepe, cryptos like this that when retail comes back, it's going to be top of mind, brand awareness. That's where the money's going to flow, I think, at some point.
And one key detail is that investing in tokens and projects that continue building despite the market conditions, because some projects build in the bull market and in the bear market they do nothing. They rug pull, they scam, and they leave. No, we don't need to get to those levels now. We don't need to get to those projects anymore. Support projects that continue building and come to these events so we meet them face to face. That's what exactly excites me personally. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, it's cyclical. The historical data is on par from where we're at right now, and we've talked with a lot of people that, quite frankly, they've made a lot of money in crypto. They are all here for a reason. That's why they're pioneers in the space, and that's why we come to these events to get that alpha, to get that mindset. Where are things headed? And price predictions are cool. I agree with you 100%. It's too volatile right now, so it's just something where we got to wait. We got to wait for kind of what happens within.
He's pushing the mic closer to mouth.
Yeah, a little different. Yeah. Anyways, just to follow up and just finish off, I'm with you on Q4. I think that's when we're going to see it, and it's just that 50 basis points. I think is do a lot more than we expect.
Quickly, I'm going to take a 1 second break here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the Blockchain Futurist live stream here, hosting their lunchtime show. Thanks for joining in, everybody. Drop some comments on the feed. We'll try and answer them if you got any good questions. We're with Zach Humphreys here, with Oscar Ramos and Crypto Mark, Pedro Garcia, and of course, striking here with DYOR Media. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, one last final point. I think we often forget, too, that people are kind of struggling still. They're going through inflation right now. What's your grocery bill look like? It's not top of mind right now. I think once people kind of have a better overall situation, they're going to be more risk on, more risk adverse. They're going to start looking at crypto again. And with ETFs now, I don't see the institutional demand really leaving now. So we've got time to wait. And once that institutional demand is met with the retail demand that we saw in 2021, takeoff, right, Pedro?
Legit. I think one of the things I think we can talk about also macro is being able to look at the commodities in a sense. What's up, brother? How you doing? Come on in. Come on. Yeah, get up in the mix. Hey, so I think one of the things that we do need to be paying attention is you're looking at crude oil. You want to be looking at wheat. Do the other things, because these are the raw commodities in which we actually build society, right? You're looking at, i.e., let's say wood, lumber, right? And understanding the way we're seeing these things from a macro standpoint. Now, this is also important, and I want to even parallel with what Oscar. Forgive me, man. My brain is like
no worries.
Parallel with what Oscar is saying. Looking at the CCP and CPI, PPI, and these little things are important. But I also want to add into it. We've been watching the United States literally go through month after month, 6 months, 7 months, revising these numbers. Okay, and that's real, right? Because right now in the current status where we're looking at, we see an initial pump with the actual data, but then when we see the actual transition in the actual numbers, we see they're actually much worse off, right? So it's important to understand to have a current view of what's happening with Bitcoin, what he's saying. But in additionally to that, we also want to see what's actually happening with the revision of the numbers. And again, I'm not making a prediction here, everybody knows what I do, but the reality is this, is if we keep seeing revisions, I think we will see it descending in the economy at a point where there will be a great buy point if things actually get on the right track and we get back on the right railway. Well, we will see then the numbers actually hit right. We'll see the economy explode, and we'll see industry and money colliding together and see a lot of money being made, especially with crypto and in traditional finance.
Yeah, let me piggyback off that. We were talking about inflation. I think that's key. And I talked about this in one of my videos on my YouTube channel. One of the biggest things being hurt by inflation is car insurance. And I talk with people, and people won't recognize that. They don't understand how the supply chain works and that domino effect. But put in perspective, you have people cutting their car insurance premiums in half, taking less coverage, just so they can pay that same premium on their budget.
And that's a big risk.
That's a big risk, but I think outside of car insurance, it just alludes to the fact that right now we're still stuck at that adoption rate. And to grow wallets, to grow adoptions, you need the blue collar crypto army. You need retail money. And when people are sacrificing car insurance, jeopardizing their health, they're not using that excess capital and getting into something volatile and risky. And that's kind of, I think, where we're stuck in the mud. We need to get inflation better so people have that excess capital, because they got wrecked in 2022, Right. We all did. It's cyclical, but you got to know when to get in, get up, and get out, and then you can make the best decisions for yourselves.
Well, or just tell JPow to turn the money printers back.
Right. Just that's we're
in with the yen carry trade, and then
I think we're going to hear that sound again soon. The burp. It's either the sound of the A10 Warthog gun or the U.S. Treasury money printer. It's the same sound. Burp. But on that note, if they do crank the money printer up, it's likely we'll see inflation, or at least we'll see the Fed struggle with the needs of the Treasury versus the Fed. Fed wants to bring inflation down. Treasury needs cash monies, and so they're gonna fight each other.
Well, a lot of times perception is reality.
Oh, that's
right?
true, absolutely.
And so, like all this data coming out, CPI data, who knows if that data is really 100% accurate? Who knows if it's all on point? But the market will react to it because, again, perception is reality. If things look better, people will speculate that things are better. Prices go up.
I would love to say that's true. Again, I don't want to be contrarian, but the reality is this: if I can't find a job and I've been laid off, or I was working 40, now I'm only working 30, and I've just lost a quarter of my income, what happens is then I can't put money into the economy. What really needs to happen is money, if he does start to print, he needs to put money into loans and mandate loans to banks, local banks for small businesses. And doing that, you see a generation of new money, not a generation of people, but generating income into the economy. Instead of giving you a free check to go spend, no, I'm going to give you an opportunity to create generational money to contribute. Then hence seeing a rise in employment, then on top of that, also seeing a rise in confidence in yourself to spend, because you have not only your job, but also a side income that's really doing well. Those two factors are extremely important. Regardless of whether you perceive something, I agree with you, perception is reality, but only to a certain extent. If I perceive I'm a millionaire, but I'm having a hard time, and the reason I say is there's more millionaires in America than ever before, but I'm struggling to pay for the groceries, and I'm realizing my job is cutting my hours, we start to have issues. So, I'm saying.
Shabansky says, so true, Crypto Mark, you hit the nail on the head. No one can afford to eat. Well, I wouldn't say no one can afford to eat. I would say that the prices of groceries are too high compared to people's relative income. It is being managed by the industry as people seek lower prices. That puts pressure on prices to come down. But all in all, when the money printer goes on and inflation comes up, the prices of food are the first to be affected. And especially here in Canada, we have what's called a carbon tax. Now, even the shipper that brings the seed to the farm to grow the food has to pay an additional tax just on the carbon he emits on the air. And the next layer, the guy who ships the food to the processor, the guy that ships the food from the processor to the distributor, to the store. Each level pays a carbon tax, and that raises the price dramatically more than it is.
Yeah, and we talked politics a little bit and how that's going to play a role with the next, wave in 4 years. And to your point with small businesses, I think that really commenced under Trump and, his initiative when he won the 2020 election. But then it's just like everything else with the United States. You get 4 years, if you can't get a double term and you can't control Congress, you're just turning in a circle. It's a never-ending loop of we're going to do better than you guys, and then we're going to just alternate every 4 years and nothing ever gets done. So that's kind of where we're at.
Hey Ed, you're a trader here, and you and Pedro have had some discussions about this.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you see the numbers that Oscar's been talking about with the CPI and PPI? Is it really going to influence us in the next few days in the short term from a trading perspective?
From a trading perspective, to be honest, I'm not very sure. Like right now, I think that crypto's in a spot where if we lose that, what is it, like 60K level again, we're gonna go back down to maybe 50K. Could get even worse. But I think as we get closer to the election, the volume is gonna dry up. You're gonna see all the spreads start to widen out. Traders are gonna just be waiting for November. So, we have seen moves before, prior to elections. I remember back in 2016, there was the James Comey report that came out about Hillary Clinton, and that moved the markets before the election. But the past 4 elections, the month or two before, everyone's just been waiting on their hands. So I think that everybody already knows that inflation is high. I mean, I live here in Toronto. I see firsthand a lot of people just complaining about groceries. There's a Loblaws next door to my house, and at 9 p.m. they bring out a truck of all the sandwiches and pizza at 50% off. And so I heard about it, and I said, you know what, I'm going to go check it out. And I was shocked by it's like savages, okay? There's like 30 people running at this cart trying to get half off.
It's like that in the U.S. too, where I live,
bet,
in Chicago.
for sure.
They wait for that discount sushi, just as good as it was an hour ago.
Yeah.
But it's delicious. All right, thanks, Ed. We're going to wrap up this stream here, but I'd like to go through the creators here and have you guys let us know what's coming up new on your channel, things that you're covering.
Just daily crypto news. I do more news than TA, but we still talk prices. We talk the trends, meme coins. Right now, a lot of the steam right now, and I think that goes to what we just talked about with the 2 months leading up to the election. Everybody's just waiting on their hands and knees. People don't want to wait, so they're getting into them fast movers. They're getting into launches, pre-sales. Volatility, and if you do have that, extra capital on the sidelines, you're looking to make up. You're chasing losses. You're trying to 10x, 100x. Nobody's just grinding it out, and you come here and it's a very diverse crowd. So that's kind of what's in right now. So that's what we're focusing on mostly.
Zach, what's coming up with you in the ZH brand?
Yeah, man. Same thing with Mark, covering crypto news, covering XRP quite a bit right now. XRP has a lot of hype around it. From a content standpoint, we're always looking at what people are searching, what people are interested in. XRP obviously notching a couple more victories. A lot of people interested in that, and I think there's a reason why. We're getting ready for a major shift, and I know we've talked about this in the Breakfast Club on my X Space. We almost need a hard reset. Right, in order for crypto to really flourish and really be that predominant force. Who's doing that more than Ripple right now? They're literally trying to flip things upside down. Basically saying, hey, we don't need the middleman anymore. We don't need the banks, right? We can be our own bank. I can send Mark money instantaneously. I don't need somebody to hold the money and be my little, peon or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, exactly. But XRP is just driving a lot of traffic right now. But I think eventually we're going to get altcoin season, man. And I think it's going to be Ethereum that's going to set it off. So I think as we get into Q4, we're going to see major layer ones finally make that big move. Oscar, we're waiting for Solana and Avalanche and Cardano. I'm definitely waiting for Cardano. We're waiting for that big push, and I think it's coming, man. So I'm forecasting what I'm hopefully going to be talking about, and that's this altcoin season that we've been waiting way too long for.
Just one last thing, because I think it's relevant to what Zach said. This is an ETH conference, kind of, in more forms than not, but XRP has definitely been the pulse, and I think that's the one that has gotten out of the the shadows, and I think that just want to say that real quick. XRP is the pulse. A lot of ETH people just going right into XRP, Bitcoin. That's kind of what we've heard from a lot of big time investors.
Well, everybody, people need nowadays more than ever, as we increase the amount of millions of users in the world, people need leaders and content creators who say it like it is, and that's basically what you're going to be listening from our channels. Oscar Ramos in the house, and I'll tell you something, guys. We just got some breaking news for Crypto.com. I'm an affiliate at Crypto.com. I'm a Kronos Chain ambassador as well. I cover XRP, cover Shiba Inu in the house too. I'm very blessed to have an amount of followers and subscribers that we're really making a change And it boils down to life is hard, but what are we supposed to do about it, right? Instead of complaining or just kind of like getting really depressed and saying, well, life is just against me, let's go ahead and do something, and crypto can really give us freedom. In our channels, in my channel, guys, really celebrating what's going on in crypto, especially in the space of financial freedom and investing. And right now, I'm just totally into Shiba Inu, really what Shaitoshi, the team, Cal, Shiba Inu Magazine, and with all the breaking news we got yesterday, price predictions, which I always give realistic price predictions, which I really believe that starting November, we're going to be seeing phenomenal surges in different cryptos, especially Ethereum and Bitcoin. That's going to drive.
Where's the price prediction? We're waiting.
Exactly, right? The price prediction, we're going to be looking at well over 100,000 Bitcoin, either the end of 2024, first quarter of 2025. After that, when retail starts seeing, okay, actually we're making money, I think I gotta buy. That's called FOMO, fear of missing out. So right now, it's just consolidation. FOMO is gonna be taken from 6 digits, 100,000 to 200,000 in a matter of months. So all of us who are buying and getting in right now, we're gonna just sit down, relax, and enjoy the show, because eventually, whenever your indicator says, okay, it's time for me to take profits, boom, boom. And either you take everything in one lump sum or you start cashing in little by little. But that once Bitcoin and Ethereum, the major altcoins, start saying, okay, time for us to slow down, guess who's coming in? Altcoins, major altcoins, meme coins, right? So what Crypto.com, over 3 billion users exposed now with a Champions League partnership breaking today right now. CPI data breaking today right now. We also have Ripple, as Zach is covering and crushing it. I'm also doing it on my channel. Ripple just announcing major news, especially what Judge Torres said. Hey, this is not a security, and instead of $2+ billion that the SEC wanted them to pay, Ripple just $125 million as of right now. It's not confirmed that they will do it, but that's kind of like what's standing right now. So as you can tell, everybody, it's not only Shiba Inu, but it's also really good, solid blue chips, including Bitcoin as a store of value that people are just diving in right now. Yesterday we spoke here on this podium that billionaires are investing in, accumulating by the masses, borrowing so much money to add even more Bitcoin. That means that if you don't get in right now before the major super cycle, I don't want to say it, but I will have to, because I say it like it is, you will be someone's exit liquidity. And that's the worst feeling ever, because I waited from 2021. I started, but that was in a way my mistake, but I was starting. My job right now is positioning myself in a great position with meme coins and awesome cryptos, so we make ourselves and change our lives forever. That's what I got.
Well, you got a lot to say, and thanks for the analysis. I really appreciate it. Gentlemen, to Oscar Ramos, to Zach Humphreys, to Crypto. They're the alpha in the industry, and I'm looking forward to doing more events with them in the future. So be there, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Thanks, Tom.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. We'll be back later with more interviews on the Blockchain Futurist Convention.
Mark is in the house, and Pedro check us out. Our X, YouTube, all those other things. Here's the thing, for me personally, I don't necessarily 100% industry.
Whose stream is this? Oh, what's up? What's up, everybody? Here, let's show Zach's brand here on the DYOR Media.
Go right here.
Here, show this one up here.
There we go. DYOR, Zach Humphreys, grab it, share it.
Up there.
Hey guys, so yeah, there we go. DYOR, one time, got Mark right over there, different stuff. But I'm not going to be very, but I just have an issue with some of the yeah, And if you want to check more of my crazy content out, check us out over at DYOR. We are live Eastern Standard Daylight Time. 12 o'clock. Check us out. We stream every day. It's right after the breakfast class. And I go over charting, and then I yell at Tom because he has different views than me. So it's good little views of just seeing back and forth and going over the subjects that I don't try to be contrary, but I'm not a moon boy. I'm not.
Good.
Yeah, so
tell it like it is.
You know, I'm gonna tell you, if Bitcoin's going down. You were on that, right? When I was talking about 60. What was that?
It was up at 70, it came over down to 50. And we're all over it.
You were mad at me. You were like, bro.
No, I would say, we need those different voices, and you were spot on, bro.
And again, I'm not trying to call it, because I don't call it. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the chart, and I'm watching the sellers and the buyers come in. There's certain ways to be able to sit there and see it through the wicks and what's actually happening, and the weakness that come in from that. And so that's really what it is. Yeah. Well, I'm giving it back to the next.
Definitely check these guys out. DYOR, hooking it up at the conference here. Tom's got the setup.
Showing off, dude.
Look at that, man. Look at the setup. Give you guys a full
Oh, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? Oh, I see it. We got all this stuff going on. This one's back. What's up, guys? How you doing? It's good to see y'all. Kind of waiting. Everybody's talking here, so we're kind of, and we're having lunch. So there's going to be a big push from basically 1 to 2 to 3, and then we've got Bitcoin. We got the CEO of Bitcoin Magazine coming on. We got Ryu, the chairman, hopefully coming. They said yes, but also they're being pulled everywhere. They're a major sponsor here. Also, we've got a great, I think. Nobody knows about them yet, but I think this company is going to be a major push in the AI program, simply because they really track whether something's left or right, if there's a bias, and everybody gets it, and then they put it on the blockchain, which I feel like that gives accountability where things are actually happening. So I'm really excited about what we have coming up here. And if you guys have any questions, just send us out. You know, any questions, anything like that. Also, stable coin, or what was it? Stable. What's this one right here? Stable coin.
Stable coin panel.
Yes.
Stable corp.
Stable corp. I met the CEO. Tom doesn't know this. As I was walking up to the truck to get some water, and I was like, "Are you with them?" And he goes, "Yeah." And then I said, "I'd love to have you guys on." And I said, "Honestly, you're great. We just want someone kind of talking." He goes, "Cool, I'm the CEO." And I was like, "Oh." I said, "Okay." I was like, "Well, we'd love to have you come on and talk about what you guys are looking at, what you guys are trying to see set up." So hopefully he will come. I gotta go find him as well, because everybody gets pulled everywhere. So we'll see what happens. But his name is Alex. Hopefully we'll be able to bring him on and ask him some questions and just ask him what he wants. How's he looking to serve the crypto community in the best possible way and change not only your life but your children's lives as well. And that's the most important thing for us. Oh, and also the blockchain game. So talk that out. Somebody just talked. I talked to the Blockchain Futurist Conference. Okay. Yes. There's also a game company that I talked to their CEO, and it's actually really interesting. Their metaverse is like. Have they even been able to hear me? Their game is 10 times better than Decentraland. I mean, dude, I saw their game.
What's up, Chuck Jansen? Chuck Jansen in the house.
What's up? Dude, it is so clear. I was like, wow, this is really good. Like, the guys, yeah, he goes, they were late to the game, but purposely. They wanted to make sure that when they brought the product to market, that the gamers are going to absolutely love it. It's not block. What's it? It's not block. What is it? Roblox. It's not Roblox, but it looks very similar. And the graphics are amazing. And I sat there, and it's a decentralized blockchain metaverse where you can play games, you can build games. They're encouraging developers to come out, coders to come out and develop on this blockchain metaverse to actually have games. So let's say you're what's those guys who go around and like kill each other and they play like, it's like an imaginary, it's like Dungeon Dragon, but
yeah.
Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're taking over the Blockchain Futurist Conference live stream here at the Blockchain Futurist Conference, ETH Toronto, ETH Women here in Toronto, Ontario. My name's Tom, otherwise known as Striking. I'm with the co-host of DYOR Live, Pedro Garcia, the crypto chart analyst, and we're talking about all the good things happening at the show today. Pedro, what have you seen in the morning session of day 2 today? What kind of stuff that's really excited you?
I think one of the things I really was excited about is the ability for blockchain to actually change people's lives through AI, right? Like we can talk great game of, okay, I can look this up and look that up. One of the things I really noticed is how it's going to allow people to be able to not just do work better, but interact with work better, right? A good work and life balance. Whereas right now, most of us who do work from home or things like that, you spend almost, 80 hours, you double your work week because you're doing it so much. And one thing I do like about with AI is making things simpler. You can automate it, and honestly, we put it on the blockchain, and it gives stability to it, right? Versus just some craziness.
Right.
There was a company out there I really like, and for whatever reason, I cannot remember the name of the company, but we're gonna have them on at DYOR Media.
It's like Thoriac.
Yeah, Thoriac.
We'll get it. There's lots of new names here, lots of new people's names that we're meeting.
Yes.
And so it's hard to remember them all. One of the interesting panel discussions earlier today was on the AI supply chain.
Yes.
And the supply chain in AI, if you think about it, isn't just the people that can put large language models together. It's people that build the high performance data centers. Yeah. It's even down to the point where the fabricators that are building the boxes that all these miners, these computers sit in.
Yes.
And so the AI industry is helping Bitcoin revolutionize the jobs market here in North America. And so when people talk about AI taking jobs, I don't believe that takes jobs away. It just moves them to a different skill level, just like the Ford production line took away the job of an individual car assembler and made it part of a production line. Right, and it ultimately created many more jobs because the productivity went up so high. And so I think that's coming, and it was a very interesting discussion about the AI supply chain, and I'm looking forward to more of them and having some of these guys here on the show.
Also, I'm actually looking forward to the stablecoin discussion, what's actually happening there with AI and how they're setting things up. I think that's definitely going to be a big future thing that we see, especially.
Hold on, I'm going to interrupt you. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Blockchain Futurist Conference, we're also on the DYOR live stream, and our good viewer, Chuck Jansen, has super chatted us for $20. Thank you so much for that, Chuck. We really appreciate it, as always.
Appreciate that, Chuck.
Every little donation like that goes to help offset the cost of these trade shows and the things that Pedro and I do. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Chuck.
Mr. Chuck Jansen, a loyal viewer of DYOR Live and the DYOR Media Network.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Pedro, this is day 2 of the 2-day conference here. And in like a 4-day golf tournament, the last day, everyone's really excited for the end to come. But there's still a lot to accomplish in these last few hours. The winning 18th hole shot hasn't happened yet here, and there's a lot of good guests to come on. Hopefully here on our channel. Also, we know there's a lot of good speakers on the Blockchain Futurist Conference live stream coming up in a little while. But what I want to know is, besides what we're doing here, what are you excited to see here at the Futurist Convention main stage or upstairs at the ETH Women's stage?
I'm really actually looking forward to see, in all honesty, I couldn't point one speaker, one person. The reality is I'm really looking forward to it all. And I know this seems so nebulous, but the reality is every person that goes up, every new innovation that keeps coming up, I keep getting blown away. It's almost like they started off with some small stuff and it's been building. So each person that goes up and they talk, it's just getting better. And I'm learning so much more than I've ever even thought about or even discussing to think about or talk about. So I think that for me, one of the things I'm looking for is to the gaming discussion in crypto and the evolution of that as well. That's one of the things. I mean, what's his name? Who talks a lot about? He's the YouTuber, big buff dude. I forget the guy's name.
Pedro Garcia?
No, I mean that's a big fat guy. And no body shaming. I'm just saying. But I got some extra. I like it.
Well, we got a lot more panels coming up, including the gaming panel. But we've got one that's really interesting is the charting digital assets panel discussion coming up here. I didn't have it written down who's hosting it, but I thought Pedro would be interested in it. We have the stablecoin panel coming up too, hosted by our friend Kolia Carrington of the Canadian Blockchain Consortium, who was on the live stream earlier talking about the Alberta advantage and talking about how to bring the crypto industry into better position here in all of Canada. And also, we have the DPIN panel. We're going to be talking about the decentralized infrastructure stuff going on in crypto right now and in the digital world. And so there's still a lot to come here on the afternoon session here.
Absolutely. There's so many things. It's actually really exciting. Like I said, I didn't realize there was a charting discussion.
Well, it says charting digital assets in the future. So we'll see what their definition of charting is.
Well, it could be very much this guy's talking about where we're headed in relationship to the industry, which is still pretty cool, no matter what. But it'd be great to actually see him talk about trading and everything that comes along with that. So, really fun times. So,
well, that's the end of my notes here. Oh, I guess the other note I had on here was that ChatGPT replacing devs. Yes. There's going to be a discussion about whether AI can ultimately replace developers and code writers. Yeah. I find that very interesting because that's, as we all know, code can be very complicated and very difficult.
Yeah. And we've seen that ChatGPT is not up to par.
Correct.
Right, it keeps slipping, and we see that, right?
Right, and so I don't believe that it'll replace developers. I think it'll like AI is already and automation is already changing the accounting industry, so that accountants don't have to do bookkeeping.
Right.
It's all done pretty much automatically now, which much better results and the accuracy at the base level.
Yeah.
Can the automation figure out tax strategy? No, it can't do that. That's still at the human level.
Yeah,
but
potentially.
With code writing, it's going to be the same thing. The basic stuff, cleaning up your code, getting the basic run routines, that type of stuff. Absolutely, it's already affecting the industry greatly. But is it going to come up with the strategy on how to write code and what you need to do? No, the code developers still need to do that, and that'll be an interesting panel as well.
From an AI-specific standpoint, one of the things that we do see within the AI setups is simply this, is that it's great for doing the menial jobs, right? The things that are monotonous.
Take it for 1 second.
Right. But one of the things that I think is really important to understand is from an AI standpoint, right, we're seeing it improve, but not at great leaps. And I know that the, like Google and OpenAI as well as Gemini, a lot of these top guys want to sit there and tell us, yeah, absolutely, it's great. But we can see through a lot of the stock dropping that a lot of people realize, okay, this was over fluff. We're seeing what's actually happening in the industry, and we're not seeing meteoric, compounding innovations, right? But what we are seeing, though, is the nuances of things that we're kind of messing up are getting better at it. So I think it's really important to see. Now, it all depends on what's actually going to happen with ChatGPT 5 if it comes out. They're saying that these the advent of agents and going in and being able to kick out and basically having your own personal assistant. We'll see if that really is that way, right? If it is, then we'll find out, and it'll be like, wow, ChatGPT 4.0, right? Omega, or it's Omega, oh shoot. I think it was Omega. Forgive me for it. But I just know it as ChatGPT 4.0. One of the things I think is interesting is we did see it get better and it was more creative in a sense, right? But it wasn't like dramatically. I didn't sit there and go, wow. Especially with the speech text, right? I mean, we were already seeing what happened with Anthropic, right, when it came to that. So it's going to be really interesting to see when crypto really starts to get involved in this and to see the change in that. That's going to be really interesting. So we'll see what happens.
All right, Pedro, we don't have much time left hosting the Blockchain Futurists live stream. So I'm going to move on to our guest to talk about what to do in estate planning with crypto here, and our guest.
Absolutely. Come on in, sweetie. Hi.
Hi. How are you guys?
Good. Here. Go ahead. Just go ahead and keep it right
Thank
there.
you. All right.
Thanks, Pedro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Blockchain Futurist people here. One of the things that people have not really built into their personal lives is what to do with your crypto and your blockchain life when, as they say, your estate planning case matures. And that's secret code for have you planned your will correctly and what to do to make sure your heirs and your family, A, can access your crypto, but B, can legally own it. And so we have Jacqueline Cooper with the Blockchain Legal Institute and has put out a new publication, The Essential Digital Asset Organizer, for their attorneys and their clients, because she wants to get the word out to all the attorneys out there that do estate planning. Say, make sure your clients have their crypto life sorted out. Jacqueline, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here. I think this is really important. I know I'm a single mom, and this kind of struck home because there were a lot of situations that happen that you don't plan for. And unlike planning with a box of receipts for your taxes, getting into a car accident like I did yesterday, or other situations that happen, those are those unexpected events that you think, do I have all of my paperwork in order for my family to know what we're doing online? So.
Well, I remember a college course I took that was called estate planning, and my professor, Dr. Martin Pond, who gave me that line, when your estate planning case matures. I remember occasionally his wisdom has come back to me to think, what would I do in that incident? And when I got into crypto, I actually thought about that. I said, what should I do? And I took my seed phrases, gave them to a trusted source, made sure the family knew about them. It wasn't like it was wealth. If there was lots of wealth, I wouldn't be here doing this. I'd be enjoying a beach somewhere. But it's enough, it's enough to make them go, hey, I wonder where those assets are.
Well, and that's true. I mean, if you go to Blockchain Legal Institute, it's www.bli.tools. It's a centralized library for decentralized resources. So there are definitely a lot of resources that will guide you. But the book I wrote really is your brain drop. So that way, it's not just Bitcoin, Ethereum, NFTs. Anytime that you have an online business, anytime you are doing anything online, social portal, your family needs to know how to access it. And if it's on a computer or a phone app, there's a lot of things that we do we don't even think about because it's so intuitive to us. But if your family needed to access it in case of an emergency, medical or otherwise, they wouldn't know where to even start. And that's why I created the tool book, because when I write things for my daughter and myself, I figure everyone else needs to know it too.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And finding that trusted family member who to give your seed phrases to is important. Just as anything in planning your will and your estate,
yeah.
You have to trust someone.
But you also have to do a fire drill, because even though you might give it to a trusted person, they might have no clue how to access the wallet. And even once they access it, they might not know how to move your coin over to get fiat. So it's still going to be stuck there. So unless you actually give them the game plan, it's not intuitive. And it took us a while to learn. And if someone is not savvy online, you have to be patient. It's like a kindergarten child. You have to know that they're going to start at the same point that we all started. So, and you really need to think about doing it like this weekend, because it's something that takes time and energy.
I think this discussion is a great example of at shows like this, the products that you can ultimately need to be able to relate to for your own blockchain life. I mean, these shows have products that encompass, like as I've been talking about a lot on this stream, the physical fabrication of things and the employment of many jobs in the trade level jobs, building infrastructure for Bitcoin. We are learning about new forms of AI,
yes.
Now, all the different products, and then also we're learning to do it with your legal life.
3 minutes.
Anyway, we're coming to the end of our time on the Blockchain Futurist live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting the 3-minute call here for the afternoon session at the show, in which we're going to see a bunch of great sessions come out. But Jackie, apparently you spoke at ETH Women upstairs. Can you tell us quickly about that?
I was on the panel dealing with women CEOs and founders, and we talked about our experiences and how we are in the space to mentor others and to help others step in creation as well as just investing. So again, it was a great panel with a lot of other women. I mean, this music is very inspiring, and hopefully that it will inspire you to take the step that you need to organize your digital assets.
Well, it's always good. Jacqueline, thanks for taking the time, spending it with us. Thanks for helping the viewers of the Blockchain Futurist Convention's live stream understand another little thing they need to know about their life, and that is blockchain what to do with your crypto seed phrases, and making sure your family knows about what to do with the crypto in times of emergency. Even if, as I say, your estate planning case does not mature and you're in the hospital unconscious, something needs to happen. Someone needs to know that unless you migrate your contract, you could lose your tokens. I mean, how many of you out there have told a trusted family member, hey, if something happens to me and my 5 million tokens in X organization, X is the real company, no, but in a token or two need to be moved or unstaked or whatever, that someone knows to do that for you.
Exactly, or know how to do it. So there's a lot of levels to this, and you're going to have more than one person on your team. It's important that you gather your team together so you can figure out what your wishes are before you even have to make a decision.
All right, thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our Blockchain Futurist lunch hour live stream. Thank you to everyone that watched for the Blockchain Futurist Conference, ETH Toronto and ETH Women here in Toronto, Ontario. That's a mouthful. We'll be switching back to the DYOR Live and DYOR Media live stream here for the balance of the afternoon. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you again later.
Welcome back to the WonderFi main stage. AI and Ethics Roundtable are going to be happening at the poolside today at 2 p.m., hosted by North Star DAO. Make sure you check it out and you join the discussion. Don't forget to stop by the Coinbase Water Lounge, open to all attendees of the conference. Grab your Coinbase water bottle and fill it up at the Coinbase Lounge. To kick us off is our next gaming panel. Game On, Web3's Impact of the Future of Gaming. Please welcome to the main stage, Justina from Women in Blockchain Canada to moderate the next panel.
Can you all hear me? Okay, great. Yeah, very excited to be here. I like the name Game On, and I am going to get the Game On here. We have three amazing speakers, Long, Anton, and Michael, and I'm going to give them a moment to introduce themselves a little bit.
Hi, I'm Long. I've been in the blockchain space for 5 years. I've started a couple of studios, which was a part of Herlihy recently. My second studio is also a part of the Skybears, games like Axie, Infinity, and Pixels. I'm very happy to be here today. Hey guys, my name is Anton. I'm here, founder and CEO of Herlihy. We're focusing on gaming analytics and infrastructure. So my background is in data science and product. So work was always in the data space, and when we came to crypto with the team a couple of years back, I think the gaming is the biggest opportunity, mainly because gaming is the conduit to the rest of the blockchain. DeFi is the big number.
Hi, my name is Mike Rose. I'm creative director at Matrix Labs. I've been making games for about 25 years now. I've shipped about 22 of them, half good, half bad. I'm excited to be here. I see big opportunities for player trading in the game space, and good time.
Well, that's great because we're going to actually start with you, Michael. Since given your long background in the space, what do you think is part of creating a successful game, whether it's Web 2 or Web 3?
So I've been a contrarian since I got into the space with the idea of, for example, play to earn and these ideas of what people think, specifically in Web 3 with Game 1. The customer, the gamer, they want a good experience, they also want escapism. They're not interested in necessarily profit or that sort of thing. And at Matrix Labs, we've defined a clear delineation between what we call sort of speculators or investors and the gamer. And where for short term, we definitely look at the speculator as an opportunity for financing and opportunities to create great experiences. But our overall strategy is a long-term one where we are focused on just the regular gamer who wants to be entertained, who wants to escape, who wants to have a pastime. Because in the long run, that is where, once we get past these sort of boom and bust cycles, that's where the long-term value is going to be. So that's what we focus on.
Well, thanks for that. And our other speakers are going to go into more of the infrastructure and how can games succeed in these ecosystems. So Long, why don't you start us off with that a little bit?
Yeah, so one of the things that I'm really interested in is in Web3 interaction. It means like creating Web3 behind different infrastructures, different social integrations without going into that. So for us, we kind of normally games are building games on Telegram. When you log into Telegram, everyone has Telegram, but you don't need to know much about a wallet. So having users come on board from Telegram, their spaces and accelerators and whatever, it's becoming a really, really strong pull to get to the number of users that's coming through.
And what about you, Anton?
Yeah, totally agree with the guys. Mike has actually defined job here to create the fun experiences, but let's not forget that 50% of the remaining success of the game is mathematics and technical. Ability to understand who the players are, how to engage them, what kind of features and events you want to show to Mike versus myself, for example. And so Helica is tackling that infrastructure program, being able to drive user acquisition scale, being able to retain people to engage the players when they're playing different games. It used to be that the games used to be static, right? You open the door, you see the monster, and every player sees the same monster. Now, depending who you are, the narrative can actually change dramatically in real time. So you want to make sure you surface real-time experiences, and you need data and infrastructure for that.
Well, and I want to know, because some people may be new here, and some people may have been in the space for a while, but why do you think it's important that people shift actually into Web3 gaming? And that's a question to all of you.
Yeah, I mean, I can kick it off, yeah. So there have been a bunch of different changes in the last couple of years, including regulatory changes related to Apple, ID, etc. So it's actually forcing many publishers to find new revenue streams, mini games or casual games, not as profitable as they used to be. So publishers and developers are looking for new revenue streams. And then from the user perspective, there was a news somewhere, I think a year ago, when a guy bought AK-47 for $1 million for CS, right? So if you invest so much into skins, into different game assets, you want to make sure you have some ownership behind it as well. So I think both users and the developers are profitable for that.
My take on this is that I think most game developers, when they create their indie game, they need to listen to Steam. It's so unlikely that you're going to make a profit from this. I believe like 50% of game developers, they have like total $2,000 for their entire lives doing these games. A Web3 game developer actually statistically makes a lot more money than a Web2 game developer. So there's kind of a lot of transition between the two. If you go into a game conference or play GDC, it's quite dominant. It's definitely like really crazy. So every game developer needs to look into this.
And what about you, Michael?
So my perspective is that the great thing about sort of Web3 is the opportunity for community involvement in games. So when you look at what the gamer is interested in, they're interested in escapism, the playing experience, but there's this community that can surround that experience, and that's where you bring in artists, you bring in the designers and the creators who can add on to that experience again, using all the things that these guys are talking about with analytics and back-end proof of what games want, the community is the opportunity in Web3 because trading and the actual ownership of those assets and being able to trade those assets as a game would is super exciting and more profitable for the community than the game. And that's what's great about it because the gamer wants that. There's never been an opportunity in the past with the games for the gamer tags to say, well, I can trade this with you. When you buy a skin in the current gaming ecosystem, you don't own that skin, you don't own any rights to that skin. What's cool for gamers is that they can own that skin for a while, and then they can trade it for something else. And I always go back to real world scenarios when you were a kid and you had and you collected a baseball card or a Magic the Gathering card, and you really loved it, but then something more exciting showed up in that ecosystem, and you're willing to trade it. And that's super exciting for a gamer because it just enhances the experience.
I just also add, Web3 community building is so amazing. Like, we're all in friends with different groups, these Discord groups. We all celebrate the victories together. I know when you're home club and everyone's token, you're kind of like still celebrating modeling. That's a huge part of Web3, right? It's a community experience. Think about a Web3 experience where you're trying to build a community. How long that takes? It takes years and years of energy. All of a sudden, you build a Web3 community, people can collaborate really fast together. You're joining up group, there's 80,000 members in the Discord all of a sudden. It's such a really fast way to speed growth.
Yeah, and that leads me to what I want to talk about next, which is basically what do you think is trending right now in the space of gaming, and like how are you helping community build on it?
Yeah, I can kick it off. Just also to set the stage for why games aren't fun, because we recognize that half of the audience here is focusing on other areas like DeFi. But in my view, games, transaction data, for example, from the chains, games a gateway to Web3. We see that about 50% of transactions that are in the chain are coming from the games. And usually people would play some kind of Web3 game first before trying any DeFi products. And so when you think about the importance of gaming for DeFi, you actually start to see various more sophisticated DeFi elements within the game, staking, etc. More sophisticated. And so for the DeFi part of the group here, aiming to become user acquisition play as well. So I think you have to keep the bigger picture in mind.
So it sounds like what you're saying is people come in through gaming and then they end up learning more about DeFi just as an aside. It's part of being in the ecosystem that helps grow. What do you think about that, Ron?
Yeah, I think that's why I really think confused. So people, imagine I'm sending you a link to this game on Web3 what the staking is actually gamification comes along with that. I'm very trying to make this easier to understand. Like, I'm playing a Web3 game, it's kind of very positive tokens for wallet, and use games and changes, and just so much integration.
And Michael, how have you seen that impact your work when you're building a community?
Like I said, we've seen that there's two audiences right now. One is sort of that speculative audience that is looking to profit off of it, but then we're also paying attention to just the regular gamer. And I would say what's trending right now from a regular gamer is a frustration with the gaming industry, actually, where they're sort of frustrated with constantly being monetized, and the focus is on not creating experience for them, but actually monetizing them. And I think the opportunity for anyone who's making games is to actually start focusing again on that experience, with the monetization being almost the secondary value opportunity. Because once your gamer is in love with your game, they will spend vast amounts. But if they feel, and they're smart people, if they feel that that is the goal, then the rage is, they go to the internet and they're happy to talk about it on Reddit.
Yeah, I hear you on that for sure. I think the next thing I'm gonna go into is like, so you see a lot of these users coming onto the space. What do you think they're liking about coming into Web3? Like you guys mentioned a lot about account abstraction, giving back the power to the users, the power of community. So I want to kind of understand what you've seen when you're working on these things, and how people are, once they're onboarded, what's kind of like their response from you?
So, depends on the target market. So we get users from like Southeast Asia, or Amazon these things, and also target to earn a little bit. I think that's a really strong incentive. And there's also one way you're doing orders not enjoying speculative assets. It's a alpha, it's the next thing that's coming.
Here, write a tweet for me in French saying that you are, tag yourself. Say that you're going to come on, give an update for everyone in Quebec or whatever. Yeah, whatever you want to say, but pretend you're me saying it.
With my name?
Yeah, use your whatever you want. Yeah, use your X account so you can. It's not a French keyboard. So you tag yourself so you can retweet it.
Trading card game that might be very popular in Web3, and it has to be based on income, for example, as well. Right? So depending who you targeting, the approach might be different.
Because you mentioned that people are tired and they're coming from Web3 and they're going into Web3. That's kind of what spiked my interest in that. So now that you've transitioned from Web2 gaming to Web3 gaming, like how do you see the users responding?
Well, it's definitely regional. Like look back at Ron was saying is that it's definitely regional. There's a difference of the way people perceive the opportunities. I think when you look at the sort of the Asian side of things, they look at the opportunity as a way to, make money, earn a living, create an opportunity for themselves. I mean, it's always been that way though. Like World of Warcraft back in the day had jobs where folks would go in and earn those assets and then sell them to the North American market. So the North American market is kind of more interested long-term in just playing, whereas I think the Asian side of things, especially young folks who are looking for opportunities, are looking at it as a way to, make a dollar. And I think it's important to understand that there is an opportunity on both sides to work together. And honestly, that's where the community aspect comes in.
And what about the challenges? Like, Mom, what have you seen that's been difficult within the space?
So go back to that point, I'm trying to sell this that's why we find we there's a lot of
hamster combat and not going a lot of clicks. So definitely people that can engage there. But yeah, no, I agree with that. I think the problem that Pellet is focusing on specifically now is assuming that you can attract a lot of players and users from video app, video game, or mini app, whatever the case might be. How do you and how do you engage the people within the product, right? And there's different ways how companies doing it. For example, by building a studio business, multiple games, so you can retain people through battle passes and other things within your franchise, but also mechanics, how many coins each person gets depending who they are. So that's the thing that we will feature for 2025.
So I just want to add to that. So we're partners with people like content. Right now, everyone in the industry says capture content 200 million users. It's a gigantic number, but it's so much more important when you're talking to investors and exchange relations. Like, how many of these people are actually real? Are these bots? And that's why data analytics comes into play. You make these transactions on chain. You're playing games, and it's not on chain. And to verify these are real users, this is a real evaluation for a company. This is something we're really passionate to figure out.
And just to respond as well. I think Telegram by definition is it's the application that does not share what people because it's privacy and other things.
Oh yeah, it looks good.
So you don't need to Telegram directly.
Okay, I'm going to try to break it down, okay? It's like I'm Patrick from Bonus USDT. I'm speaking from the Crypto Week in Toronto. And shortly I'm going to be talking about one of the most important points regarding this Blockchain Conference. That's the ending today. So it was like a really big event of the year in Toronto regarding blockchain projects. And I'm going to be breaking down some new projects with blockchains and AI. So do not miss the interview shortly.
Okay, branding, trust, actual interesting experiences, and I don't feel like there's a lot of feeling of almost like MLM schemes as opposed to gameplay. Bots are a huge problem, obviously. We're actually working on various activities ourselves.
Do you have an Twitter account?
Yeah, but
I mean, that you want to use a tag.
So when we look at these challenges, they've always been here. There have been bots since the first games went online. So none of this is new. It's just, we're looking at it now as proof of work is a huge opportunity to say, that this actually happened, as opposed to, the hacking and all the stuff that we've seen in the past.
So my next question is going to be about where do you think we're headed in gaming?
Alright.
So go ahead,
when do you want to do this? Want to do it right now? Now's good.
Let's do it. I'm going to get this in.
Okay.
Just so we know real distinction. The technology's been so sophisticated that you might have like blockchain.
Oh, how you doing, Space?
You don't even know what the blockchain is.
I'm late.
It's a silly world. Right now, there's a lot of
2 hours driving.
You say you're not going to get most of your valuation.
It wasn't getting any better.
I think that's
Still took me an hour and a half getting there.
Like,
It should take me 40 minutes.
to what the components and that's
I tried to come late and then park.
I think that's what we're heading.
Parking bad, but then.
One second.
Hold on.
Wait. Kind of being saturated with the infrastructure layer. We went to Denver some months ago, people talking about not just one but fours now, and things like that. So I think the money is back, and I think the importance of the B2C products such as games will be increasing. I think games will become even super worldwide where different DeFi companies can A/B test and experiment with different products. So it becomes in your house, just like the way it used to be a couple of years ago.
I think from the player's perspective that eventually they're going to be super excited about Web3.
No, I think he's upstairs.
Different types of gameplay, different interactions with AI as entertainment. There are so many opportunities for the escapism and experience that they've always wanted, but we need to get over this hump of speculative investment and from people who don't really understand what they're investing in. And once we get past that and it becomes about entertainment, again.
Just want to
The
see
gamers
it,
are
your
gonna
size.
love it. But I think until we get there, that there's still going to be this hesitation from gamers to accept that this is actually better.
A little closer.
I want to touch a bit on security because that's always something
All right,
that we have
that's
to look
better.
out for in the crypto space. So, you know, you mentioned you make it easier, Ron, for people to get onboarded into the game, through Telegram and things like that. But how do you make sure that those people that are making that scam, how can we put it, because people get turned off that way, right? That's why they leave the space, because, you know, they might click on the wrong thing, they don't know what they're doing, and
right on this
they might have their wallet drained or whatever happens. So how do you help people?
Yeah, that's good. Right there. Yeah, that's good. Then I can sit off screen and do anything I need to do here. And then what about this one? Okay. All right. So, just like yesterday, these microphones are here, not here. And it's just going to be you. Just say, "Hi, I'm Patrick from Crypto Week, Canada, Blockchain Futurist Convention," however you want to say it.
So I will take the media.
DYOR,
yeah. For the second time, to focus on francophone from Quebec. That's all
Go through your list, and then as you're getting towards the end of what you want to say, just give me the nod.
This is the end, right?
Yeah, and then I'll give you the 2-1, and then
Focusing on analytics infrastructure, actually one of the key
So you don't have any question regarding the sum up of the, I think we will win,
okay.
The sum up of the conference. And then I'm going to come up, right?
Traditionally, to show users will give up security for the experience. And so I believe it's on us as developers and creators to ensure that they are secure. There's a lot of, I think, education that needs to go into Web3. We use a lot of terms that the regular user just doesn't understand, and we need to start dumbing down the language, fixing our branding, speaking in a way that a regular person...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blockchain Futurist Convention here on the DYOR live stream with DYOR Media. And we bring you a good series of interviews with all types of people that have to do with the events. But our colleague here, Patrick, has been with us all week helping us out. And he's going to bring the Francophone and French point of view in summary of the show to our viewers, because as we all know, my French is terrible. And while Pedro can speak Spanish, I can just speak English as it is. And so I thought it would be beneficial to everybody to have a little French update in this. It is Canada after all. And so I'm going to turn the live stream over to Patrick to talk about the conference, Blockchain Futurist, and everything that's happened this week to the Quebec and to the Francophone crowd. So Patrick, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Toronto, à travers votre média DYOR Media Network. Nous vous remercions infiniment d'accorder autant d'importance à la communauté blockchain et crypto-monnaie du Québec à travers parlonscrypto.com dont je suis le représentant. Ce fut une semaine magnifique. C'est vrai que la journée se termine d'ici 4 heures de temps à peu près. C'était tout simplement terrible. Nous avons eu à avoir des présentations extraordinaires, des nouveaux projets qui vont sûrement changer à jamais, n'est-ce pas? Des projets qui changeront à jamais, n'est-ce pas? Tout ce qui est l'industrie de la crypto-monnaie et qui viendront non seulement à résoudre des problèmes ponctuels et concrets de l'industrie de la blockchain, non seulement ça, en trouvant des solutions concrètes et fascinantes pour pas mal d'entreprises qui sont confrontées de nos jours à, n'est-ce pas, à des goulots d'étranglement à travers le monde. Ceci étant dit, nous avons eu des très très beaux projets, nous avons compris que l'intelligence artificielle est très très liée à la blockchain.
c'est-à-dire l'intelligence artificielle et la blockchain, feront chemin ensemble, contrairement à ce que plusieurs personnes pensent. L'intelligence artificielle a besoin de données et des données fiables pour pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, nourrir les entreprises, nourrir monsieur et madame tout le monde. Ceci étant dit, la blockchain a un rôle très important à jouer. Pourquoi? Parce qu'au niveau de la blockchain, nous avons ce qu'on appelle l'intégrité des données. Tout ce qui est donné sur la blockchain, n'est-ce pas, est quasiment, qui se retrouvent comme données autant pour moi sur la blockchain, sont généralement des données très fiables. Des données qui n'ont jamais été changées, qui ne peuvent pas être interférées, qui n'ont jamais été interférées par qui que ce soit, c'est-à-dire modifiées. Ce sont des données qui sont concrètes et dont personne ne peut falsifier. Dès lors où nous prenons par exemple une intelligence artificielle comme JBee a besoin de données et qui, par le truchement de la blockchain, obtiendra ces données, celui qui au bout de la ligne aura besoin de ces données n'aura en face de lui que des données concrètes, fiables, et sera sûr que ces données sont vraiment de bonnes données, qui n'ont pas été falsifiées, qui sont vraiment de vraies données. Nous avons eu pas mal de projets venant du côté du Japon aussi, avec un projet comme Rio. C'est quoi? C'est la renaissance d'une vieille monnaie de l'époque, d'une autre époque là, du Japon, très fascinant, lié à l'intelligence artificielle. Nous avons aussi eu cette semaine des régulateurs qui se sont exprimés sur la cause, d'autant plus que ces 10 dernières années, nous faisons face à une résistance farouche des différents gouvernements au niveau du Canada, gouvernement provincial bien évidemment, au Québec autant qu'en Ontario, en Alberta. Et ceci étant dit, nous avons eu l'opportunité de recevoir ici à Toronto même, n'est-ce pas, aujourd'hui c'était qui? Je pense le ministre des services de l'Alberta, qui est venu faire un clin d'œil à la communauté blockchain du Canada réunie ici à Toronto. Pourquoi? Les attirer vers l'Alberta. Des incitatifs sont présents au niveau de l'Alberta. Au niveau des taxes, sur l'aspect fiscal, il nous a vanté pas mal de projets très intéressants. Tous ceux qui nous regardent, qui n'ont pas pu être là présents, en profitez-en, l'Alberta nous a fait un grand clin d'œil à travers son ministre des services hier, et c'était très émouvant. Et comme il l'a dit, la blockchain, il a découvert juste l'année dernière, et aussitôt qu'il a compris, il a tout de suite, il était fasciné par tout ce que la blockchain pouvait faire au niveau de l'industrie de l'Alberta. Et voilà, nous encourageons d'autres ministres aussi des différents gouvernements à faire le pas et à ne pas toujours serrer la vis, et à croire que les communautés blockchain ou crypto-monnaies sont des hors-la-loi. Non, ce n'est pas vraiment le cas et ce n'est surtout pas vrai. Nous ne sommes pas allés hors-la-loi, nous naviguons avec la loi, d'autant plus que il n'y a rien de plus réglementaire que la blockchain en elle-même. La blockchain, c'est une technologie innovante, émergente, qui cadre avec toutes les lois déjà existantes. N'est-ce pas, qui sont des lois déjà digitales ou Internet, qui ont été mises sur pied depuis à peu près 25-30 ans, s'il faut revenir à l'âge qu'a Internet aujourd'hui. Voilà, c'était vraiment fascinant. Nous le savons tous, les données étant le pétrole de demain, et indéniablement, la blockchain a son mot à dire, autant que l'AI, dont les deux technologies travailleront vraiment ensemble en concomitance pour nous apporter des solutions fiables, des solutions qui vont révolutionner l'industrie, des solutions qui vont, toutes les économies à travers le monde seront révolutionnées. C'est tout à fait nouveau, c'est du jamais vu, c'est du pain béni pour tous les pays, de toutes les façons. Et nous n'allons pas oublier, bien évidemment, la communauté francophone à travers le monde, dont je fais un clin d'œil, d'autant plus que ces 2 dernières années, à travers parlonscrypto.com, nous faisons des voyages vers l'Afrique pour sensibiliser les gouvernements, les entreprises, la communauté crypto-monnaie et blockchain dans des différents pays à pouvoir s'enrichir et s'enquérir de la chose. D'autant plus qu'il y a un clivage en ce moment assez important à ce niveau et il faudra absolument que le pas soit atteint, que nous essayons d'aider, d'accord, les confrères du côté de l'Afrique francophone à pouvoir comprendre c'est quoi. Déjà, il y a un travail de fond qui se fait par certains partenaires sur le terrain, ce qui est déjà très très apprécié. Et nous allons continuer dans ce sens-là, à sensibiliser, à former et surtout à interpeller les entreprises et les différentes administrations à implémenter la blockchain. La blockchain est tout à fait révolutionnaire, c'est de la digitalisation tout simplement, c'est quelque chose de nouveau. D'accord, nous avons toujours transigé ces dernières années en ayant des intermédiaires. Grâce à la blockchain, les intermédiaires coûteux seront quasiment presque inexistants. Donc, ceci étant dit, je remercie surtout ceux du côté de l'Afrique centrale, à travers la BEAC, qui ont mis récemment sur pied une commission de réflexion, c'est-à-dire un comité de réflexion au niveau de la BEAC, côté de l'Afrique centrale, sur la question de la blockchain et l'intégration de la monnaie digitale des banques centrales. C'est déjà apprécié autant qu'en Afrique de l'Ouest aussi. Donc voilà, c'est autant de choses que nous apprécions. Déjà aussi du côté d'Abidjan avec la première conférence blockchain qui aura lieu en septembre prochain. Et tout, c'est une première conférence qui commence par là et qui est déjà appréciée. C'est de très très bonnes choses, c'est de très très bonnes initiatives. Donc nous allons continuer à multiplier des séminaires, des startups, à créer des startups et interpeller les gouvernements en Afrique à être plus indulgents, à accepter la communauté blockchain et crypto-monnaie, car nous ne sommes pas des hors-la-loi. Non, nous sommes là pour améliorer ce que vous faites déjà, les gouvernements. Vous faites pour vos différentes populations.
Patrick, I want to say thank you. Merci beaucoup for taking the live stream for our French viewers. I want to thank you very much. Hopefully they became a little bit more educated about what's going on here in Toronto about blockchain and AI and crypto, but also telling them about what you're doing and what your company is doing. So thank you very much.
I'm the one, thank you so much, Tom, for this opportunity. Et je te remercie beaucoup, Tom, à travers toute la communauté blockchain de l'Afrique francophone, du Québec et de toute la zone francophone, de nous donner cette opportunité de nous exprimer sur la question en langue française en plein Toronto, ce qui est vraiment tout à fait rare. Merci beaucoup à travers DYOR Media Network, dont je vous invite absolument à aller vous abonner, que ce soit sur YouTube et suivre à tous les jours. Merci, Tom.
All right, Patrick. Thanks a lot. We're going to bring Pedro back up here.
Okay, Pedro.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank Patrick enough for bringing us the French language segment of our broadcast. It helps a lot. After all, we are in Canada, and we do have French viewers, and it's good to bring them a little bit of content in their own language. But I'm going to turn the live stream over to Pedro. He's going to be addressing the AI market here and the new things coming on here at the show with AI. He's going to have a good interview here coming up. So, Pedro, how's it going?
It's going well. It's really well. We've got a great project right now. They're actually live with their tech. And what's exciting about them is they're really addressing and taking on the idea of ethical AI and really how to gauge, like I've talked about, to be able to like pinpoint, say, look, this is leaning here, this is leaning here, and this isn't correct. And then they post that on the blockchain. And before you know it, it gives us a gauge of what's actually happening within a lot of the large MLMs that basically govern a large percentage of our lives that we don't realize it through articles and things of that nature. So, yes. And so the company is actually called DYOR AI, and these are the CEO as well as the main people that are in it. Okay, so I'll bring you guys up. So this is Shingai. She's absolutely awesome. And this is Ethan. They are together building and are amazing and have already built and are keeping it going, DYOR AI. How are you guys doing today?
We are doing great. How are you?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. And just to give you guys, so make sure you guys are talking into it like this, okay?
All right, got it.
All right, so one of the things I was just blown away by is as soon as I saw your guys' tech, and I started playing with it, I immediately saw that it worked really well. So just real quick, just from, I'm actually adding on to this real quick before we get into this. Actually, you know what, let's jump right into this. I don't mean to get, so on the effects of just normal people who use AI, how is your project going to really kind of change the layman's life?
Sure, I can kick it off. So our product is DYORic. So DYORic, and you can find us on DYORic AI. And essentially we are an AI agent base layer. lots of words. An agent is essentially just software that uses artificial intelligence. And most of us, our relationship with artificial intelligence is the chatbots. So if you've used ChatGPT or any one of those, then that is AI. So if you now build software on top of that, we can start calling that an agent. You can also have software on top of computer vision or software that we put into robotics, also leveraging AI. But when we say the word agent, that's a very important word, and you're going to start hearing it everywhere because many people are now going to be able to build more and more tools that leverage AI to do all kinds of things, from booking your flight to giving you nice quotes in the morning when you wake up to developing your marketing strategy. Most of us are going to be building agents every single day, and we're getting to the point where it's not just about having programming skills. This is Ethan. He leads our research team. He is a killer developer and researcher. He's absolutely brilliant. But one of the things that he's building is the ability to make it possible for everybody to build agents with a no-code builder. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, definitely. And this is the thing that I'm the most excited about with Theoric for the end user. With our no-code builder, it means that you don't need to be a developer to know how to build your own agent collective. And what that is more like building a team of agents where all you need to do is go into our marketplace and say, hey, if I want a trip planner, all I need to do is go and find agents in our marketplace that are already good at doing things like reading your calendar or looking through your emails, maybe using Google search to find your flight plans. And so we're going to enable it to be possible for you to build a collective by bringing multiple agents together just using a simple interface, and then you can start to interact with it to solve increasingly complex tasks.
I love it. Now, I also want you guys to also talk about when, let's say you're a guy, you have a question, right, and you're in the middle of the night, you're woken up, like, what about this idea, right? And one of the things that we're seeing currently right now with a lot of the MLMs, the large language models, is that they're very biased in many areas, right? And you can't, like, you've seen a lot of the stuff on YouTube where somebody asks about Trump and then somebody asks about Biden, and one says, I can't retort to that, and the other one gives you this beautiful soliloquy of the gloriousness of another person, right? And you should be able to do both, correct? So how is your project really helping out with that?
Yeah, so the first thing I'll say is not all models are created equal, and there are many different models that you have the option of using. And it's really down to users being discerning and testing and learning. We've got a big focus on education at Theoric. My formal role is AI education, so our users and our community really understand how these models are working and how they arrive at answers, right? So that's the first step, is really educate yourselves. Not all models are created equal, and you have many options of different models that you can test and use that will give you different responses. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, absolutely. I would just say that one of the most important things in AI is going to be algorithmic choice, and this is really letting users choose for themselves which AI models they want to use. And again, as Shingai, you're saying, one of the most important things is to enable people to choose open source models, which can reflect the values of a wide variety of community members and not just a centralized service like one of the big tech companies telling you how AI is supposed to work.
I love it.
Can I actually, one last thing I want to add is, so what's an AI company doing at a blockchain conference, right?
Absolutely.
Well, one of the things that we're building into our protocol is that we write agent metadata and some other components on chain. So you know this, when we started talking, you find if you do something with a large language model, it's almost impossible to recreate it. It's hard to know. If I come back to a service provider and say, hey, your agent did this to me, it drained my wallet, it's so difficult to get recourse right now. But we're building those governance mechanisms into our protocol so that it's written on chain, right? That's decentralized, it's open, it's visible, and those governance structures as well as quality signals like staking on agents make sure that you're dealing with high quality products. And you get that user feedback, that consensus mechanism of deciding which agents are good versus the spam agents that do all kinds of things in most marketplaces.
And I think that's so important because especially in today's world, when most people maybe only check one, right? You don't get a large variety of what's actually happening. And especially if you become accustomed to, let's say, Anthropic or ChatGPT, right? That's what you just become used to, and you don't realize that you're actually being swayed to maybe a political view or a economic view that may overlay maybe the truth, or maybe kind of quiet some of the truth. So to bring what they're doing here is really important, because we can go back and say, look, no, this is what was actually happening. And on the blockchain, as they say, the blockchain is immutable. So this is so important, as we can go back in a week, 2 week, 3 week, and say, we can see where, let's say by chance somebody gets an officer, something happens, and we start to see a very dominant view of maybe something, and then all of a sudden, but it's not good for the people, but good maybe for the people in office or in certain areas. So we can see that, and over a period of time, we can actually gauge where the pendulum is really swinging. And to me, I think
it's about making agents accountable.
There you go. That's a long way of saying it.
We're not pushing a position. It really is about choice and having that ability to make agents accountable.
Great way of putting it. That's a long way of saying keeping people accountable.
Yeah, keeping people accountable.
Now, the other question that I have for you guys, and if on the idea of not just me using it, but also, let's say my children and my children's children. And this, I think this is so important, because anybody who has a family, anybody who cares about society, it's just not about us, right? We think also, well, what's the next generation going to go through, and well, how are things going to be happening? So what are you guys trying to do for the next generation in relationship to what you guys are doing here? Because I know that's something you guys have actually thought about.
Yeah, I mean, where to start on that one? Most of my career in data science and AI has really been about education, and to me, that's where you got to start. Your kids must understand that this is a model, right? It is not reality. These are not search engines. As of today, they are not search engines. They do not refer to like a body of fact and then reproduce it when you ask a question. They are generative AI tools. It's in the name. They make things up. So they are very good at understanding your context and what you might want. You can fine-tune them so they can get better at responding based on certain materials, but it's really understanding the difference between I have read a body of text and I'm going to reproduce it, and this is a generative AI tool that helps us with language, and you just really have to be discerning when you deal with it.
Yeah, and I would add to that, as we look much further in the future, we're going to have AI agents that are taking on more high-level roles. Like, we're going to be giving them much more high-level instructions, like, go and do this work for me that might take 2 weeks for an agent to complete and come back. So we're going to be delegating more and more autonomy to AI agents over time. And for me, this is why I think it's absolutely critical that we establish this trust, reputation, kind of authenticity kind of components, so that we know that when we're delegating work to an AI agent, that they're going to be completing it faithfully and as we intended. And I think, again, there's going to be this relationship between how are we going to manage that relationship between ourselves and these increasingly autonomous pieces of software. And that's something that I think about a lot of the time when I think about the future generations. And for me, when we're building Theoric, we have an opportunity to build a system that is going to allow people to, again, establish trust according to their own value systems in AI agents, to say, how do I want to assess the reputation of the quality of this agent when I'm asking it to do work for me? And there are safety aspects to this as well. So a lot of people are concerned about, how are agents going to behave safely and according to whose values and so forth. And so when we think about these, how are future users, our children really, going to be interacting with AI in the future, that's why it's critical to get these basic elements of reputation, trust, safety, alignment built right in from the ground level. And that's what we're working on.
Can I just add one more thing, which is, parents out there, your job is not done because AI is here. You still have the primary responsibility of making sure that your kids are safe online and IRL. Right, so we've got to be on it.
What is
we need
IRL?
To know in real life.
There you go.
And it actually doesn't help because it's still one syllable, so it's not that it makes it shorter or anything. But yeah, stay in control. As a parent, it's your responsibility to make sure that your kids are safe online and know what they're doing, what agents they're consuming, what agents they're building. You still have to have that parental role, and that'll keep our kids safe.
And for me, I'm interacting with a lot of people right now, and many of you guys know I've talked about this a little bit with some legislation that is happening in Washington and what's actually happening there. And there are a few people that are talking about it, not much, right, in Washington. And this is something that needs to be brought up because children, right, unfortunately at this young age, at the younger children are, they're more impressive, right? Their brains are malleable. They have the ability to absorb information at lightning speeds compared to us old guys, or this old guy, excuse me. And so in that same sense, it scares me when I think about the idea that children, if they don't understand, hey, this is literally something that is generative. It creates a thought, but it isn't necessarily pulling from real information here. Or it can create a narrative if it's prompted by the backside of it. So to me, seeing what you guys are doing, how we're able to put it on the blockchain is one of those things I feel is necessary. And that's why when I saw what you guys were doing, I was like, yes, this needs to get out there and this needs to go out. And so if you're a person who, and you guys were just had a guy outside, right, who wanted to build on your guys' on their platform. If you're looking to create MLMs, right, and you want to help with being an agent, please reach out to them. And where can they find you guys, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so theoric.ai, that's the website. Theoric AI, at Theoric AI on Twitter, X. Get in touch with us. We make all the announcement there. We've got a really active Discord community. If you come to the website, it'll take you to the right Discord community. As you're saying, you've got to be discerning. There's a lot going on online. You really have to have that critical thinking and that discerning hat on to make sure that you're getting the right information from the right place. But theoric.ai, that's where you're going to find us.
And do you guys want to shout out your guys' personal, not personal stuff, but where they can find you on your, what are they, Onigram or whatever they call that?
Yeah, on the things. Well, yeah. I'm on X. I'm active on X. So if you want to find me on Twitter, at TJIDO, you're welcome to give me a follow, say hi. If you find me through this channel, please, by all means, reach out and say hello. So TJIDO.
Yeah, totally. And you can find me on X at Ethan_Jackson.
_Jackson. I love that. Ethan Jackson, baby. I love that's a good name. All right, guys, thank you so much for taking the time and coming on and talking about, because I think it's necessary. And I look forward to seeing you guys blossom. I don't think just like when you first started hearing about ChatGPT and it was like, oh, what is that? I think it's very much what we're going to see with you guys with Theoric.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Guys. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Thanks for coming on in.
And security, so whichever definition you want to go with stables, that's fine. I'll just share one anecdote that spoke about the witnesses. I was recently in Peru over the holidays in December, and I've seen very long lines of people just before Christmas, and I asked them, God, what's going on? Apparently those people were waiting on remittance payments from the US, and at least what I heard there was more than 20% of the fee. Get an average $200 from the relatives in the US, so it was quite disheartening. Somebody who has been building in this industry for many years. Stablecoins have fee structure of 1%, sometimes much less than that, and they're instantaneous, so it's a clear use case, and as we think about the last mile, I think, us as an industry, if we can rise up and make that happen with the right regulatory support, that is a clear use case that will make financial inclusion probably much easier and real.
And I've never seen a really interesting statistic. This was back in probably like 2018, and the president of El Salvador announced at I think it was a Bitcoin conference basically that that country was going to accept Bitcoin as a national currency. And I think it didn't take very long for an article to come out in the media that said that Western Western Standards like media. Western Union is supposed to lose $270 million $100 in revenue just from that alone, because remittance payments were just such a massive part of their business. And I've heard cases where people will actually have money sent, so like, the people from these other jurisdictions that come into Canada, make what they can, send it back home. But then the issue is, like, the people end up actually owing Western Union money, not even collecting it, because the fee structure to send and receive is so high. And so for countries to adopt this and allow for stablecoins or for crypto to actually be used as methods of payment and sending and receiving, it might not seem as meaningful in a payment economy where we're able to easily transact with traditional banking systems. It is very, very meaningful around the world to people who can't. But so to my next question, the lack of being able to transact in something like the USDC, if it does get the stablecoins, if we get the listing in October, there is a direct impact that's going to happen on businesses that are unable to get access to banking. People are being paid in crypto, businesses are settling in crypto. So could you guys talk a little bit about the role that stablecoins play in bridging that gap because of that lack of banking that we have right now between crypto and traditional?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we face this USDC, USDT stablecoin issue all the time. Our clients come in from all over the world looking to transact digital assets. In Canada specifically, just taking in last week as an example, when we had the crash, we had a number of clients trying to wire us money from some of the traditional banks. And some of them got questionnaires from their bank asking, why are you sending these funds to a digital asset exchange? Are you sure you're not going to be scammed? What is going on? Well, some of them are only buying stablecoins to load up on some of their favorite large caps or some of the esoteric small medium meme coins. Ultimately, that core issue of preventing consumers, individual consumers, let alone businesses, access the industry is halting the Canadian landscape from going further than where it is. And ultimately, we want the consumers in Canada to have the power to access this decentralized industry. Working so hard for it.
Just practice global exchange, of course. It can take upwards of 2 weeks to move banks to vice versa. It's super efficient. The cost, it's a serious risk of volatility in this country. We're talking about the rise of that's why it's a huge. That's 14 days of money that we can't invest in Canada because it's sitting in some set of correspondent banks. And I think it's something we have to take seriously as we focus more and more on productivity. I think that's something that we want to do.
I think real-time rails are right around the corner in this country.
No real-time rails.
I mean, I think it literally back to the 2008 Satoshi white paper, right? Like, remittances has been one of the first issues that was identified as a potential thing to solve with digital assets. But being honest, we have not made that much progress on remittances using digital assets. It's such a key use case, but to me, it comes back down to the fact that the infrastructure globally isn't there to make it super easy for the people who are lining up in Peru or Western Union to send $2 million. Like those, they may be out of sort of a necessity, willing to set up a wallet, and willing to figure out how to on-ramp, and willing to figure out how the exchange would work to a local currency in a different country. But to me, it's really when that complete abstraction happens, and there's a service that connects an e-transfer in Canada with an on-chain FX swap between multi-currency stablecoins, that connects into a Gcash in the Philippines that loads that money right into a wallet that's already spendable. Like it's when those systems are all linked up together that we'll really start to move the needle on this, instead of needing to basically go with sort of like the V1 and bare metal type of stablecoin transactions. And I think we've done wonderful with sort of the V1 type of transactions. We're at $10 trillion of settlements today in stablecoins. But I think to take that next step forward, there needs to be that abstraction. There needs to be that regulatory harmonization across. There needs to be that connectivity with advanced payment rails and the rest that we got in the country.
and it needs to be able to be scaled down all the way to sending $10. So we need to start being people transfer wires, not like moving. Like you can't charge people 5 or 7% to loan rep just because, hey, I can do it in another country. Like those pricing models need to get tighter. Everything needs to get tighter if we really start doing the methods.
Agreed. Great thoughts. I'd say if I think about some of the other means of payment today, one of the reasons that say coins are so popular is because everything's abstracted. You know, we go and transact internationally. We don't need one specific card and then another card just for restaurants and another card for a chain, etc. Everything happens at that end and it's abstracted away from the end user. The challenge is that once you see the fee structures, you can lose your appetite.
You still look at the fee structures.
Yes, exactly. I'd say the only other element beyond the scalability of the tech and the globalization would be completion in regulatory stance. So we see a lot of progress overseas. For example, in Europe, MAS in Singapore is leading the charge as well. There is consultation papers in Hong Kong and other places. Even the US is showing some signs of progression. Finally, I just hope that a way can be found to make this a global standard, because otherwise those use cases are not going to come.
So I know there's a deadline looming that's coming up here. And I'm just curious, like, how might the designation of stablecoins as securities affect the adoption of these securities?
Let me start with the positive. Canada has an amazing ecosystem. A big part of that you can see here today. And that comes from a regulatory environment where we're able to build the right balance between innovation and all the amazing things that all of us want to do and consumer protections that we can do right. And I think today we've mostly done a pretty good job. Pros and cons and issues with certain parts, but generally feels like we've always been able to do it. This stablecoin conversation is the first time that it's just and I think at the end of the day, it's going to hurt the ecosystem, the innovation, and it's going to break. And simultaneously, it's going to hurt consumers. We can't live in a bubble here. Canada is not large enough to have its own stable coin for any borders. It's just not going to succeed. We've all been talking about international payments, international challenges around payments, and all the things this stablecoin can do. It's all borderless and all, and therefore we need to be thoughtful about harmonizing the way we're thinking about stablecoins with other jurisdictions like in the US or Europe or the UK. And today we haven't done that. And that means that we're going to have global stablecoins that just evolve. And I think that's going to be a problem as all of us as builders in this room try to build the next generation of innovation here in Canada. It's going to get easier and easier to do that in other countries. So for me, that's a big worry. It's something I hope we continue to have optimism that the CSM members will listen to and that we'll be able to find a solution for if we don't, it means we're going to one of the most important parts of the crypto ecosystem will be on our overall island system.
It is the securities law framework and fundamentally what is exposed in the undertakings for valuation assets between the two stock markets. It's an industry review consumer protection law. So I do want to credit and talk to our regulators that this is a thoughtful framework that sets in advance critical things like bankruptcy remoteness that isn't really dealt with in several other regimes. obviously independent attestation, annual audits, a lot of these things that are great, just good consumer protection pieces. And so fundamentally looking at the regime that's been put in place through a disclosure framework that looks at how what securities generally have to disclose. It's quite a bit higher than what most stablecoins or what monetary regimes would disclose. So the disclosure framework and the sort of how this has been laid out, it actually creates a very, very, very solid, good, positive stablecoin. And if you think about it as an interim framework, which is how it's been termed many times in these documents that have been put out, it's a starting place. It's a place to make sure that we're level set on all of the risk factors, all of those pieces. And there is no time kind of limited on it, but it is a place to start. And kind of going in the other direction and saying, okay, well, where is the alternative no jurisdiction or no framework, which is sort of what's been where the other regulators are at this point. So I guess I try and get less hung up on what is it or is it not a security, and more about are we making progress towards a framework of disclosure that makes sense for us, and are we continuing to move forward at making progress and figuring things out, having the open conversations and continuing to drive forward. And I think we are at risk of sort of switching clouds at October 31st if we don't continue to make progress and experiment and have conversations and have that open dialogue with regulators. So I think the industry and regulators are both trying their best to make this work and ultimately to protect consumers and to not have this screeching hold wheel off the record moment. But I think it's hard from both sides. And we need to work together, we need to make progress, and we need to experiment, we need to try frameworks, we need to figure things out. But we will see over the next couple of months what comes out of it. We only watch things.
I can buy Americans today.
One medium shirt, and I think that's it.
Because we rely on
the other one I gave you.
Great disclosure policy, everything there. And if we had Canadian-specific disclosure rules for U.S. stocks, none of those stocks would be available to Canadians. And that's exactly what's happening right now with stablecoins. There are good rules out there that are implemented, like in Europe. We could passport those stablecoins into Canada in the long term. We've chosen not to, not because, actually I'm not sure why, but at the end of the day, I don't think we've, especially if we're talking about this everywhere, relying on other jurisdictions bigger than us and have the ability to maybe figure over something more traditional. Rely on the rules and jurisdictions.
Like I said, the week people are giving out this point.
It's actually a really great set of rules. It's really it's handy yet. You have to decide, do I want to follow these really mechanical rules, or do I want to have a trial for it's too bad.
The perhaps U.S. delegation here in this panel. I'd say I actually commend the regulators in Canada for figuring out structured products for digital assets way ahead of the curve. So the U.S. just adopted earlier this year Bitcoin, and in Canada this has been available to the public for quite some time. So certainly there was thought leadership and ability to make responsible innovation step forward. I just hope that a way would be found to have cohesion around this. If you look at the history of pegged products, starting from euro dollars in the 60s and the 70s in Europe, traditionally about 99% was against the US dollar.
It's okay.
It appears to be trending around stables as well, so it just
Awesome, thank you so much. Well, I see the clock has run out, so if you guys want to do really quickly, any final statements to the audience, kind of rapid fire.
Keep building, keep hustling. Yeah, the infrastructure is not all there. You're all making something brand new that doesn't exist. That's super hard, but keep at it.
I think being communicative with individuals such as colleagues here on this panel about what your thoughts are about stablecoin regulation and how stablecoin use case for you specifically has
improve your business or your life in any way would probably help in communicating with the regulators directly. That's how we can build better within Canada.
Yeah, don't take crypto for granted. I think we should all be advocates for the permissionless world's future. Make sure it's being validated, make sure all of us is taking the places that make sure that things are trying to build
overall very bullish. If notwithstanding all those hardships, transactional volume for stables exceeded some major credit cards globally, where we are today, just imagine what will happen within 3 to 5 years. So very optimistic.
Thank you guys so much. I think at dinner I heard a comment that from Lucas. It just makes so much sense. It's like we're trying to build the plane while we're trying to fly at the same time. And I just like to acknowledge it's a lot of work on both sides, from the regulators to the industry. I hope we can encourage and get more government involved, because I really do think that it's going to take all three parties collectively building the plane while we're trying to take off as an industry to really, be able to do that transatlantic flight. So thank you guys so much for listening. Big round of applause for this incredible panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalea, and our panel. We want to thank you to Goat Gallery for curating our NFT gallery and sponsoring over 40 digital frames across the conference. Goat Gallery is the first digital NFT gallery in Canada. Thank you. And we'd like to thank Paper for sponsoring the Cabana Smoothies. Pay them a visit, go grab yourself a refreshing drink. Our next panel is a fireside chat with LTD Token, the builders of SHIB. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Marcy Jastro.
My mic's not working. Oh, hello. I'm going to sit in the middle. Okay, who here is SHIB Army? I want to see a loud scream, yeah. So first I want to thank Mayor because he has given us so much love for the last 2 years. For both SHIB, Army, LTD, all of us who are builders in this space. So ETH Toronto has become a home for us and we love them, so thank you very much. I am RC Jastro, former SHIB IO advisor. Have been in the SHIB Army for about 2 years, transitioned about 3 weeks ago to be a part of the ecosystem with the actual builders like LTD Token. I also advise a couple of other tokens. Nero is one, as well as my own token, which is called Girls Club, and some other stuff in the media and entertainment industry. I'm going to go ahead and start with Tony and have him do a little introduction.
Hello everyone, first and foremost, the information that is incredible, so I'm not leaving. So LTD tokens basically live in the dream with an individual by the name of JBee. He's been one of the pioneers within the SHIB ecosystem. He launched a very successful NFT project about 6-7 months ago, and really started building up the momentum and stuff. It's all right. He has over 20 years of advertising experience, and we decided, okay, let's create something where we're bridging the gap between Web 2 and Web 3, and creating an advertising platform that is safe for Web 2 advertisers, but also secure and safe for Web 3 publishers. So we did our IDO with 8 Terminal, our good friends. We sold out pretty much almost instantaneously in a couple hours. We did a public pre-sale that sold out in 9 minutes, and we're about to do our token generating event. I can't say when, so please stop asking, but it's been an incredible journey, and we're so happy to be a proud part of it.
Amazing. Why don't you tell us a little bit about music and Web3?
Music and Web3. I might be the best person to answer these questions, but we work close and tandem with a lot of the builders here at SHIB, and Herlihy and JBee and LTD, and thanks for inviting us here to ETH Toronto. It's been amazing to get to network with everybody and so many Web3 enthusiasts. But yeah, a little bit about us. We launched our blockchain record label 3 years ago. We had collaborations with JBee back in the day on our Buster Rhymes song. We had Herlihy in our music video. And it's been a great 3 years of putting this together. So what we basically enable for users is a service where you can share the royalties of the publishing rights of the artists that we all love in Web2. So we release tangible items and fractionalize the music. So our first venture was with Buster Rhymes. We have another song which is coming out with 50 Cent in September. So our 2 artists which we've incubated, we basically help them with the marketing, the production, release the song, release the music, and we get them featured artists, and then to our users on our DAO, we allow opportunities for them to share in the ventures. So we will be incorporating LTD, we will be incorporating a lot of the SHIB ecosystem into our brand, in the music videos, in the advertising. Our whole model and goal of the business is to ensure that we can replace the Web2 standard with 360 deals and less than 10% of black artists, and offer a fair, lucrative system for not only the artists to get what they should, but also fans and businesses.
Very nice, I love that. I think it's great. Let me get to Andy real quick. Mike, I'll give you mine. I'm going to ask the question and then I'm going to hand you the mic. So, you were SHIB Co-op was one of the first early builders when I was building members. And what I found so interesting about what you guys had planned inside of the metaverse, I thought that it was genius. So can you tell a little bit about your project?
Yeah, so I'm a project leadership co-op. I started as just a community-based project here, got together right after the leadership and different clients, and just kind of started collaborating, like, all right, well, some of us knew a little bit about group design, and how can we help each other build and make personality projects that are successful. So one of the first things we did was, all right, well, we had some people on our team that know to be modeling and easily do this. So we kind of, one of our first ideas was to help be metaverse builders and help. There's products out there that they've got land, but now they don't know how to build it. Well, we know they'll have some tools available for builders, but we know there's going to be other products out there that want to do large-scale ideas and big projects, and we've got a team that can help move forward. So that was one of the first things we did, but yeah, a lot of it is just kind of community coming together and finding ways that we can see an opportunity where the community has a need for something, and we're trying to build that for them.
Amazing. Okay, let's go, Sharby.
All right, we're here. It's working. So first off, I do want to say on the LTD folk party last night, they debuted the 50 Cent song coming out. It crushed. It was so good, guys. It was so fun. And that LTD party was amazing. So I'm crypto hero, Billy Goodman. I am the DAO community manager for JBee. I also am a speaker for LTD token, and I'm so proud to be part of that team. But more so, I'm just proud to be working within this network and this community and working with these amazing people, right? There's no closed doors within this group of people that are coming together to build on Shibarium, to build projects together, to work together. And I think that is something that crypto has never really had to this level. And I think that, being at this amazing conference and working together and networking and actually getting to put faces to names has been one of the most amazing crypto experiences I've had. So JBee token, we've been around 18 months. We are a meme coin. We're the sexiest female dog coin out there. And if you haven't seen our booth, it's the slogan is "Get Laid in Toronto" by JBee. We had some room keys. We had a lot of fun. We're a meme token.
Wow, you guys are like hardcore. Is it porn?
No. I've been asked some weird questions. But no, we are meme coin. The whole idea behind the meme coin is to attract people through a meme, through memes, through people talking about you. JBee has built a full ecosystem over 18 months. That ecosystem has legalized DAO in Panama. We have rewarded our token, or rewarded our holders with our 4% tax-based rewards, over $1 million over the last 18 months. We have our own JBee Dream Factory, which we connect developers to services and trending services, probably ad platform services. We have built our own utilities, a volume bot, developers. Really, the whole idea is to bring safe builders to safe projects, kind of like what we're doing.
And a sexy dog.
Okay. And we have revenue share, so that's kind of our model.
Love it, thank you. Okay, Tommy, so I want to talk a little bit about LTD token, and we understand that, it's the onboarding and the bridging, but what do you feel that LTD has done for inside the show?
I think one of our big goals and accomplishments was working with different builders and building partnerships and friendships. When we first started, it was a small project, and we started working with Chuki's team, started working with JBee, started working with Ship Co-op, and there's now over 43 partners that we are so proud to be working with, that will be publishers and working with us. And also working with the large projects like K9 Finance and the incredible team they have there, Buzz and happy birthday, Turtle, by the way. I know you're hiding somewhere here on Docs, but happy birthday. And just the incredible, Bad AI,
today there's 6 project booths that are represented by Shiba. There's Shiba, and obviously we have the main project there as well. But it's so incredible to see this community unite. So in terms of the ad platform, the close to $1 million raised already in the seed rounds, the IDO is selling out, those are all great, and we're going to keep building, having friendships and partnerships, and knowing that our hard work is all benefit the full ecosystem. We can't beat that.
Yeah, I agree. Just shout out to main SHIB token account. I just want to say thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's do rapid fire because we have 10 minutes left. And I just want to make sure that we get all this in. It's very important that everybody understands. When you sit on the outside of the SHIB army, and you sit on the outside, there isn't one community that doesn't want to be a part of the SHIB army. That was what's become so prevalent to me since leaving. And it's shocking how, not shocking, I don't think it's the right word. I think it really shows our strength and the growth. And I'd like to hear from each one of you what is so special about being a part of the SHIB army. I get, is it a token, is it the community, I hear friendship. Tell me what it is. What is the secret sauce?
Can I start? I'd like to start this one. So really, it's a community. It's the community, it's the people. There's so many special people in the SHIB army. And for Sharby, we built outside of SHIB for a long time with the whole idea of building on Shibarium, helping to grow the ecosystem. We are a female Shiba Inu dog, but so many times that is not a receptive thing, right? Building alongside an ecosystem. And look at these people, look at these amazing people that have come together to support each other, to grow together. We're working in the same groups together. And I think, for me, I just want to, again, shout out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at the DYOR live stream here at the Blockchain Futurist Conference. ETH Toronto, ETH Women Hackathon here in Toronto, Ontario. The DYOR live stream is going on. We're going to be back with the Blockchain Futurist live stream at about 4:15 Eastern time today, probably with a couple other creators and with Pedro back once again. Right now we've got a panel. We've had a panel about stablecoins going on for a while. It was very interesting to listen to Alex McDougall of Stablecorp, a company based here in Toronto, talk about. I blanked on that one. Talk about stablecoins, and the other panel discussion to talk about how, even though there's been a massive growth in stablecoins, it really hasn't reached that point yet for practical use in payments. And so we're going to try and get Alex up here on the stage here in a little bit to talk about that, to expand further about the growth in stablecoin market, and also the potential growth in using stablecoins as payments. As we all know, we do know that countries like Argentina and others have been effectively using stablecoins to help mitigate the effects of inflation. And so as those things grow, we'll probably see growth similar to that here in other countries on the use of international payments and that type of things. Anyway, but it's been a great show. We've had a good day here with the various AI panels. Very interesting stuff, especially the panel about AI supply chains and all the things that go into making an AI. There's a general idea amongst the public that there's just a giant database, and then there's some magic code written, and suddenly the answers to all of your questions are spit out, or the spreadsheet is designed for you by AI. But that's not the case. There's a huge amount of suppliers and companies at all levels, everything from the high performance computing needed to run all this AI to the people that fabricate the physical infrastructure to that, and of course to the massive base of code programmers that need to go into designing and testing and then releasing all of the software. And so those topics have been fairly well covered here today at the Blockchain Futurist Conference here in Toronto, Ontario. I would like to thank our sponsor, BYDFi Exchange. BYDFi Exchange here. The link is in. I don't have the graphic up here right now, but I do have it up on the banner's up. The link to the BYDFi Exchange or referral code for DYOR Media. It would really help us out if you were to click that link and sign up to use BYDFi exchange, you'll get a whole bunch of bonus money, bonus tokens, or whatever. Sorry, it's been a long day. You get a whole bunch of bonus crypto to trade. In doing so, it's their money. They're giving you free money, and if you can turn that into profits, you can withdraw it and use it for your own trading, or send it to your own account. It would really help out our channel. All those little things, affiliates and our sponsors, help this channel get better information to you and help offset and defray the costs of doing great events like this at the Blockchain Futurist Convention. So click that link below in the body of the YouTube thing. It's not on the X thing. Go over to our YouTube stream and find it, and click the referral code, and DYOR Media will thank you forever if you were to deposit money and trade in that BYDFi account. We do have a representative from BYDFi here today. Nathan Sun is their Canada country manager, business development manager, and so we're glad to have him here at the show, helping spread the word about BYDFi. I'm going to turn it over to a question. Look at the comments here. Barkoshi says, "Let's go Shibarium." Shib. We've had the LTD panel up here going on. Woof. Is that left brain? One dream, one community. Let's go Sharby. Thank you all for watching. Really appreciate it. The Shib Army. Yukim Icot, let's go Sharb. Even the Blockchain Futurist Conference. C Arts, thanks guys. Smash that like. And if you're watching this live stream on X or YouTube, please smash that live stream.
Reach out, go to ShibTech, ask us questions.
Barkoshi, hey JM. Sabotage. There's some great names in the Shib community. Crispus, Sharby, loving it. I'm going to give them a shout out here. Welcome to all the Shib viewers watching. I really appreciate it. And needless to say, I'll put their stream back on.
They complement each other, and there's very few ecosystems in which you can actually network and connect with the team so accessibly and showmanship. So I think that they do a very good job at welcoming your people.
Yeah, I call SHIB the gateway drug for crypto, because it is absolutely the calmest, nicest community you can get involved with. Okay, final thoughts. What are you most excited about over the 9 to 12 months from now for each of your individual projects and LTD? We'll start with Kuku on the end and then just go all the way through.
I'm looking forward, first and foremost, our song release with 50 Cent. And yeah, to go from busting 50 Cent, I think we're on the right trajectory as what we're building as a record label. So I'm very much so looking forward to releasing more songs with aspiring artists, more big profile names, and doing events like this where we can introduce artists and concerts. Yeah, I think we've got a phenomenal 6 to 12 months of
a long nap. But it's true. Next week, after the token generating event, I'm really excited about getting LTD launched. We're about to make a couple of really big announcements, getting on a major gateway or exchange. So really excited and really focused on that launch.
Yeah, so for me, it's continuing to build with people, continuing to grow Shibarium with LTD, with Sharby, with a lot of these people. We have a big voice, we have a big reach, and using that reach to propel other projects. And we actually have a weekly spaces with LTD we hold. It's called Living the Dream. We're on X. Please attend. We have thousands of people that listen every week. You can hear amazing projects, what they're building, and people are building. I mean, it's legit building. And for JBee, the same thing, right? Continuing to know, continuing to grow, and really for us, it's building a revenue generation system. We launched our Dream Factory about 2.5 months ago. We brought in about 30,000 in revenue, 40% revenue share in that with our budgets and the pay-to-hold system, building it out. And really, it's going to be built out through partnerships, through offering services through partner projects, and really giving them a little extra reach to be able to get their services noticed. And that's really our goal.
And ShipCo-op, yeah, very excited for the Dream testing platform soon after LTD launch. I know at ShipCo-op we will definitely be utilizing that. Very excited for that to bridge the gap between Web 2 and Web 3. I know that'll play a huge role in our metaverse pillar. And then outside of that, we're also very excited for upcoming token launch of our own token in about 2 months. And then following that, the big thing that we've been working on is our jobs board to help collaborate and allow everyone in the SHIP Army and within the SHIP community projects to find each other, hire for internal positions, and get whatever you need built.
So we're a little over, but I do want to say one more thing. SHIP Dream, who has put his arms around this community for the last 3 years, is really the guy. So go follow him, understand who he is. He's talked me off the SHIP mountain. I can't tell you how many times at 2 o'clock in the morning. He's an incredible person, and the guy who really came up with what the LTD token is. Keep an eye on it, follow it, watch us grow, because we will, and we will be building for the next year for every retailer from Web 2 to Web 3.
Before we go, on behalf of the builders here and pretty much the SHIP Army, I wanted to present Garcia with a little dreamy hand-painted doll, I guess, as a token of our appreciation. We're going to sign it, but our signature is not really worth that much.
Come on!
We just wanted to say thank you for all you do.
You know what, I just want to say, this is a love fest. Someone asked me at a Spaces 2 weeks ago, would I ever sell SHIP? Meaning, would I ever sell my dad? And I said, no, it has nothing to do with it. It has to do with all of the people that I've met, all of the people that I care about, and all the people that I've cared about through this journey. And so at the end of the day, no matter what, join the SHIP Army, because we're the strongest army out there, and we do care, and we do want everyone to be a part of this. Thank you for my doll.
Thanks for listening. Living the Dream next week, or very soon. Launch very soon. Shiva.
Thank you to our panel.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant dead. I mean, you're like way behind on the court.
Do you have a VIP pass? Make sure you drop by the Rio Coin VIP backstage located left of the main stage. Our next panel is the future of DePIN, innovations in decentralized physical infrastructure networks. Please welcome Michael Turpin to moderate our DePIN panel.
say. Okay, so we're going to talk about the wonderful world of DPIN. How many people here, by a show of hands, know what the heck DPIN is? Not a lot of hands going up. We're going to hopefully change that this afternoon. So I have 4 wonderful panelists here who are all doing different things in the world of DPIN. DPIN, of course, is decentralized physical infrastructure. So this is really where a lot of the promise of blockchain from its early days sort of hits utility in tokens. And many VCs are now looking at this as being a huge driver of this next cycle. Pantera, for example, has written about it widely and has put a fair amount of money into its investments in this area. I'm going to have each panelist introduce themselves and say exactly what they're doing in the
Ladies and gentlemen, we're listening to a panel called The Future of DPIN, Innovations in Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Networks. It's been moderated by Michael Terrapin.
And it's my 3rd year in a row at Futurist, so I'm really excited to be on stage this year again. I'm with Secret Network, and we are a layer 1 built on the Cosmos SDK. We are doing trusted execution environment and confidential computing. So the way that we overlap with DPIN is that our confidential computing is done through the hardware solution of the secure enclave of the SGX chip, so trusted execution environment. And we're actually layer 1, we're providing opportunities for every blockchain to build secret or confidential data elements. So we act as a layer 2 for Ethereum, for example. Anyone can call our smart contracts and do confidential computing.
Hey everyone, so I'm Frank Mathis. I'm the co-founders of Genesis Go, and we built Shadow Drive, which is a decentralized data storage and cloud compute platform. Ultimately it's, talk about the tech and kind of what it does all day long, but I think at the end of the day, people care about what Shadow Drive is going to do for them, right? And our whole goal with what we build and kind of building our own custom data storage consensus mechanism is to effectively take the hundreds of billions of dollars that cloud big tech like cloud platforms like Google, AWS, they rake in, kind of suck into the void each year, and decentralize that. Ultimately, we're looking to see if we can't help individual operators capture their piece of that pie instead of it having to go to big tech CEOs and executives.
Hey everybody, Scott Siegel from the Helium Network, and Helium has been around since 2019, one of the older DPINs in the space, and the Helium community has built the world's largest wireless network. Whether centralized or decentralized, over 1 million hotspots have been, hotspots are the Helium hardware deployed around the world. And if you think about the state of wireless, billions of dollars are spent every single year by large carriers like Rogers here in Canada, AT&T and Verizon in the US, Telefonica down in Mexico. And this top-down traditional model will not allow the world to get to a place of ubiquitous wireless coverage. So Helium is built to solve for that. Community-built wireless networks, running IoT, smart sensor solutions, and as well we expanded a couple of years ago to build mobile and cellular networks as well, and can talk a little bit more about those use cases as we get into the conversation.
All right, and my name is Patrick. I'm one of the co-founders of Jackal Protocol, where we build decentralized storage as well. But our main goal is to actually deliver data storage cross-chain. So we built the Cosmos SDK as L1, and what we're working on right now is cross-chain compatibility. So blockchains are good at a lot of stuff. They're not good at storage. You can only put so much data actually in the blocks and on chains. So we use IBC technology and Hyperlane and our own bridging technology to get over EVM, get over Solana, and provide value over there so people can build web-scale applications.
So I want to start from the general and go to the specifics, since each of you have very different sort of paths towards decentralized physical infrastructure. Is DPIN,
next big thing, or is it like many other buzzwords before, like nanotech and clean tech, one of these things that everybody talks about and nobody actually gets to scale? Obviously, Herlihy, you've already gotten to a pretty good scale, but what are the critical components of really getting DeepIn widely adopted?
Well, I was at Consensus in Austin, and every second booth had DeepIn on it, so I think it's a narrative. I think it's got some traction behind it. And actually yesterday I met someone from Masari, and they told me that they coined the term DeepIn, so it actually came from Masari, which I thought was pretty cool. To me, DeepIn has been the narrative of the last year or so, and it's definitely entrenched. Do people know what it is? Maybe not, but it's a cool buzzword. People are like, okay, it's DeepIn, it must be a cool project. But really, the underlying thing about it is it's got some real use case. It has the ability to move blockchain forward into the real world, into mainstream. And especially if you add in confidential computing, because that's what we're doing, I think that makes it even more accessible to the standard Web 2 companies that haven't yet adopted Web 3 or blockchain because it's either too complicated, it doesn't solve their problem, or it's too public. DeepIn confidential computing solves that problem, makes it usable today for mainstream people, mainstream industry.
So I guess one of the other big narratives of this cycle is RWA, real world assets. I guess you could say DeepIn is real world connectivity?
Yeah, I like that. More of that.
I would say DeepIn is inevitable and absolutely necessary. So if you think about utility networks of the world right now, so whether it's wireless or energy, compute, a lot of these things have constraints because of their current CapEx and OpEx models. These are all top-down systems that have been built to serve public goods, commercial goods, and these things don't scale. For human scale applications, it's not possible. So we think about the idea again, what is DeepIn doing? You're coordinating and incentivizing work in the physical world. The idea that you can close the gap in the void where these traditional top-down networks leave behind municipalities, they leave behind communities. The idea that anybody has the agency and the ability and an incentive model to actually do this work and be rewarded for building these networks that they need for their businesses or for their cities. I think that it is absolutely, DeepIn is important to me because it serves all these existing real-world problems.
So I guess I guess just follow up on that and answer this here. It's a little bit of a battle of the top down and the bottom up. I mean, for years in particular space, the ultimate top down is Starlink. Right? I mean, you're top down to everything. I guess how do you kind of compete against that ultimate top down from satellites, and then you're going to see something as a follow up?
Yeah, I mean, these things actually, and it's the misconception of, these things are necessarily at odds, but they're very complementary. If helium is last mile wireless coverage, Starlink is not going to necessarily be able to cover everybody. And again, it's a centralized model where they are going to deploy where there's density, where there's people that can afford that. Where Starlink and helium can work together. Traditional telecom and helium are already working together. So in the idea that instead of one entity thinking about return to their shareholders, how do communities, cities, small businesses have the agency and ability to help build these networks that benefits them, but also again is kind of shared with legacy telco or legacy energy or legacy storage.
Just to follow up on that, I don't think it's a question of really top down or bottom up. I think it's a question of capital efficiency, right? You have this unique ability to bootstrap CapEx, right? So the capital expenditure for us, for example, we don't run any servers ourselves. You guys probably don't run very many.
We don't own any towers.
Right, so capital efficiency is better than anything on the market. Usually these deep networks are competing in monopolies and duopolies, oligopolies kind of situations where you're able to jump those modes from the capital efficiency and capital expenditure bootstrapping. The other thing that's really beautiful is you can automate all your operational expenses, depending on how you build it. Right, so if you have a smart contract in your chain, you can actually bake in a lot of the roles that would traditionally be needed to fill into the actual protocol itself. So you remove all of these different barriers, you're able to hot nodes. Now the question becomes, can you provide a product that has value on the other side? Can you compete with those guys? Can you drum up the demand side, the supply side, from all the metrics that we're seeing, and I'm sure you're
you're familiar as well, it's not a supply side issue, it's more of a demand side issue because we're just so tiny right now. So
I was going to just kind of one other aspect of this, right? Like at the end of the day, DeepIn is only as inevitable as the value that participants in the network get from it, right? So you think about you see a lot in like Web3 about like decentralized software and how users and communities can participate in the profits and in the growth of that decentralized software. And when you look at that, it's shocking how much of that though is running on AWS or Google Cloud. And DeepIn really what it is it's an attempt to take one of the most centralized layers of the stack and decentralize that amongst the people such that now they're beginning to be able to participate in the growth and success of these models, right? Like we talk about Starlink, as you look at it from a physical structure, top down, right? If you look at it from a business or control structure, it's very much, like all the power is concentrated in one place. And that also means, all of the revenue is concentrated in one place, all of the advances concentrated in one place. And I think at the end of the day, if DeepIn solves that, DeepIn is inevitable. If DeepIn fails to solve that, DeepIn fizzles and dies.
It's just, if you think about, obviously, decentralization, building on blockchain rails, it comes with a bunch of feature sets as well, right? You think about cybersecurity posture, privacy posture, just resiliency, geo-redundancy, all these different things that we have by building on these rails that come as a byproduct of blockchain technology as well, right? So, inevitability, I think that it's there. The question is that, just can we actually cross the moats and provide more value on it and reach almost like a parity, or a cloud parity, or depending on what application you're building, can it reach parity with what's over currently in the market right now?
So this is sort of a next generation
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think Patrick made a great point on the sharing economy, the decentralized economy. What if, so right now I've heard this idea, every single household needs to buy their own lawnmower if they have a lawn. They use it once every week, once every 2 weeks. It's a lot of capital expenditure, right? So why should we all have our own lawnmower? Why can't we have, the street has a lawnmower and you get it out, and definitely the more sharing economy than the decentralized. But the idea is good. I think it's a good model to think about why we don't all need to have our own servers and our own data centers or even our own cloud services. Why can't we share a little bit more on things that are only used, we only use a fraction of them.
A TaskRabbit.
Yes, a TaskRabbit. You don't need a whole person. You use that person part of the time. So I think Patrick made a really good point that DeepIn is about capital expenditure, investment in infrastructure that is maybe not necessary for everybody to have their own.
Well, I think the other thing to that, though, right, is like Uber took off. Uber became like highly successful. Not just because like you were able to share, in pieces of things that you don't use every day, or even that often, but because it worked well. It was fast. It was easy to use. And I think that's one of the biggest failings, in my opinion, like of DeepIn right now, is there's a lot of DeepIn that kind of focuses on. I'm trying to borrow one more analogy. A lot of DeepIn is basically us saying like, yeah, we've got this lawnmower that we built, but instead of round wheels, we put hexagonal wheels on it. So it's not as easy. It's not as not as efficient in a lot of ways. But here are some other ways that it is efficient. And I think one of the things about that DeepIn, I think that we're slowly starting to see it do now, is more and more DeepIn projects are starting to look and say, like, all right, what's our ticket to play? And the ticket to play is what's the baseline expectation of your user? Because if you don't meet those baseline expectations, users won't come, which means developers won't come, right? And so if you're building like in our case, like our kind of first principle for decentralized storage was that it needs to be like as fast, as as secure, as stable, and perform every bit as well as a traditional Web2 cloud service, because that's not something you see very often. And that's been one of the biggest roadblocks of Web3 decentralized data storage is asking developers to go from super easy solutions, super quick solutions, to solutions that are much slower and less reliable, purely because of the benefits of deepin. So I think that's something that, again, kind of like harkening back to the original question, we're going to start to see more and more inevitability with deepin as we start to see those sort of like baseline expectations move from like nice to haves into a true ticket to play for the community forward.
I think you talk about sharing economy. One of the things that gets me very excited about this subsector within crypto in general is that deepin is one of the biggest unlocks to growing the pie. Like, how do you onboard the next billion people into crypto? You have to abstract away a lot of the more technical components. You have to abstract away blockchain in such a way that the economics just benefit that end user. So if you think about a lot of some of these projects that are coming out, you've got a Hive mapper, Dashcam, you're helping to create the next better version of Google Maps, you're earning for that, and all you need to do is just very simple consumer hardware that's like in your car. You've also got a demo module that is giving open, it's a metadata, driver metadata that could benefit insurance companies. An open network, by the way, both these things use sharing connectivity, so that's why I'm shutting it up, but all these different products, it's very upward, like the UX matters so much in a lot of these different circumstances, and that's where, again, the crypto component is there too. Is it micropayments? Is it a matter of how you actually coordinate that work through an incentive model? But this is what's going to bring the next large wave of crypto users, because it's this physical world utility that has very often a very clear demand side from non-crypto users.
You bring up a couple of good points. Again, how to get the next billion users. A huge part is the GUI, right? The interface. Because the reason why the sharing economy took off so fast in Web 2 was you already built a lot of the infrastructure. You had an app store. You had, you said, hey, you want to go and make some extra money instead of the other part. $5 hanging on the table, so let's pick it up. Unless it takes $5 out of the computer, right? And so for you to become a driver at Uber, for you to go stay in, become a host at Airbnb, not a lot of effort. Click, put a credit card in, put a bank account in, get things. Whereas, the only real expansion of the Web3 that seemed fairly seamless was non-US was Axie Infinity, because you could make more playing video games and driving a cab in the Philippines. And so we have, when it becomes as easy to go in and say, I can make $10 a month using Helium, and I can make, X amount a month with my storage on Shadow to be able to do this. So it's click, and stuff. Okay, first take your wallet, then put it on a mask, and then, it's a 3-day course afterwards. So where are each of you in terms of making the interface to your Web3 solutions look more like Web2 using a path toward it?
I think at the end of the day, your end user should know that they're interacting with Web3. But when I go, I go book an Airbnb, book an Uber. I have no idea what's going on the back end, and I don't care. I just need it to work, right? I need it to work. I need it to be easy. And so, that's been like, for us, and I don't know for my colleagues on stage, like that's been a very big focus, right? It's like we're infrastructure, we're laying the foundational layers for amazing developers to come in and build the next Uber or the next Airbnb, and basically making sure that they have the tools that they need to completely abstract with blockchain. I think in previous years where deepin projects failed, or in previous years when deepin was kind of struggling to become a little more of a trending buzzword. It's because there wasn't that focus on like, okay, let's make sure that they don't have to worry about any type of roadblocks when it comes to using the product, and makes to make sure that developers don't feel like it's all on them to try to figure this out. So I think it boils down to supporting developers and making sure that they have the tools that they need to completely remove the Web3 elements from their user interfaces.
So it's been in this 5 years now, so what have you seen in terms of how the ecosystem is developing? The initial concept is blockchain.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah, it's definitely been a journey. I mean, so launched in 2019. Helium was not a blockchain project from its inception. The project itself, which predates Helium, it's 10 years old. It was all on how do you solve for better connectivity for Internet of Things devices. So you think about sensors like, I want to track air quality, I want to manage supply chain, if I've got vaccines, where are they, what's the temperature on the truck? Solving those networks, it's always been hard to build. Again, CapEx, OpEx problem. And the idea of a community-built network was much more economically feasible. So start with that, we built our own L1, which we actually ended up killing to move to Solana because hardware is difficult, blockchain is difficult, building a wireless is difficult. Let's just do one of those. And fast forward to today, our IoT network thriving with over 100 organizations using it. There are major municipalities that use Helium as a connectivity layer for flood detection, air quality. There's a city that was using it for smart manhole covers to know when there's like a hole in the road to go manage that instead of sending somebody else out. Better use of resources in public and private sector. On the cellular and mobile side, as you talk about UX, people go and sign up for a Helium mobile cell phone plan. You don't have to know that much about the fact of, I'm going to save 5x on my cell phone plan using this thing, and on top of that, of just cost savings, if you opt in and share your data and where you are to help better map the network and better deploy the supply side, you're rewarded for that. What cell phone carrier rewards its subscribers for helping to build their network and where privacy comes first? Like, it is just such a flip of the equation. So think about that ease of UX and how simple that is. And that's only part of the story. The bigger story for Helium right now is not even just the direct consumer side, which again, over 100,000 subscriber signups in the last few months. It's legacy major telcos where we need to close the digital divide. Who are now roaming into the Helium network where you don't have to see it, you don't have to know about it. And I think we're 5.5 terabytes of data in the last 30 days running through the Helium network. That's real utility for traditional enterprise legacy that is being built by a community and centralized network. That to me is where DeepIn is thriving and succeeding, and this is happening beyond wireless into all these other spaces. So I think it's a great space of crypto that's unlocking a lot of growth.
I mentioned privacy as part of that, so business computing, and in particular, putting one of the pioneers of moving deep in with decentralized AI.
Yeah, so I think confidential AI is a huge topic here, and DeepIn makes it possible. And I know it's a little bit of a jump, but let me bring you with me. So right now, AI is broken. We don't have any confidentiality in what we train, the data we use to train it, or the prompts we use to ask to get the information out. It's all very public, and we don't have any protection. Now you take that to Web3, decentralized AI is even worse, because now not only do you not have privacy from the LLMs and their manufacturers, you don't have privacy from anybody. All your data that goes into the AI is now perfectly transparent and public to everyone. So adding in confidential computing to the DeepIn narrative makes confidential AI now possible and secure, and it's really, to me, it's the future. DeepIn is the underpinning for confidential AI. You need the new hardware, like the NVIDIA H100 GPU is necessary to do any sort of on-chain decentralized AI. But it's possible, and it's coming, and that, to me, is the exciting narrative for DeepIn in general.
Patrick, you're doing some interesting things with cybersecurity and DeepIn. Can you elaborate a little on that?
Yeah, well, let's look at the beautiful thing about DeepIn is the value proposition is very clear, right? It's not, we're not trying to get people to gamble and perks and buy NFTs, right? It's the value proposition is very clear for everyone. So for us, for example, we have two different industries, security and web developer. What they want decentralization, self-custody,
all of that kind of nature, and being able to integrate with their smart contracts for automation. They don't want APIs to get in the background. They just want on-chain access to storage. They want to build a web scale application, storage, and compute. Blockchains can't do compute very well, so they need someone to provide the storage there. When we look at our Web2 businesses that we're working with, so the telecom that's backing up the Jackal, they don't care about decentralization. They don't want self-custody. They want to sue us. We lose all their data, of course, right? So their value proposition specifically is they get multi-region geo-distributed storage that is 200% cheaper than anything else in the market because of the capital efficiency gains. So the Web3 developers, they like privacy, self-custody, decentralization. The Web2 individuals, they like geo-distributed nature that's very valuable. And by building that into our chain directly and having custom modules and all that programmability, we're able to provide value in different ways for people. So it's a little bit of a difficult answer because we have two very different unicorns that are very shared.
So we've got 4 minutes left and for people to speak. So I'm going to ask each of you to spend 1 minute or less on where DeepIn is going to be in 5 years. That's one halving plus a year. And what you're going to be doing to sort of contribute to that growth. We'll start with you again.
Starting with me? Yeah. All right, great on that. So right now where we are is we want to be accessible on every blockchain for the Web3 developers with this investment contract call. That's important to us. So building our bridging technology, we wrapped all our blockchain modules in smart contracts, and now we're deploying them on other chains. So we're starting with Cosmos, and then we just got EVM working last week, so we're excited about that. And then Solana, of course, as well. The thing that I'm really excited about is just kind of getting the demand side of reaching parity. So just making sure that everything's equally as fast. We're maybe a little bit slower because of end-to-end encryption, but that's the best thing we can do. We can't beat physics, unfortunately. We're excited to get closer to cloud parity.
Scott, 5 years in, 5 years to cloud.
Yeah, I think that kind of echoing what I was saying earlier, if you think about traditional utility networks and wireless, energy, edge compute, a lot of these different things, we're not going to get there with the way the legacy models are. CapEx, OpEx, constraints. In order to really close the gap on these things, you have to have the ability for community-built networks to be able to create these networks that are incentivized where flywheel is economically feasible. And I think you're going to see significant value accrual and value created in these networks. Whether that is through the legacy incumbents, the SQ challengers that are going to be able to run on these networks, I think you'll see a lot of value created through DeepIn. And I think that one of the things we're already seeing from Helium is, especially for the teams that we work with as a connectivity layer, everybody's starting to face some of these solutions again. Like, you can't run that much storage on chain. There's a lot of compute. There's a lot of requirements for these deep networks. We really create too much blockchain loop. There are tools that can be built for better horizontal scaling. Not to mention, I'd say that there's a composability element. One piece of hardware, one physical location can do more things. So if somebody's out there providing wireless coverage, can they also be connecting into solar panels to help contribute to a grid? Can they also be doing edge compute? So is there composability of the hardware, the physical location? Helium's built a huge social coordination with hundreds of thousands of people. Let's use that to build more utility. So I think that deepen composability in general, I think you're going to see more of a story out of that as well in the next 5 years while value continues to accrue these networks.
So I think 5 years from now, we'll be in the middle of a regulatory battle. I think there's always a lag, right, with regulation and technology. Right now, regulation is very much focused on centralized technologies and how to protect users, how to make sure those centralized entities are doing what they should be doing, yada yada. DeepIn is not on the radar for regulators at this time, right? And you can definitely bet that as more and more DeepIn projects start to battle, take away market share, achieve the goals that they're laying out, to spread wealth to the end users, spread wealth to network operators, reduce expenses to the fraction of paying. All of those things are going to catch the eye of big tech, and big tech is going to fight back. And so I think there's going to be an onus on us as participants in the space to be very proactive over the next 5 years with engaging regulatory bodies, so that way we don't end up in the place that we ended up with crypto tokens and the SEC, right? We kind of waited for them to come to us. And over the next 5 years, I think deep success or failure is going to depend largely on our ability to proactively reach out to regulators, the world over, and explain to them, like, okay, what is DeepIn? How is it different? Why do certain things apply versus not apply? And why is this actually going to be a force for good in the world, as opposed to what will inevitably be painted as like just a bunch of random people, all kind of wanting to create anarchy together. Who don't really care about the global order of things. And I think that's going to be like the focus I think of the next 5 years.
Lisa, bring us on. Where's confidential AI and decentralized AI in 5 years?
Well, I have sad news, I'm afraid. I think that in 5 years we're not going to be having blockchain conferences anymore, because blockchain will just be so integrated in everything. DeepIn will be integrated into everything. It'll just be technology. But I have to say, Tracy and Meyer Futurist has been such a great conference over the past few years, and Tracy and Meyer are going to take this conference and make it the Futurist Conference. It just won't be the Blockchain Futurist Conference anymore. It'll be Futurist for the next thing that's coming. Maybe it'll be confidential AI. So I can't wait for 5 years from now to be here on this stage and see what we're talking about.
Or in Miami. Okay, thank you, panelists. This is a great panel, and that's it for now. Come back in 5 years.
And thank you to our DeepIn panel. The official ETH Toronto and ETH Women networking event is going to be taking place now and until 6 p.m. upstairs on the 2nd floor. Please grab a drink, snacks, and enjoy networking and developers from the community. Please don't forget to keep on hashtagging, get us to the top of social media, hashtag with Futurist24. We love seeing your posts and get us trending. The next company, Virgo Group, has been a sponsor of the Blockchain Futurist Conference for over 6 years. We'd like to introduce Adam Kai, the CEO of Virgo Group. All right, once again, we would like to welcome Adam Kai, the CEO of Virgo Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for still staying here. It's a long week for the Canadian blockchain industry. I'm so honored here today to speak about real-world assets, RWA, which is a very heated topic globally, especially in the United States. And I think I'm probably the only one in Canada speaking about RWA. I'm very excited for that, and I will bring you guys some interesting perspectives of RWA. So before that, just a quick introduction of myself. I'm Kai, the CEO of the Virgo Group. So we have 3 platforms in Canada. Virgo 6 retail trading platform, which is, since we are registered dealers, for people to buy and sell cryptocurrencies, and very important interesting facts. As of this Monday, during our Virgo CX ecosystem night, we decided to reduce spread that day. So Virgo CX retail trading platform now is a little more competitive. Feel free to check out that. And Virgo 6 Wealth is our OTC arm for any people who are looking to trade large amount of OTC cryptocurrencies. Feel free to contact Virgo 6 Wealth. And VDAM, Real Digital Asset Management, is a fully licensed asset management arm in Canada, which provides accredited investors the ability to manage their crypto portfolios in separate bank accounts and offer memorandum as well. Okay, so that's enough about the ads. Let's get into RWA. Okay, so just very quickly about some basic concepts about RWA. So RWA really is just bring offshore assets on chain in simple words. And actually back in 2017, there's another word which is similar to RWA, which is security token. Okay? But now RWA brings a lot more perspective than security token at that time. That's why it brings a lot more noise on this product. So some of the benefits of using RWA. So RWA really is about fractional ownership of an asset. So it does bring actual liquidity to a lot of illiquid assets, allow people to trade RWA very easily, leveraging blockchain technology 724. And also, it also gives certain high threshold investments, break down that, and give entry and intermediate level investors an opportunity to participate in such assets, leveraging RWA. So these are some of the current ecosystem for RWA. So last year, if some of you are here, I also spoke about RWA. But compared to last year, we have seen such a strong growth for RWA space, compared to last year. So these are the very interesting, obviously projects working on that. We can see a lot of projects working on private credit area, treasuries, US treasuries, real estate, commodities, and even we see a couple projects working on carbon credit. So, strong growing ecosystem. And even for that, we're still quite early. So right now we're seeing the current market cap for RWA is only $12 billion, which is tiny compared to cryptocurrency markets. So according to famous consulting firm BCG, get to 2030, we may see $16 trillion, okay, market cap for real world assets on chain. So compared to 12 billion, we have hundreds of times growth waiting for us. So it's pretty exciting. So really, what is the process to go through RWA assets? The first step is really just identify what are some interesting assets that are worth to be tokenized. And the second thing is about token creation. It involves a lot of techniques and also compliance perspective into it, KYC, and also on-chain governance to ensure that it meets a lot of security compliance requirements. Then listing on the platform, including the centralized platform as well as DeFi platforms. Okay, so some of the opportunities and challenges for the industry. Obviously, the opportunity is we're talking about $1 trillion size market cap industry, right? And right now, after we talked about since 2017, the security token, even until now, in a few years roadmap, and we're still seeing very early stage players coming into this, making a lot of investment into the regulatory compliance, into the technology structure, and in Canada, I've seen a couple of people already doing it. So it's a very early stage, a lot of opportunities, and especially considering the use cases for tokenized assets, it's very strong. So I think this is one of the area where we can bring millions of people coming to leverage the blockchain industry and actually saying that okay, blockchain is useful. Okay, it's not just about speculation, it's not just about investment, but actually solve a lot of the problem where we are. And the challenges are obviously every single country has a different compliance requirement. And this industry is specifically very much tied to security regulations. So each country will have different hurdles to get it down. So this is actually posing incredible hurdles for startup companies because they have to get a lot of money to get through legal problems. They have to pay. So some of the regulatory perspectives, we have seen some interesting movements in the US. And also even in Canada, we have seen a couple of projects working in the past about real estate tokenization, and in Europe as well. So I have seen a lot of security commissions coming out saying, okay, we're welcome. And also in Hong Kong and Asia, and we have seen some real estate tokenization too. So people are saying, okay, we welcome you. We love Bitcoin. We'll give you Bitcoin ETF, ETH ETF, but we love you to put more real world assets on it. I want you to help our real world economy. So that's actually something welcome by a lot of security regulators around the world. But they would like to help the industry do that. And just market perceptions, these are some of the on-chain token projects currently doing pretty well. Things like Amplitude, Mantra, and a couple of others currently with pretty good market cap in the industry. Okay, so a little bit of data for that. So the first one, let's look at, actually stablecoin, we'll talk about stablecoin today, is one application of the real-world asset chain, because we're basically putting US dollar on chain. But excluding stablecoin, the current RWA is super tiny. It's only $12 billion with only 60,000 holders, compared to where we have 100 million holders for stablecoin with over $150 billion. So we're at a super early stage for the RWA assets. And this is stablecoin, currently about 1% of M2 money supply. And according to some forecasts, within the next 5 years, we will see about 2% of total money supply using stablecoin. So that's actually a big opportunity. Actually, that's why the industry in Canada is trying to advocate for a better, more friendly regulation for stablecoin. It's very, very important. And tokenized treasury, relatively small, but actually much bigger compared to last year. We're now sitting about $1.8 billion, averaging about 5% yield and 1 to 2 months maturity date. But look at holders, it's pretty small right now. We're talking about thousands of holders at this point in time. And private credit, much bigger. So about international finance, corporate, debt, etc. So we're seeing about $8 billion. And active loan, $12 billion. It's actually pretty good, at a starting point. But still, we're looking at a number of people using it. It's still very early stage. So currently, it's really being used by some small to medium-sized institutions as well as high net worth groups. So it really hasn't getting to retail yet. Okay, tokenized commodities is really led by Taxi Gold and the Tether Gold. So the gold tokenized product is currently leading the market, but it's pretty small. It's not even $1 billion. But people are trying to do it. Okay, so a couple of case studies for the projects that has been recently relatively popular. I met the founder of the ONU in the US. Obviously, this guy putting a lot of efforts to segregate on-chain tokens within the United States, because the corporate governments and also outside of the United States. So they have obviously achieved some success over there to launch tokenized treasuries and market cap as well for the releasing process. And property is actually the first US real estate tokenized platform. So far, they have actually raised $4 billion actually on-chain tokenizing real estate. If you guys actually go Google and search tokenized real estate, you will see quite a few real estate projects right now in the US doing that. Tokenizing it could be a small real estate property, rental property as small as $200,000, $100,000 to as big as $1 million. Quite a few US projects are actually already doing that. And in Canada, we're yet to see one coming up. And for Swing, actually, this is one of the projects that Virgo Group invested. So we believe, actually, aggregation for the other data is very important. But the Wing has provided a super important milestone for aggregating the pretty income chain. We also believe that aggregation for the real-world assets is also important, because currently all the other platforms are pretty tiny, and they're just working for their own customers, where they can aggregate them together. And also, Securitize is also one of the biggest US regulated fingerprint broker to be able to provide a token security token trading. Okay, so look at this chart. We're pretty excited. So actually, there's a comparison for the crypto world. We're still super early. So by 2020, we'll only have about 5,200 million holders on chain. All right. By 2030, we should be seeing 200 to 300 million. So by forecast, we still have 600% growth compared to 4 years ago. So we have a long way to go. And compared to internet, we're super early. So I think this is a very good time also for us to look at RWA. Because RWA is even early. I'm going to close today's session with one final quote from Larry Fink, which is the CEO of BlackRock. So he mentioned Bitcoin, Ethereum, ETFs are the first step for the technology revolutions in the financial markets. Step 2 is going to be the tokenization of every single financial markets. That's why BlackRock puts in $500 million tokenized treasury fund. And this is really the beginning of our and I hope that next year, Vero Group will have the first footprints in RWA, and we're looking forward to anyone who's interested in RWA to work with Vero Group. I think we're probably one of the pioneers in Canada, spending a lot of resources and time looking to invest into RWA and see what we can do with RWA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Don't forget to participate in the Rio game for a chance to win prizes. Check out the Rio group to learn more. Our next panel is the evolution of payments, how Web3 is disrupting the payments landscape. Please put your hands together and welcome our moderator, Jeff Mulligan from Cointelegraph.
All right, welcome. Except for missing one.
All right, crypto payments. Quick intro, Jeff Milligan, I lead our global partnerships team at Cointelegraph. We're going to talk about a bunch of different things today. We're going to talk crypto use cases, integration and intersection with traditional finance, impact on business and consumers, regulatory, etc. But first, my esteemed colleagues will do quick intros.
Hi, my name is Pamela Draper. I'm the president of Catino Payments. Catino is a fiat payment processing company. We don't process crypto transactions, but we work extensively within the crypto industry, helping a lot of exchanges have crypto on and off ramps, so getting money into and then out of the exchange once you're done. We also have a Schedule 1 license pending bank within our group of companies. That's Digital Commerce Bank, based here in Canada, Toronto, and Calgary.
Thank you, Pamela. My name is David Shafrir. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Secure Capital Markets.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here at DYOR Live, here at the Blockchain Futurist Convention in Toronto, Ontario, along with ETH Toronto and ETH Women and the ETH Hackathon. I don't even think I got all those right. Anyway, this is the we're gonna stop our live stream and restart it right before a break, and when we go live with the Blockchain Futurist Convention's live stream. So check back with us. We're still going to have some interviews from Stablecorp and Rio Coin. So we'll be with you in about an hour. Well, about 45 minutes from now. So check back with DYOR Live or the Blockchain Futurist live stream in about 45 minutes. And we'll see you then.
Awesome, thanks guys. First things first, David, let's start with you. Current state of the payments landscape